It's for office, for websites and e-marketing programs. To complete strategic advertising plans, call West Media Group at 724-532-3300 or visit them at westmediagroup.com. They get results.
You are listening to your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, W266DB, WMBS, Uniontown.
And it's coming up on 8 o'clock on your local station, WMBS, and time for our election coverage as we join CBS News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Polls have just closed in several more states, including Pennsylvania. CBS News projects former President Donald Trump wins Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia.
It's going to be a tight race until the very end. But make no mistake, we will win.
For weeks, the candidates have focused their attention on America's key battleground states, trying to turn out as many of their voters as they can.
It's ours to lose. If we get everybody out and vote, there's not a thing they can do.
And if the stakes couldn't be any higher,
this campaign isn't only about who will occupy the White House, but also control of Congress.
Now, with Campaign 24 coverage, here's correspondent Steve Kathan.
And a pleasant good evening. Election night is here. America decides. The race for president's been a close one. The Democrat Vice President Kamala Harris and the Republican former President Donald Trump. A fierce battle down to the end. We'll be watching the activity in the 7 swing states: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Could decide things tonight. Will we get a winner to project tonight? That is hard to say. Some of it will go down to the wire and beyond. The polls have just closed in 17 states at this hour. In the East, they're closed in Pennsylvania. An hour ago, they closed in Georgia. 30 minutes ago, they closed in North Carolina. And we'll start first in Florida tonight. That's where former President Trump is. He's at Mar-a-Lago. So is our Wendy Gillette. Hello, Wendy.
Hello, Steve. It is quickly filling up here at the Palm Beach Convention Center. Everyone endured tight security screenings, including the Secret Service spending about 10 minutes on journalist gear, inspecting every computer and piece of equipment. Once the invited guests clear metal detectors, they're given a choice of 2 red MAGA hats. There are cheese plates and drinks for sale, and a jubilant, optimistic mood among supporters who are very confident about the results of this election, predicting a landslide win for Trump. They're mingling and celebrating, taking lots of selfies and pictures of the stage and the hundreds of media on several rows of risers in the middle of the room. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani is among the invited guests. Trump said after voting today, 4,000 to 5,000 supporters will be here. He is at Mar-a-Lago, as you mentioned, right now, a few miles away. As for when he could make an appearance here, he said in normal times he would make a speech around 10 or 11 o'clock, criticizing the long wait times for results. But the crowd is ready, already lining the front of the stage. Steve?
Wendy, thanks. Longtime CBS News White House correspondent Peter Mayer is along with us tonight. Peter, this should be an interesting and a very long night.
Approaching the national moment of truth, Steve, the barrage of campaign ads, especially in battleground states, has suddenly faded to black. The robocalls to likely voters finally unplugged, and they have to be happy about that. Emails, texts, snail mail seeking campaign donations are ending, at least until the next election. But, you know, the pollsters have to be waiting to see if their numbers were right. News and political junkies like ourselves, with all due respect, have run out of ways to say that this race is close. So the only poll that really counts is underway now, and it's been going on in early voting for days in a number of states. Amazing, Steve. 85 million early votes nationwide, and we expect overall record voting, and that, of course, is good for democracy itself. But as you indicated, patience is the byword for an impatient nation tonight. And reality check, we may not know the real results on this election night, or maybe even tomorrow. The finale to this political drama will likely come down to, as we know, Steve, a relatively few undecided votes in those battleground states.
And Peter, as you mentioned, the early voting, so many people taking advantage of it, but a lot of those votes don't get counted until tonight.
Well, that's right. And this cautionary note, if the margin of victory for either Trump or Harris is very narrow, as the polls have predicted, recounts and the reviewing of provisional ballots could be slow and contentious. There could be court fights over certain ballots or the counting processes. We know that Donald Trump has a reputation for being litigious. His campaign has already laid the groundwork for a legal battle over results even before any of the numbers were announced. And the Democrats also have squadrons of lawyers ready.
Trump already tonight on social media has suggested fraud in places like Milwaukee and others without any real evidence of that. So we'll watch as that goes on tonight. We have some early projections and information from our exit polls, always very important. Our Linda Kenyon is following that. Hello, Linda.
Hello, Steve. Yes, CBS News is projecting that former President Donald Trump won in Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, Alabama, and Florida. And Vice President Kamala Harris is the winner in Vermont, Maryland, and Massachusetts, according to CBS News exit polling. Now, the main issues that have been driving people to the polls, democracy and economy, those top issues, according to the exit polling from CBS News. But if you break that down among Harris voters, it's the state of democracy and abortion as the top two issues. And among Trump voters, it's the economy and also immigration. CBS also finds that Harris voters are more confident that the election will be conducted fairly than Trump voters. We should be watching, by the way, the next round of poll closings will be in Arkansas at the bottom of the hour. At 9 p.m. Eastern, another 14 states, including New York, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska. New York being the largest prize when it comes to the Electoral College votes in that tranche, and that is expected to go for Harris. But all eyes will be watching the battleground states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and also the state of Minnesota, which could be the deciding factors in this very tight race.
Linda, thanks. Let's go to one of those battleground states, North Carolina. CBS's Jim Krasula is there. What are we looking for tonight, Jim?
I'll tell you, Steve, one of the things that jumps out at you here in the Tar Heel State is the fact that over the half of the registered voters, so there are 7.8 million of them here in North Carolina, voted early. So again, a tremendous turnout prior to Election Day. Very few problems at any polling places today. There are a handful of precincts that judges ordered stay open an extra half hour for voting. But again, very few problems. Lines were long at many places. We understand that there was a lot of voter interest and a lot of voters, young voters, Gen X voters showing up at college campuses across North Carolina. This, of course, Steve, is one of the fastest growing states. A lot of people continue to move here. The demographics have changed. Donald Trump won North Carolina 4 years ago by about 75,000 votes. So again, this is considered very much of a toss-up state, Steve.
Jim Krasula, thanks. 7% of the vote is in North Carolina. Still too early to get any sense of anything. Harris with a bit of a lead over Donald Trump as that vote comes in North Carolina, just one of 7 key states we're going to be watching in our coverage tonight. America Decides from CBS News.
This is your local station, WMBS. This weather update is being brought to you by Autoland Hyundai. Get Hyundai Assurance, America's best warranty with 10-year, 100,000-mile protection at Autoland Hyundai, East Fayette Street, downtown Uniontown. Overnight low is 67. Cloudy on Wednesday, occasional showers 71. Cloudy, a few showers Wednesday night, 58. Partly cloudy on Thursday, 63. Mostly sunny and 64 on Friday. Partly cloudy, 64 Saturday. Cloudy with occasional showers on Sunday, 68. This weather update was brought to you by Autoland Hyundai, East Fayette Street in downtown Uniontown. Come experience the quality that lets them offer America's best warranty, the Hyundai Advantage, with 10-year, 100,000-mile protection at Autoland Hyundai. This is your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS, and online at WMBS590.com.
Politics is a tough business. Getting your message out to voters takes a good strategy. West Media Group and their strategic expertise and creative capabilities have helped to elect many notable Fayette County office holders, including Judges Steve Leskinen, Nancy Vernon, and Linda Cordero, retired State Senator Rich Kasunik, former State Representative Tim Mahoney, District Attorney Rich Bauer, District Judges Wendy Dennis, Dan Shimshak, and Rich Kasunik, County Commissioner Vince Vasides. West Media Group has also successfully managed several prominent races in neighboring counties. A full-service strategic marketing company and advertising agency, West Media Group can develop a plan for success for your business or organization, just as they have done for so many candidates for office. For websites and e-marketing programs, to complete strategic advertising plans, call West Media Group at 724-532-3300 or visit them at westmediagroup.com. They get results.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24, America Decides.
Live coverage from CBS News. Election night 2024. The polls are closed in about half the states. And CBS News has some projections early on for Donald Trump: Missouri, Florida, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Alabama, West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky. And none of those are a surprise. And for Kamala Harris, the Democrat, some projections there from CBS News: Maryland, Massachusetts, D.C., and Vermont. Our former White House correspondent Peter Mayer is with us. Peter, no surprises in the early going. These battleground states are what we're watching, and the exit poll information, which clearly shows a divided America on Election Day.
It sure does, Steve, in so many ways, and we're also going to be all divided in our patience as we wait, especially for Pennsylvania. You know, elections officials there don't even review the provisional ballots until they've counted all the mail and in-person votes, and so that could all be on hold until days from now. We sure hope that it doesn't come down to that. They couldn't even start opening the mail-ins until today. And then, Steve, you know, we look at the paths for both Trump and Harris. His path to victory likely hinges on winning North Carolina and grabbing at least one of the blue wall states, you know, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, picking up Georgia, which Biden won by fewer than 12,000 votes 4 years ago. You'll remember that he tried to get the Secretary of State there, the Republican Secretary of State, to change that. So wins in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia would return Trump to the White House. Vice President Harris's clearest path would be wins in those three so-called blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. We'll be saying that over and over again all night long, so get used to it, folks. Her barnstorming of the Keystone State yesterday really said it all. She really has to win there for her path to victory. Those three states, by the way, the blue walls, have gone the same way in every presidential election going back to 1992.
Interesting there, and you're right. She spent three different spots in Pennsylvania yesterday, and I'm intrigued so much by the money that's been spent. You almost can't keep track of it. I mean, $267 million spent on ads on just down ballot races. I mean, the money in this campaign has exceeded everything we ever thought.
It really is astounding. And interestingly, I was chatting with one of our CBS News affiliates in Pennsylvania earlier this evening in a solidly red, solidly Republican area, and the host of that station was telling me that Harris dropped a lot of money just in this one county on this one, frankly, relatively small radio station, because she is trying in her strategy to win as many Republican votes as she possibly can, people who have voted Republican in the past, not expecting to win in a county like that or in those precincts, but just to get enough votes to keep her ahead.
Peter Mayer, thanks. Let's dive into the battle for Congress. It's very important. Of course, we're all focused on the presidential race, but the battle for Congress is very keen. Joining us now is Catholic University professor Matthew Green, who follows Congress. Let's talk about the House first, Matthew. Certainly, it's controlled by Republicans now. Might it flip? What are we watching for? New York and California, I guess, are very key.
Yeah, there's only about 24 House races that are really toss-ups here, and they're going to decide control of the House. At this point, Republicans have a very narrow majority. They could conceivably increase that majority. They could also lose it. It's really going to be a nail-biter.
In terms of the Senate, also it's a very close situation right now. We've had one flip, the expected flip from Democrat to Republican in West Virginia. Joe Manchin, of course, retired. Jim Justice, the Republican, wins that seat. Not surprising, I guess, but just one of those things that we're going to keep track of as the night goes on to see where the Senate goes.
That's right. And Democrats are really on the defensive here. The odds are not in their favor because they were going to lose West Virginia. That's not a surprise. But now they're defending other seats in states that have moved to the right, like Ohio and Montana. They've got to hold those if they want to have any chance of keeping a majority in the Senate.
Now, Matthew, California, as we have said, is one of those key areas where we have these toss-up races, and those votes might not come in for some time. So control of Congress could be one of those things we're still deciding about later in the week.
That's exactly right. We've got some very close House races like the California 45th, for example, the 13th, the 22nd District. These are toss-ups or near toss-ups, and if things go back and forth throughout election night, it could be that control of the House depends on the last votes that come in these West Coast races.
What should we look for in Congress as this presidential process goes on? Certainly we could have a situation where the result is challenged. If it's, say, Donald Trump challenging the result, as he has said he would, we have Republicans in key places, most notably House Speaker and others. What are the things to look for as that process carries itself through?
Well, you want to look for, how close the margins are in these states if they are contested, presumably by Trump, if he feels that he needs to do it in order to win. But we went through 2020, and at this point, people are prepared for that. And I don't know whether it's as likely that we would see a contestation of electoral votes that would go much further than maybe an initial round of court challenges. So it's possible, but and of course it depends how close it is. But my guess would be that it's not going to be close enough that we actually have to depend on the judicial branch to decide who our president is.
We'll see about that. Okay, Matthew Green, Catholic University, thanks very much. Back to North Carolina we go. CBS's Jim Krasula is there. Give us a sense, Jim, in this battleground state that's so important. Donald Trump won it 4 years ago, and Kamala Harris wants it very badly tonight. The turnout, as you have said, was very brisk throughout the day today.
It was, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, Steve, the tremendous turnout in early voting, which ended on Saturday. More than 4 million people, more than half of the registered voters in this state voted early. So again, here in North Carolina, they have started counting those early ballots. They started doing that right at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time as the polls closed. They're also in the process of counting the absentee ballots. That process has started as well here in North Carolina. So again, yes, a lot of changing demographics in the Tar Heel state, which is now the 9th biggest state in the country, and very much a presidential battleground state.
We're going to be calling on Jim throughout the night. It's going to be a long one. Election night is here. You're listening to live coverage of America Decides from CBS News.
Someday you'll want to update your kitchen, your bathroom, or anywhere else around the house. When that day comes, remember MB Home Remodeling. Locally owned and operated with more than 3 decades experience, MB Home Remodeling offers quality, award-winning work on custom kitchens, bathrooms, tile, woodwork, windows, doors, and more. MB Home Remodeling, 724-970-3498, mb-homeremodeling.com. Check out the 5-star reviews on Facebook, and thanks for voting MB Home Remodeling the best in Fayette.
The attorneys at Proden and O'Brien have been a staple in Fayette County since 2000, with almost a quarter century of community involvement and experience in the courtroom. When you need legal assistance with the personalized attention from attorneys who care, look no further than Proden and O'Brien. They're ready to handle your individual legal needs. From family law matters to estate issues, call them today at 724-437-3484. They are Proden and O'Brien.
Does your car sound like it's saying, "Trade me in, trade me in," every time you start it up? Well, go to Ford of Uniontown and trade it in. That's right, your Uniontown Ford dealer is ready to assist you with a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV purchase. Ford of Uniontown has all the deals, all the inventory, and they are ready to deal. It has never been a better time to buy a Ford. Service is their top priority. No matter where you purchase your Ford car or truck, Ford of Uniontown will be happy to service it for you. They offer Ford-trained technicians, Ford-certified parts and service, 1-year, 12,000-mile parts warranties, and new state-of-the-art service equipment. Call or stop in today to see the hometown service of Ford of Uniontown, Route 40 West across from Applebee's. So listen to your car the next time you hear it say, "Trade me in, trade me in." Ford of Uniontown, Route 40 at the top of the hill.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24.
CBS News projects the latest wins in the race for president. They include South Carolina, Missouri, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Florida for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris's projected wins include Massachusetts, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. Polls have now closed in the big battleground state of Pennsylvania, where CBS's Weijia Jiang is.
They know that they are at the center of the political universe today, and they are taking this very seriously. They are feeling emotional. We're told that they're excited. Some tell us that they are anxious and losing sleep over what's going to happen.
CBS News election consultant David Becker says a lot of Americans are voting.
We've been talking to election officials all over the country, and particularly in the states of Georgia and Michigan. I think it's very clear they're going to hit a record turnout.
Trump, while voting earlier in Palm Beach, Florida.
If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Matt Piper.
You're listening to live coverage of Election Night, America Decides. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. Pennsylvania is key to winning the White House. It's one of the states we're watching tonight. Last few weeks of campaigning, both candidates hit it hard. Vice President Harris had 3 stops there yesterday. The suburban vote is very key. Both campaigns won it. KYW Radio's election co-anchor Jim Melwert is the suburban bureau chief there. Jim, I'm interested in what you've seen the last few weeks in Pennsylvania and what you're looking forward to tonight.
Yeah, it's been crazy with the amount of advertising that's come through Pennsylvania, and not only the advertising but the enthusiasm. 2 and 4 years ago, mail-in ballots were strictly forbidden by Republicans, frowned upon, and definitely benefited Democrats. But this year there was a really big push for a get out the vote. Pennsylvania doesn't have early voting. We have on-demand mail-in balloting, which takes about 12 minutes per voter, and saw lines wrapped around county voter services buildings for much of the past 3 weeks. So it's going to be really interesting to see these first numbers come in, because again, those mail-in ballots will be first, and typically that would, over the past 4 years, that would have benefited Democrats, but it's going to be interesting to see how many Republican votes come in. However, Pennsylvania is not known for being quick getting a count done. There's a state law that does not allow any prep of ballots, of mail-in ballots, before 7 a.m. on election day. So the suburban counties are saying maybe mid-morning, even by noon tomorrow, we may not have an idea. And southeastern PA, with Philadelphia and the suburban counties, makes up a significant amount of the vote in Pennsylvania.
Now, in 2020, we had to wait till it was Saturday, Saturday after Election Day, to get Pennsylvania squared away. Is that going to develop this time, too, do you think, or no?
Two things. First off, that was COVID, and so the counting centers had a lot of restrictions on spacing and how many people could be in the room. And then also, they've really developed a much better system with machines to open the envelopes. So they're hoping it's not till Saturday. Obviously, what we saw in 2020 were the conspiracy theories and the unproven claims of fraud here in Pennsylvania, which Donald Trump has already started to plant, saying that there's fraud in Philadelphia. Philadelphia was quick to respond, saying no such thing. There's no reports or evidence of any fraud at this point, but already planting those seeds. However, they should not have the number of days that they had in 2020 to really take root and grow.
Now, Jim, also in Pennsylvania, there's a key Senate race. Bob Casey, Dave McCormick. How's that shaping up?
Well, Bob Casey hasn't seen a race like this. He first won a seat in the U.S. Senate in 2006, so seeking his fourth term here. And based on polling, he's not seen a race this close in any of those years up against a Republican, Dave McCormick. Anybody's guess. We're hearing across the state there's high turnout. Democrats really need a strong turnout in the 5-county southeastern PA. Those 5 counties to kind of counter the red counties in the central part of the state. But the demographics have shifted so much, it's hard to say anymore what high turnout means. It used to benefit Democrats because there were a lot of low propensity voters, but that's kind of flipped on its head. So it's hard to even know where that race is going. Polling had it, some polls within a point. So the balance of the U.S. Senate and the White House really riding on results that we may not know until well into tomorrow here in Pennsylvania.
Jim Melwert, KYW Philadelphia, thanks. Let's go to Georgia, another key state, one of the big 7. WSB radio reporter Veronica Waters is with us. Well, Veronica, Georgia is on everyone's mind, and certainly we're watching things closely. What's the scene there tonight? Veronica Waters, can you hear me? Hello. We'll try to get Veronica with us. Veronica Waters is in Georgia. We've had some bomb threats there, polling place evacuations. There were 30 nationwide, 17 in Georgia alone.
Hub, which is a brand new place for Fulton County, Georgia. Yes, can you hear me?
Veronica,
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us, Veronica, here in New York? Hello, Veronica. Nope, not to be, I guess. Certainly, we'll try to check in with Veronica down the line. Of course, Georgia went down to the wire 4 years ago, and the Secretary of State, the Republican, Brad Raffensperger, was on the other end of that phone call from Donald Trump where he was told to go find 11,000 votes. A lot of turnover in terms of local officials counting ballots and dealing with the vote count in Georgia. And Raffensperger has been one of those people who every week during early voting has been holding a news conference to say that things are going well, that there have been no problems with the early voting, and he's been out there and trying to be out in front of any potential problems that develop in Georgia. And right now, early voting there, 8% of the vote is in. Now, let's see, that's Pennsylvania. 50% of the vote is in Georgia. And it's Trump with an 11-point lead, but still early, and I'm sure a lot of the metropolitan areas have yet to check in, which could be strong for Vice President Harris. Let's look at where we stand in terms of the summary of results. We have 99 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 27 for Kamala Harris. A lot of the early states have gone just the way we thought they would. Some red for Donald Trump, some blue for Kamala Harris. No surprises yet so far. We're going to be watching those states that are really in the balance. The big 7, including Philadelphia, or including Pennsylvania, that is, and Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, on down the line as we count the votes and bring you the results. You're listening to live coverage of America Decides.
Thank you for making your voice heard and for making a difference in this election by casting your vote. The League of Women Voters of Pennsylvania will continue to be your trusted source of information beyond November 5th as we work to make sure every eligible voter can vote and that their vote is counted as we prepare for the next election cycle this spring. Visit PAWV.org to learn more about how to get involved with nonpartisan efforts to empower voters and defend democracy.
Diagnosed with asthma? If you're 18 or older, you may qualify for an eco-friendly asthma treatment study with Frontier Clinical Research. This study focuses on improving sustainability and equity in asthma care while ensuring essential treatments. By participating, you will receive study-related medical care at no cost and compensated for your time and travel. Call our Scottsdale site today at 724-220-5281 to see if you qualify with Frontier Clinical Research.
Winter's just around the corner, but that doesn't mean you need to lose that summertime tan. Well, Bronze Star in Uniontown has got you covered. Visit the 2024 winner of Best in Fayette for tanning services and keep your skin glowing. Bronze Star at 18 Bouquet Street is open 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. weekdays and from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturdays. Winter hours beginning later this month are 11 to 6 on weekdays and 11 to 3 on Saturdays. Call 724-557-6644 and book your visit today.
The T. Berry Law Office and attorney Vincent M. T. Berry specialize in criminal defense, wills and estates, family law, and personal injury. The T. Berry Law Office is located at 84 East Main Street, across the street from the Fayette County Courthouse in Uniontown. When you need to consult an attorney, make your first call to attorney Vincent M. T. Berry and the T. Berry Law Office. It'll be the only call you need to make. Phone 724-430-0300 or visit their website at tberrylawoffice.com. The T. Berry Law Office. Small town, big results.
You're listening to live coverage of Election Night. America decides. The headlines right now: a long night is ahead of us. The polls have closed in 24 states, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia among them. The Electoral College tally right now is 99 to 27 in favor of Donald Trump. 270 is where we need to get to. CBS News projects 9 states in the Trump column, 3 in the Harris column, including D.C. in that as well. How do we make our projections at CBS News? It does boil down to exit polls and county votes, an analysis about patterns in counties. And for a candidate to win, our Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, says turnout is a factor that's calculated in too. And caution is a byword, I would think, in those close races with so much at stake. It may be hard to make projections until late tonight.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24.
As more polls close, CBS News projects former President Donald Trump adds Tennessee, Missouri, Oklahoma, Alabama, and Florida as wins. Vice President Harris is projected to win Washington, D.C., Massachusetts, and Maryland for an electoral count so far of Trump 90 and Harris 27. CBS News projects Georgia as a toss-up. Georgia Republican Party Chair Josh McCool.
The road to the White House runs through Georgia, and winning Georgia makes it very likely that he'll be the next president of the United States.
In the race for the Senate, CBS News projects Republican Jim Justice will win the race in West Virginia, flipping a seat currently held by independent Senator Joe Manchin, who left the Democratic Party earlier this year. All 435 House seats are up for grabs. CBS's Scott McFarland.
There are 2 competitive races in Iowa, another one in Nebraska, battleground races in Michigan, Pennsylvania, New York, California, and Arizona.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
It's live coverage from CBS News. America decides. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. Back with us is Peter Mayer to talk about some of the issues in play tonight. There has been this notion, Peter, that Donald Trump is going to declare victory in some fashion early before there's any projection made by any of the major networks, and try to make the case later, if projections don't go his way, that the election was stolen from him. We've seen him on social media already with some disinformation about fraud in Philadelphia and Milwaukee. This certainly changes what we normally know from election nights if this actually takes place and we get some sort of early call from the candidate.
Right, Steve. This has been floating around for a long time that Trump may declare victory very early in this evening. He's already set the stage to shake the credibility of the vote itself. Last week he posted on his Truth Social, on Wednesday to be exact, Pennsylvania is cheating and getting caught at large-scale levels rarely seen any time before. And in all caps, he said, report cheating to authorities. Law enforcement must act now. under a heading of cease and desist. He posted again on his media site, his website, in September, cease and desist. He's complained about what he described as the rampant cheating and skullduggery that's taken place by the Democrats in the 2020 election. And again, all of this in the courts and by election officials themselves has been proved to be unfounded.
And we're facing a situation where as we go on through the winter and we get toward January, where there could be some interesting developments, both in terms of how this proceeds legally. I mean, both parties have attorneys that are going to work night and day to see if there's any problem with the vote.
Right. Of course, if the tally is overwhelming, that just becomes not necessary. But, you have to remember in 2020 when Trump and his allies just filed a flood of lawsuits in a rushed attempt to stop the certification of the election and organize those slates of fake electors in several states. Following the 2020 election fight, Congress itself passed a measure known as the Electoral Count Reform Act. It clarified that governors had the sole power to send their state's official slate of electors to Congress, taking away the ability of state legislatures to send fake or alternative slates. This time, the Republicans, as you noted, Steve, they've got these squads of what they describe as election integrity teams ready to wade into any close votes. But that electoral reform law also set a December 11th deadline for the states to certify the election and send the slates of electors to Congress.
And Peter, we're certainly going to be watching the activity of the House Speaker. I mean, Johnson has said, he hasn't categorically said he's going to take the sort of action Mike Pence did if it comes down to something like that.
Right. And he has been campaigning all over the place for Donald Trump, with Donald Trump, and, of course, in his effort, which any speaker does, to keep the power in his office. And that's just another angle tonight, a huge one, as to which way Congress, which way the House especially, is going to go. And that could take a long time to figure out.
Peter, thanks. Linda Kenyon has been going over exit polling information. So important for us to get a handle on the issues before some of the real votes come in, especially in some of the battleground states. Linda, what have you been seeing?
Well, in terms of the projections from CBS News, at least when we look at the presidential races, we have Donald Trump as the projected winner in Arkansas, South Carolina, Missouri, Florida, Tennessee, and Oklahoma, as well as Alabama, West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky. And if we look at the projected wins for Vice President Kamala Harris so far, Maryland, Massachusetts, and the District of Columbia, as well as the state of Vermont. Now, that's just in terms of what we're seeing now presidentially. We also have a number of states that have been coming in the Senate, for example, but that's what we have presidentially so far.
And Linda, in terms of some of the exit poll information, it's interesting to see that in a lot of the breakdown in terms of issues, the Democrats thought the top two issues were abortion and democracy, and the Republicans, clearly 1 and 2, were immigration and the economy.
Yes, very true. And when we also look at the breakdown about that, the Trump voters talking about the economy and immigration, of course. Harris voters, abortion is the number 2 issue. We expected that to be the number 1 issue in our exit polling, but we're finding that the economy is also an issue for them.
All right, Linda, long way to go tonight. We're still in the early stages, just partial vote counts right now in places like Pennsylvania and North Carolina. The polls are closed in those 2 key states. Also in Georgia. That's one that could go down to the wire and beyond. You're listening to America Decides from CBS News.
Janney Montgomery Scott works with individuals, families, nonprofits, and businesses across the region, offering comprehensive financial planning, business retirement planning, and investment management. A multi-generational branch with decades of combined experience, our firm provides advice on what matters most to our clients. Call Janney today at 724-438-5563 to schedule a visit to see if we can help you. Janney Montgomery Scott, 43 South Beeson Boulevard in Uniontown. Let us make your goals our goals, too. Janney Montgomery Scott, LLC, member NYSE, FINRA, SIPC. For more info about Janney, please see Janney's relationship summary at janney.com/CRS, which details all material facts about the scope and terms of our relationship with you and any potential conflicts.
Hi, everybody. This is Matt Sapienza, WMBS's Morning Man, here to remind you of the letters for this week's Name It and Claim It scrambled word game. We have 12 letters in this week's puzzle, 12, and they are as follows. Try and see if you can unscramble these into a proper word. S as in Sam, G as in Greg, R as in Randy, T as in Ted, E as in Ernie, O as in Orville, E as in Ernest, T as in torrential, S as in shine, N as in new, H as in Hampshire, and E as in earth. Those letters make up one word. You must use all the letters in your answer. No proper names, please. You want to get in on this week's contest? I'm sure you do. So here's what you got to do to enter. Just send in your answer along with your name, address, and phone number to Name It and Claim It, WMBS Radio 44, South Mount Vernon Avenue, Uniontown, Pennsylvania 15401. Or if you really feel like it, you could drop your answer off personally here at the WMBS broadcast house at that very same address. But either way, make sure you get your cards in by 4 p.m. this Thursday, November 7th. Our prize this week, a $25 gift card from Makita Auction Company and Estate Sales. What's the gift card for? Well, that's for us to know and for you to find out. So enter in while you still can. John Sonny Makita, the auctioneer, by the way. Enter as many times as you like. No purchase is necessary because it's all from us, your local station, WMBS, and because you could very well be the winner in this week's Name It and Claim It scrambled word game.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24, America Decides.
I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. Thanks for joining us. Arkansas, CBS News projects, is in the Donald Trump column. No surprise there. The latest state to get a projection. We're joined now by the director of the University of Virginia's Center for Politics, Larry Sabato. Always good to have him along. Certainly, the last few weeks of the campaign, Larry, have been furious, and this could be a long night as we await to see how these 7 battleground states go.
Yes, there would have to be, Steve, a substantial margin for one of the two candidates for us to actually know tonight or even by early tomorrow morning. Now, that's not out of the question because we just have scattered returns and people are drawing too many conclusions from this county over here and that county over there. One thing that I do see is that the rural areas, which are heavily pro-Trump and always have been, have turned out at very high rates in the counties that I have looked at in a number of states. That's good news for Trump. Is that going to be enough to overcome the city and suburban margins in many places for Harris? Well, that's the giant question mark. I would just tell people to be patient, but this is going to be a very intense race right down to the end.
We've said, at least in the months leading up to this, that blue wall, those 3 states, are crucial for Harris. Is there a way for her to win if she were not to take all 3?
Yes, she would have to carry North Carolina and Georgia if she lost Pennsylvania, for example. Now, Wisconsin is 10 electoral votes as opposed to 19 in Pennsylvania. So if she lost Wisconsin, she would be able to make that up with one of those 2 states. But if it's Pennsylvania, and in some ways that's the toughest one for Harris, she would need both of those states.
What are we to make of the last day's poll from Iowa? Anything, or is that just a little blip? I mean, it showed that Harris had a bit of a lead in that state.
Yes, that was a shocker for everybody in politics, both sides. As the saying goes, nobody had that on their bingo card. Is it true? Well, we're going to find out together. I do know that every other poll that's been taken there, public and private, has shown Trump with a lead. So it will be very surprising if Harris actually wins Iowa or even comes close. Trump has carried it twice by 8 percentage points, and I tend to think that past performance is the best predictor of future performance.
And Larry, what about Congress? Your projection for the House is a very close 218, 217, if I read your crystal ball right about the House. Certainly, you base your projections on more than just guesses. It's certainly stuff that you learned along the way. Tell us about what you think about the House of Representatives.
I think it will go the way of the presidential winner, Steve. So we have to know that first. We have it virtually tied because that's what both sides have told us and shown us in their own private polls. And they actually agree on many of these districts that they're extremely close. But if the presidential winner carries the House, I think a minimum of a 5-seat majority, could be more than that.
And the Senate's likely to go to the Republicans?
Yes, the lineup of the seats this year is really perfect for the Republicans. Very difficult for Democrats to hang on, even if this were a strong Democratic year, which it is not.
What about what Donald Trump has done already with a few social media posts about questioning the vote, fraud, he alleges, in places like Milwaukee and Philadelphia? This is not going to stop as the night goes on, I would not think.
Well, I'm sure it won't stop because if I can be blunt about it, Donald Trump is absolutely incorrigible. And this is his MO. He's setting things up in case he loses. Now, if he wins, it's going to turn out that there was a lot of fraud, according to Donald Trump, but he was able to overcome it. If there is, in his view, fraud, which almost certainly will not exist, he will use that as a way to appeal the decision, both in the state capitals for the electors and in Congress when Congress opens up the electoral votes.
Larry Sabato, University of Virginia, thanks so much. We'll talk to you as the night goes on. I hope, once again, always informative. Yes. Peter Mayer's back with us. Peter, certainly some of the things Larry said are interesting, and they point to the fact that we may not know definitive results before we get off the air or even tomorrow morning.
Well, that's been the thinking from the get-go on this election, Steve. There's so many vagaries in all of the states, the battleground states especially, in the way that the votes are counted. Although, as I look at the returns coming in to CBS News, I think we're going to know fairly certain about two of those really crucial states in the South, North Carolina and Georgia. And if I can, I also want to just dive into Florida. Excuse the joke there, if that's what it was. You know, once upon a time, Florida was a toss-up state. Remember the hanging Chad drama that played out in the George W. Bush-Al Gore race back in 2000, the election, of course, that was ultimately decided by the Supreme Court? Well, Trump's win in his home state of Florida tonight is really no surprise, but in fact, I think it's worth mentioning, Steve, it certifies the Sunshine State as a solid red state. That's been trending for a long time now. Trump is on track to go way past his 3-point victory there in 2020. The state went solidly Republican in the 2022 midterms, with the statewide candidates including Senator Rubio and Governor DeSantis winning by wide margins. DeSantis, of course, briefly tried for the White House and then took a pass on that. And tonight, incumbent U.S. Senator Rick Scott has defeated the Democrat Debbie McCursell Powell by a wide margin, again validating, Steve, a deep red Florida.
We'll see the results as they come in, Peter, but I'm interested in the Latino and Hispanic vote, given what went on in the last few weeks with the Trump Madison Square Garden rally. Certainly our exit polls seem to indicate that it's fairly split, with Latino men favoring Donald Trump, Latino women favoring Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that was a real hit for Donald Trump when that comedian described Puerto Rico as a garbage island at that Madison Square Garden rally. And one of the CBS News correspondents reporting from Pennsylvania earlier tonight said that there was a number, wide number of Latinos and specifically Puerto Ricans showing up at the polls.
Peter Mayer, thanks very much. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night as returns are starting to come in. None of the major states have been decided yet, those big 7, but the votes are being counted in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. We'll be watching them in particular, other states as the night goes on. You're listening to live coverage of America Decides from CBS News.
Are you a veteran or a veteran's family member? Veterans Day isn't the only way to celebrate military service. PA CareerLink is honoring veterans with a Veterans and Family Community Day on November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. Take advantage of this opportunity to learn about local veterans services and resources including priority hiring and job search assistance through the PA CareerLink. And don't forget, WMBS will be broadcasting live from the Veterans and Family Community Day from 2 to 4 p.m. with Josh Kryzak and Matt Sapienza spinning the fabulous WMBS prize wheel. You won't want to miss it. So drop in for PA CareerLink's Veterans and Family Community Day on November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. at 112 Commonwealth Drive in Lemont Furnace. For more information, call 724-434-5627, extension 3132. We will see you there.
The public has raised over $2 million in the first 4 years of Fayette Gives. And the Community Foundation of Fayette County is hosting another Fayette Gives November 7th from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at FayetteGives.org. Fundraising for over 96 Fayette County charities during this special day of giving. As an added incentive, over $50,000 in cash prizes will be awarded to charities. Your donation will help the chances of your favorite charities winning. Build a stronger Fayette County by supporting local charities at FayetteGives.org.
The best way to follow the black and gold is with the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network. Touchdown, Steelers! Rob King brings you the play-by-play along with Craig Wolfley, Max Starks, and Missy Matthews. The only place to hear every game is right here on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Everybody's on their feet here at the stadium.
The Steelers at 6-2 take on the Washington Commanders on the road Sunday, November 10th at 1 o'clock on your Steelers station, 590 and 101.1 WMBS.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24.
CBS News has projected presidential winners in 13 states and Washington, D.C., more going to Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. Voters on both sides.
I think it's pretty important, especially with how things are right now in the country. I just want to be able to do my part.
It's torture living under this administration, and we're ready for Trump.
Arweja Jang is in Pennsylvania.
Turnout is very, very high. In fact, one state official tells me that Philly is on track to break the record that was set in 2020.
CBS's Allison Keyes.
In battleground Georgia, 30% of voters are black, as they were in 2020. Democrat Kamala Harris is getting support from some 86% of black voters, and she's doing better with black women than with black men.
CBS News projects Democrat Josh Stein will be North Carolina's next governor, beating embattled Republican Mark Robinson after his alleged past postings on a porn site, including calling himself a black Nazi. CBS News Special Report on Matt Piper.
Live coverage of America Decides. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. Joining us now is Julie Rovner, Chief Washington Correspondent, KFF Health News, to talk about abortion issues. There are certainly ballot measures in several states. We'll get to that in a minute. Julie, the Harris campaign and Democrats tried to make abortion rights a key part of the campaign in the effort to get voters out. It was one of the top two issues for Democrats in our exit polling. Based on what you saw, Julie, was it a successful effort by the Democrats, do you think?
Well, we still don't know. The only thing that we've seen called is in Florida, where it looks like the amendment that would have restored abortion rights in that state is going to fail to reach the 60% that it needs. It is hovering in the very high 50s. So a majority of voters in Florida, even though Florida has already been called for Trump and the Republican senator has been returned for another term, more than a majority of Floridians want to restore abortion rights, although it looks like that won't happen.
Now, there are measures in several other states. What are the ones to pay close attention to? Because prior to this Florida measure in various states that have had referendums or votes, it's gone the way of the abortion rights folks.
That's right. And we are looking at a number of other states. Arizona is obviously an important state because Arizona is a major swing state as well. And in Nebraska, interestingly, there are dueling ballot measures, one that would guarantee abortion rights and one that would ban abortion. That's the only state where voters are literally being asked to choose between two separate measures.
It seems in our exit polling there is some evidence that Republican women are a little more reluctant to go for a full outlaw of abortion, but male Republican voters certainly are. And 66% in our exit poll, if you combine the two, want to see, and this is all voters, want to see abortion fully or partially legal. So the overriding national sentiment is one thing, but it's a different story when you boil it down to the states.
Well, we've also seen, and we've seen this even in the states where abortion rights have been on the ballot and it has prevailed. Many of those same voters are then turning around and voting for candidates who don't support abortion rights. Some of the voters said, well, this is an important issue to me, but other issues are more important, which is why I'm now voting for somebody who would support an abortion ban. So this wouldn't be the first time we've seen that. And that's been a concern by people ballot measures, that they don't want to turn off Republican voters who are otherwise inclined to vote for Republican candidates as long as they also vote for their ballot measure. And that's obviously what we're seeing in Florida, where more than majority are voting to basically overturn Florida's 6-week abortion ban, and yet we are seeing them support Republicans statewide.
Now, Julie, if Donald Trump wins, there's going to be pressure on him for a national abortion ban. Would you not agree? I mean, he's been all over the map on that one, and so has his running mate. I mean, they've said certain things to certain audiences.
He has. And, of course, he said he wouldn't sign an abortion ban, but he could effectively ban abortion without Congress. He could sort of he could order the Justice Department to start reinforcing the Comstock Act, which is an 1873 anti-vice law that bans the use of the mail for anything related to abortion. So that wouldn't just be the abortion pill, but it would also be anything related to procedural abortions. He could order the FDA to rescind the approval of the abortion pill. So there are a lot of things that a President Trump could do administratively to make abortion effectively unavailable, even if he wouldn't sign, quote unquote, a ban that would be unlikely to be passed by Congress anyway.
What about health care generally, Julie? It was thought to be a major issue. Obviously, Obamacare could come under fire if Donald Trump is brought back to the White House. Did Harris bring that up a lot in the campaign? I'm trying to recall. Certainly other issues get in the way of health care. Did either candidate stand out in terms of saying anything productive on it?
Well, a number of people close to President Trump, including Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance, have hinted that they would like to go after Obamacare again. Trump himself has suggested that he wouldn't. That doesn't necessarily mean that it won't happen. And we don't, the big decision that's going to have to be made next year is whether to continue the additional subsidies that were put in place under the Biden administration during COVID that are enabling millions more people to afford health insurance. Those expire at the end of 2025. So next year, Congress and the next president will have to decide whether or not to keep those. It seems unlikely that if there's a President Trump and a Republican Congress that those would stay in place. So that wouldn't necessarily be repealing the Affordable Care Act, but it would certainly be making insurance too expensive for many people who are now getting it.
Julie Rovner, thanks. Chief Washington correspondent, KFF Health News. Peter Mayer is back with us as we head toward the top of the hour. More states will close the polls. And we're getting a flavor of how the night is going to go. No surprises so far, Peter. The Republican states that Donald Trump has won before, he has won again.
I think also, Steve, the big story tonight, no matter how this goes, is going to be record turnout. We're already seeing record turnouts in both Georgia and Michigan and other states. And this is just simply good for democracy. Right now, coming up on 9 o'clock Eastern, we're going to have to set our clocks because the 7 battleground states that could decide this election cover 4 time zones. And as we keep saying, it could take a while, maybe some days, to know the winner, as was the case 4 years ago, because counting mail ballots is so time-consuming.
Right now, the Electoral College tally is 105 for Trump and 27 for Harris. Of course, the magic number tonight is 270. And the question is, will we get to it tonight? Will we have to wait till tomorrow or beyond? You're listening to live coverage of America Decides from CBS News.
This is your local station, WMBS. This Weather Watch is being brought to you by Maloney's Restaurant, Main Street, Uniontown. Maloney's Restaurant, serving authentic Italian cuisine in Uniontown since 1950. Call 724-437-2061 for weekly specials and to place your order. Overnight low is 67. Cloudy with occasional showers on Wednesday, 71. Cloudy on Wednesday night, a few showers, 58. Partly cloudy and 63 on Thursday. Mostly sunny and 64 Friday. Partly cloudy, 64 Saturday. Cloudy with occasional showers on Sunday, 68. This Weather Watch has been brought to you by Maloney's Restaurant. Let Maloney's cater your special occasion. Choose from their banquet menu and ask about their popular banquet room to make your next event special. Call 724-437-2061. This is your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS.
Are you considering an upgrade for your home and looking for a trustworthy remodeling company? Clean Construction specializes in roofing, remodeling, additions, kitchens and baths, windows, doors, garage doors, and more. Licensed and insured, our team members aren't just contractors, they're craftsmen dedicated to giving your home project attention to detail and quality results. And Clean Construction offers complete construction management for major remodeling jobs. Call Clean Construction today at 412-639-7109 to schedule an appointment for a free in-home estimate.
WMBS election coverage is being brought to you by Proden and O'Brien, attorneys at law, MB Home Remodeling, West Media Group, They Get Results, the Pennsylvania League of Women Voters, Frontier Clinical Research, Bronze Star Tanning, Ford of Uniontown, Jenny Montgomery Scott, and the T. Berry Law Offices and attorney Vincent T. Berry. Inside our Davis & Davis Attorneys at Law studios, Brian Morozak along with Russ Rhodes and Nick Barczyk tonight with WMBS local election returns. And Russ, we are starting to see some local results coming in around Fayette County.
We are, Brian and Nick, and it's the write-in ballots that have come in. It's my understanding that for the most part they've all been counted. There might be a couple hundred that came in today prior to the closing of the polls that still need to be counted, but for the most part the write-in ballots have been counted here in Fayette County, and the numbers are jiving with the state numbers as far as percentage breakdown as to where the votes are going.
Yes, and I'm starting to see some of these local results coming in, but I am noticing, though, Russ, on the Fayette County Board of Elections website, looking at the representative race in the 51st District, it seems like the majority of the votes, and they're showing actually 97% towards Charity Grimm-Krupa, so I have to question the validity a little bit there.
Where are you seeing that?
I'm seeing that right here, representative in the 51st District. Unless I'm looking at different numbers than what you're looking at, and that's right on the Fayette County board.
I think you're looking at the primary.
Oh, they're pulling that up. Okay.
Yeah, you're looking for the primary still. So, but George right now is up.
Okay.
4,051.
I got it right here.
To 3,179 for Charity. But again, these are write-in votes that have been counted. I'm sorry, not write-in, mail-in votes that have been counted. And so
those would generally favor the Democrats.
Yes, because figures that I gave earlier today, statewide, they broke it down. 56% of the mail-in ballots statewide are Democrat.
And the actual numbers we have right now, again, as what Russ had just told you, these are likely just the write-in votes coming in as far as the state representative race in the 51st District. George Hunkarate with 4,051 votes, 55% of the overall. The incumbent, the Republican, Charity Grimm-Krupa with 3,179 votes, 43% of the overall. And they're showing a total of 7,246 votes cast in that race.
Right. And then if you go and look at all the other races, so the 14th Congressional District, the Democrats ahead, same percentages, roughly. State Treasurer, the Democrat, Erin McClellan, she's ahead. Malcolm Kenyatta, Auditor General, Democrat, ahead in the vote total. And again, this is all mail-in votes. We know the Democrats, from state figures, sent more mail-ins than the Republicans did. So this is lining up with what the state figures we have.
Yeah, and you look at the state figures right now, again, about 13% of the vote in statewide. Kamala Harris with 66% of the overall to Donald Trump's 32% of the overall. And the same kind of jives with the U.S. Senate race. Robert Casey with 65% of the overall, Dave McCormick 32% of the overall, but we're guessing that most of these, not only countywide, but statewide as well, are mainly the write-in votes. And the Attorney General's race showing the same thing, Eugene DePasquale, the Democrat with 63% of the overall, Dave Sunday, the Republican, 34% of the overall, Malcolm Kenyatta in the Auditor General's race, the Democrat also up 62% of the overall, Tim DeForest, the Republican with 35% of the overall, and the same thing with the state treasurer's race. Erin McClellan with 62% of the overall, and Stacey Garrity 35%. But those figures are going to change, Russ, once we start to get the day vote in from today.
Correct. Yes. So we'll see. It's early. We've got a long night ahead of us still.
Yes, and again, we'll have CBS coverage throughout the course of the evening, and CBS will actually be on the air until 5 a.m. on Wednesday morning, and Nick Barczyk's behind the board. And Nick, anything else you'd like to add after seeing some of these early numbers?
Well, certainly it's very early in the evening, gentlemen, but just want to say my personal experience today, very easy experience at the polls, and hopefully everyone got out there and voted. But yes, it's going to be a long night into the morning, but have not been able to open these numbers on any of my devices. I'm glad you're having success over there. But
once I got the correct election, I'm good.
Well, there you go, yeah. So,
and again, we just got these literally about 30 seconds before we went on the air. That's why we were kind of rifling through everything here, just making sure we have the correct information as well.
Certainly, yeah. So buckle down. It's going to be a long evening into the morning.
And I was actually surprised. I expected a very long wait at the polls this morning. I went around 8:30, in and out in South Union Township. Yeah. No issues at all within 10 minutes.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah,
Absolutely
Uniontown won for me. It was about a half-hour wait.
Okay.
For us to get through the lines.
What time did you go today?
I got there about 7:15 or so.
Okay, so you were early. That's what I noticed. It seemed like countywide, the folks that went earlier in the day actually had the longer waits. And if you kind of went in some of those gap periods, you actually had more success kind of going through without having the wait times like you might have had in other periods.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully everyone got out there, and whether you voted by mail or voted in person today, had a nice experience. And again, it's going to be a long night. That's why we have CBS helping us out with some of the national updates as we take a look at these local numbers.
Yeah, and again, we'll rejoin CBS coverage about 10 minutes after 9. And again, we'll have updates throughout the course of the evening here on WMBS. Nationally right now, they have declared former President Donald Trump with 124 electoral votes, Kamala Harris 99. A number of states just closing at 9 o'clock. Both of the Dakotas, North and South Dakota, declared for Trump, along with Wyoming declared for Trump. Nebraska also declared for Trump, along with Oklahoma. And it's trending Trump in Texas as well, with 56% of the vote in the Lone Star State. And you look, Russ, actually down south, mainly all red, including Georgia right now, with 66% of the vote in the Peach State right now. Donald Trump, about a 200,000 vote lead, 52.6% for Trump. Kamala Harris, 46.8%. And that's certainly good news. And Trump also up in North Carolina and Virginia right now.
And Virginia. And I'll tell you what, if Virginia holds, Donald Trump wins.
Yes. But as we saw, though, 4 years ago, a very similar situation. A lot of these early numbers certainly favor Trump against Joe Biden, but things certainly swung as we got into the overnight hours.
And that's just that we don't know what districts these votes are coming in from.
Correct.
We don't know what's outstanding, how those districts typically vote. So, yes, very, very likely these numbers are going to change somehow, some way.
And right now, the Northeast, all blue. New York actually declared for Harris, along with Vermont, Connecticut, and Massachusetts right now. And Maine is leaning towards Harris as well, but just a small percentage of the vote in Maine right now. Nick, anything else you'd like to add? You have about 40 seconds left in this update.
We're in the heart of the action, gentlemen.
Yes.
Pennsylvania is really where it is, the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, some other important states in the Sun Belt and down south. But really, the Keystone State is the key to this election. So it could be a long night as we really look at not just the whole country, but whoever wins Pennsylvania most likely going to get the White House, you would think.
And again, as soon as we get more updated local numbers, we'll pass them along to you. Until then, we'll send you back to CBS coverage here in just a couple of minutes. And again, anytime we have new numbers for you locally, we'll pass them along to you here on your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS. This is Brian Morozak along with Nick Barczyk and Russ Rhodes election coverage going until 5 a.m. on Wednesday morning.
This is your local station, WMBS. This weather update is being brought to you by Autoland Hyundai. Get Hyundai Assurance, America's best warranty with 10-year, 100,000-mile protection at Autoland Hyundai, East Fayette Street, downtown Uniontown. Overnight low is 67. Cloudy on Wednesday, occasional showers, 71. Cloudy, a few showers Wednesday night, 58. Partly cloudy on Thursday, 63. Mostly sunny and 64 on Friday. Partly cloudy, 64 Saturday. Cloudy with occasional showers on Sunday, 68. This weather update was brought to you by Autoland Hyundai, East Fayette Street in downtown Uniontown. Come experience the quality that lets them offer America's best warranty, the Hyundai Advantage, with 10-year, 100,000-mile protection at Autoland Hyundai. This is your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS, and online at WMBS590.com.
Politics is a tough business. Getting your message out to voters takes a good strategy. West Media Group and their strategic expertise and creative capabilities have helped to elect many notable Fayette County office holders, including Judges Steve Leskinen, Nancy Vernon, and Linda Cordero, retired State Senator Rich Kasunik, former State Representative Tim Mahoney, District Attorney Rich Bauer, District Judges Wendy Dennis, Dan Shimshock, and Rich Kasunik, County Commissioner Vince Vasidis. West Media Group has also successfully managed several prominent races in neighboring counties. A full-service strategic marketing company and advertising agency, West Media Group can develop a plan for success for your business or organization, just as they have done for so many candidates for office. For websites and e-marketing programs, to complete strategic advertising plans, call West Media Group at 724-532-3300 or visit them at westmediagroup.com. They get results.
doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24, America Decides.
I'm Steve Kaith in CBS News. You know, the political divide was on full display in the run-up to Election Day, with viewpoints sometimes shaped by partisan media. CBS's Tony DeCopel sat down with two New Jersey couples living in the same area, but with much different perspectives.
We asked Lou and Karen to join us at Dana and Jeff's.
Hello. Hi, guys.
Hey. They'd never met before, but agreed to sit down and hear each other out.
It's uncivil. We're living in an uncivilized nation.
When, before, did we ever think like that?
Nope. It's getting worse.
So what caused it?
The division?
Yeah, the division.
She's not going to like my answer. Obama.
You say Obama,
I'm gonna blame Obama
unleashed something,
yeah,
you know
represented something?
You know what unleashed me? Trump.
They couldn't agree on even basic facts on issues like the economy.
Inflation is way down.
Inflation is down?
Yeah. Jobs are up.
The border wall.
He put up 5 miles.
Yeah, well, where did you hear that? He put almost 500 miles of wall.
Or foreign relations.
Putin's supporting Kamala.
Yeah, I don't see that.
He is.
Where did you hear this?
Yeah,
all over the news.
So we watched one of Lou and Karen's regular sources of news. Jesse Waters on Fox.
Kamala thinks voters are too ignorant to get her message through their thick skulls.
It became apparent that much of the information that show lays out
Kamala wants to win the black vote with free money and drugs.
Seemed to Dana
I never heard this before.
like it was presented out of context.
They take sound bites of what they want to promote.
Does it help you understand why they feel the way they do?
Oh, absolutely. Because if this is what you're watching, then this is what you're believing.
And when we flipped over to MSNBC,
This is my truth.
it was Lou who flipped out over Lawrence O'Donnell.
The Trump campaign staff, all of whom disgrace themselves every day by lying every day.
Get out of here. He too saw distortions in the way his candidate was covered.
Critics say your tariffs will end up being like a national sales tax.
Nope. The countries will pay. The countries will pay.
Did you see what he just did there?
What do you do?
Chop it. I saw that whole interview. He knocked it out of.
This is
chop
just sound bites
Say
for what
one
it's
word,
propagating.
nail him. Say one word and nail him. That's why they call this fake news.
In the end,
you said this is my truth. You said this is fake news.
I'm going to pray for you guys tonight. And I mean that. I mean that.
Same.
No one's vote was changed because of our little get-together.
I think the point is to watch a lot of different news outlets and form your own opinion.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And yet the couples did find at least something to agree on.
Do you think these opinion shows are part of the problem?
Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think the
Yes,
sides
I do.
show things skewing to their audience.
Yeah.
I wish we could stop this crap. You know, even the stuff that Fox says sometimes. I mean, this got to stop. I don't know what it's going to take.
If we all acknowledge how we got into the silos and the problem with the diet, the media diet that we have, why do we keep eating it?
That's Tony DeCopel with a little look at a neighborhood torn up by this political campaign. America Decides, live coverage continuing. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. Mark Jones of Rice University joins us to talk about one of the major issues of the campaign, immigration. Our exit polls say it was the second most important issue for Trump voters. Not so much for Harris voters. It came in fifth. Mark, I'm wondering who made the stronger point in the campaign. Certainly the Republicans, Donald Trump in particular, hammered away at it.
Key issue for Republicans, both because a majority of American voters agree more with the Republican position than with the Biden administration position. But it's an especially good issue for Republicans because it mobilizes a segment of the Republican electorate to get out and vote. So it's an issue that's important for Republicans, not so much for Democrats. Kamala Harris or the Biden administration did do a good job from a political standpoint of changing immigration policies over the course of 2024, perhaps temporarily, but in doing so, toned down the issue a little bit. It remained highly salient for Republican voters, but not as salient as it was, say, a year ago.
And aside from that executive action you refer to that Biden took in office, Harris has tried to point out on the campaign that it was Trump who actually killed the bill in Congress that would have improved things at the border. At least that's what experts and even border people were saying. Did that message that, you know, he really put a pothole in the road there get heard by anybody?
I think it did, because the Trump rebuttal is a complicated one. They would say that, well, it did some things, but it didn't do enough. But the Harris information had them on their heels by being able to say, we did have a plan. There were Republicans who agreed to it. It would have improved things, perhaps not as much as you want, but it would have been moving in the right direction. And yet you blocked it, which leads us to the situation we're in right now.
Now, if Trump wins the election tonight, what do you expect he'll do on immigration and the border? He's talked about mass deportations.
I don't think we would have mass deportations just because of the human cost, the economic cost, and the PR nightmare that it would represent for Republicans. But that said, I would expect Donald Trump to do much more to vet people who are crossing the border. Right now, there's very little of that done, as well as adopted a policy perhaps similar to what he had prior to, in his past administration, of a Remain in Mexico program where far more of the asylum seekers who are crossing over would have to remain in Mexico while their asylum case was processed rather than here in the United States, given that that large number of people here is sort of overwhelming the system. And at the end of the day, an overwhelming majority of those asylum seekers do not have legitimate claims for asylum under current U.S. asylum law.
Either way, it's going to take a lot of money to fix the system, would you not say? And it's money that you're going to have to justify somehow, whether it's to improve the legal proceedings or to improve the security issues at the border.
Well, it takes money, but it'll also take political will, which unfortunately, whether Kamala Harris or Donald Trump is elected president, I think the majorities in Congress are going to be sufficiently narrow for both parties that comprehensive immigration reform will be impossible. And that's really what we need at this time, to dramatically reform our asylum law, to reform the way we deal with migration overall, and to have a way for people to seek a pathway to citizenship, but also have a more rapid way to remove people who are in the country illegally and don't have a legitimate reason to be here.
Mark Jones of Rice University, thanks so much on the immigration issue, one of the issues that shaped Campaign 2024. Right now, Donald Trump has the edge in the Electoral College, according to CBS News projections, 154 to 30. But getting to 270 is going to be tough for either one of the candidates, and it could be a long night ahead. You're listening to live coverage of America Decides from CBS News.
Someday, you'll want to update your kitchen, your bathroom, or anywhere else around the house. When that day comes, remember MB Home Remodeling. Locally owned and operated with more than 3 decades experience, MB Home Remodeling offers quality, award-winning work on custom kitchens, bathrooms, tile, woodwork, windows, doors, and more. MB Home Remodeling, 724-970-3498, mb-homeremodeling.com. Check out the 5-star reviews on Facebook, and thanks for voting MB Home Remodeling the best in Fayette.
The attorneys at Proden and O'Brien have been a staple in Fayette County since 2000, with almost a quarter-century of community involvement and experience in the courtroom. When you need legal assistance, with the personalized attention from attorneys who care, look no further than Proden and O'Brien. They're ready to handle your individual legal needs. From family law matters to estate issues, call them today at 724-437-3484. They are Proden and O'Brien.
Does your car sound like it's saying, "Trade me in, trade me in," every time you start it up? Well, go to Ford of Uniontown and trade it in. That's right, your Uniontown Ford dealer is ready to assist you with a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV purchase. Ford of Uniontown has all the deals, all the inventory, and they are ready to deal. It has never been a better time to buy a Ford. Service is their top priority. No matter where you purchased your Ford car or truck, Ford of Uniontown will be happy to service it for you. They offer Ford-trained technicians, Ford-certified parts and service, 1-year, 12,000-mile parts warranties, and new state-of-the-art service equipment. Call or stop in today to see the hometown service of Ford of Uniontown, Route 40 West across from Applebee's. So listen to your car the next time you hear it say, "Trade me in, trade me in." Ford of Uniontown, Route 40 at the top of the hill.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24.
The polls are now closed in 15 more states, with 163 electoral votes up for grabs for president. They include the battleground states of Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. CBS News election consultant David Becker says turnout numbers are big.
We could be approaching that nearly 160 million turnout number that we had in 2020 this year in 2024.
Correspondent Major Garrett on exit polling from those backing Donald Trump.
Most important issues for Trump supporters: economy, 49%. Immigration, 21%. Preservation of democracy, 13%.
CBS's Weijia Jiang is in the battleground state of Pennsylvania.
According to a CBS News analysis here in Pennsylvania, Harris has banked a lead with mail-in ballots up by roughly 500,000 votes.
But state officials in Pennsylvania say it could take days to count all the votes. CBS News Special Report. I'm Matt Piper.
Live coverage of election night, America Decides from CBS News. I'm Steve Kathan. Interesting note, along with what we're following tonight, the Fulton County District Attorney in Georgia, Fani Willis, has won her re-election bid. She, of course, brought charges against former President Trump over efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. and he has been trying to get her off the case. That's still playing out, of course, as is election night. Returns coming in. Nothing major to say about the 7 states that could decide it all. Everything else has gone according to the script. Correspondent Stefan Kaufman is in Arizona, where the polls have just closed. And I guess, Stefan, the race there for president can be defined in a couple of ways: nasty and driven by immigration.
Well, Steve, a couple of years ago, an old buddy of mine, he said his perception of Arizona is rednecks and rattlesnakes. So rattlesnakes, I can give you, but the redneck thing, well, maybe 40 years ago, because in the last 40 years at least, there's been a lot of in-migration here in Arizona, mainly from California, but also Oregon, Washington State, New Mexico, Nevada, Texas, and Colorado. And so things look so much different. The landscape here is different. If you go down to Tucson in the southern part of Arizona, Tucson is a blue area. It's a blue area also thanks to the University of Arizona. And you might even call it a bastion of blue. Very solid Democratic voting down there. And then you take the Interstate 10 north to Maricopa County. That's Phoenix, the Valley of the Sun. Maricopa County makes up 60% of the state's vote. There are micro electorates within Maricopa County, Metro Phoenix. You have LDS voters in the East Valley who could support Donald Trump at lower levels than previous Republicans that topped the ticket. Then you have a great number of independent retirees in the West Valley. And then, of course, working-class Latino voters in Phoenix, plus McCain legacy Republicans in Scottsdale and North Phoenix, who've been turned off by Trump, and GOP Senate candidate Carrie Lake. A fascinating group of voters in a pivotal state for sure. Then if you get back on the interstate, Steve, head up toward where I am in Prescott, get on Interstate 17. It's a very Republican area here. I would say probably 80-20. Republicans to Democrats where I am. In fact, just a sidebar here, just to talk about, in-migration here. If you take a ride anytime down some major road here in Prescott, every 7 or 8 cars will have a California license plate. So let's now go up to Flagstaff, and that is a blue area, also in part due to Northern Arizona University. Then swing over to the northeast, and you have the Navajo Reservation, which is also blue, Steve. So that's where we are, a mosaic of colors.
Interesting that you point out those different blocks. Certainly a quick reaction point. I'm wondering, the Latino and Hispanic vote, very important there. I'm wondering if Trump may have been hurt there by the fallout of what happened in New York City. It certainly turned off some people, but it's a question of whether or not it did to any great degree.
Well, the talking heads here on radio and TV certainly agree with the assumption that it did hurt Trump among the Latino voters. Obviously, a very, very large Hispanic population here in Metro Phoenix, and I guess most anywhere in Arizona. I was going to mention, too, there is in-migration not only from the states that I mentioned, but there's also in-migration in Arizona from rural to the urban areas. So you have that influence as well. And obviously you're more, Republican voters out in the rural areas, but they're moving into the larger metro areas, which may be influenced to turn blue. Who knows?
Stefan, thanks. Let's head back east to Michigan, where the polls are closed. Votes are being counted. WWJ Radio's Tim Plamplin is in suburban Detroit. Tim, the Secretary of State there today was pretty descriptive, describing voter turnout as off the charts. What are things like in Michigan?
Absolutely, Steve. She was beside herself, giddy and fizzing with joy at those numbers. This was the first time that Michigan voters had the opportunity to vote early, and boy, did they vote early. Almost half of the registered electorate taking to the polls in the last 9 days. Now, one of the key issues here, Steve, surrounds electric vehicles. This is, after all, the Motor City. We're seeing possible movement in the typically left-leaning unionized auto workers. Will they buy Trump's Kill the EV mandate tool? We'll see about that one. Another one, as we're just talking about the Hispanics, Latinos, Up here, the Arab American diaspora is very, very strong. Dearborn, of course. In fact, Arab Americans make up 3% of Michigan's electorate. We've seen the candidates showing up in Dearborn, supporting that demographic. It's the Biden-Harris administration's quote-unquote ironclad support for Israel that has become a non-starter for many of the Arab American community. We're watching a lot up here in Steve, a jubilant crowd here at the Michigan Republican Party headquarters in Novi, just 25 miles northwest of downtown Detroit.
Interested, Tim, in getting to more of that Arab American vote. I saw a piece the other day where a lot of people were very torn about what to do. They weren't necessarily Trump supporters, but they didn't really want to throw a vote to Kamala Harris because of what the Biden administration has done in the Middle East. Really caught in the middle, it seems. Tim's not there. Okay, Tim. Thanks very much for joining us, though. We appreciate that very much. Michigan is one of the key spots that we're going to be looking at as the night goes on. None of the 7 battleground states have been decided as of yet. We're watching the vote tallies closely. Right now, everything is going according to script in terms of red states and blue states. We'll get into more of it as the night goes on. You're listening to live coverage of America Decides from CBS News.
Thank you for making your voice heard and for making a difference in this election by casting your vote. The League of Women Voters of Pennsylvania will continue to be your trusted source of information beyond November 5th as we work to make sure every eligible voter can vote and that their vote is counted as we prepare for the next election cycle this spring. Visit pawv.org to learn more about how to get involved with nonpartisan efforts to empower voters and defend democracy.
Diagnosed with asthma? If you're 18 or older, you may qualify for an eco-friendly asthma treatment study with Frontier Clinical Research. This study focuses on improving sustainability and equity in asthma care while ensuring essential treatments. By participating, you will receive study-related medical care at no cost and compensated for your time and travel. Call our Scottsdale site today at 724-220-5281 to see if you qualify with Frontier Clinical Research.
Winter's just around the corner, but that doesn't mean you need to lose that summertime tan. Well, Bronze Star in Uniontown has got you covered. Visit the 2024 winner of Best in Fayette for tanning services and keep your skin glowing. Bronze Star at 18 Bouquet Street is open 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. weekdays and from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturdays. Winter hours beginning later this month are 11 to 6 on weekdays and 11 to 3 on Saturdays. Call 724-557-6644 and book your visit today.
The T-Berry Law Office and attorney Vincent M. T-Berry specialize in criminal defense, wills and estates, family law, and personal injury. The T-Berry Law Office is located at 84 East Main Street, across the street from the Fayette County Courthouse in Uniontown. When you need to consult an attorney, make your first call to attorney Vincent M. T-Berry and the T-Berry Law Office. It'll be the only call you need to make. Phone 724-430-0300 or visit their website at tberrylawoffice.com. The T-Berry Law Office. Small town, big results.
It's live coverage of election night. America Decides. Polls are closed in 3/4 of the states. Abortion amendments are on tap in 10 states. We know Florida's right to abortion amendment, the no vote, is forecast to win, CBS News projects. We'll look into one of the top issues in this election, the economy, coming up. And it's worth noting, as Donald Trump could challenge the results, the Democrats might too, who knows, but former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon, who was just out from prison just days ago, he told CBS News today he's at the Willard Hotel, returning to the site where he spent the night before January 6th. He's already working on plans to challenge the election results if it comes to that, and we'll know soon enough. Live coverage from CBS News continues.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24.
CBS News projects former President Donald Trump will add Texas, North and South Dakota, Louisiana, and Wyoming to his wins. And Vice President Harris is projected to win New York, Delaware, and Rhode Island for an electoral count so far of Trump 162 to Harris's 62. The magic number is 270. Our Allison Keyes reports on CBS News exit polling in North Carolina.
CBS News data shows that just 5% of voters made up their minds in the past week, and 58% of those went for Democrat Kamala Harris. Of those supporting Republican Donald Trump, more than half made their choice before September.
CBS's Major Garrett adds,
most important issues for Trump supporters: economy, 49%; immigration, 21%; preservation of democracy, 13%.
Americans have also voted, in several crucial races in the House and Senate. CBS News Special Report, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
It's live coverage of election night. America Decides. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. Peter Mayer is back with us, our former White House correspondent who's analyzed election results for several years for us now. One battleground state where things are maybe starting to come into focus, North Carolina, 55% of the vote is in. Still way too early to make a call. Donald Trump with a 4-point edge over Kamala Harris. But in the governor's race, that's projected as a win for the Democrats. Josh Stein winning over Mark Robinson. And Peter, his campaign ran into a lot of trouble just a few months ago.
Well, yes, he had a lot of ugly posts on his social media, anti-Semitic statements, and other just totally objectionable things. So it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that Josh Stein was going to win in North Carolina to become the state's first Jewish governor. Now, state elections officials, Steve, from both parties have common ground on a couple of major issues tonight at this point in the 9 o'clock hour Eastern Time. The need for patience and firm insistence that there is no voter fraud. They strongly refute any allegations of people messing with the voting machines, the computer tallies, non-citizens voting, and other conspiracy theories that have often been promoted by Mr. Trump and his allies. As for the need to be patient, just consider this, Steve. 2 million mail-in ballots cast in Pennsylvania, and it's going to take some time to open those envelopes and count them. The Republican Secretary of State, Al Schmidt, is indicating they're not going to have a total tonight. From the get-go, we didn't think they would. And that likely seals the deal on no decision on the next president of the United States tonight. You got 50 states with 50 different rules. Some counties have different rules on how they open the ballots and how they count them. And there are record turnouts in a number of states, including key states, Georgia and Michigan. So this is going to be a while yet. But I personally, this is my gut, Steve, I don't think it's going to go into the weekend the way it did 4 years ago. I think, probably by Thursday or Friday, we'll probably know.
It certainly seems, as you suggest, Peter, that states have worked on their speed, but of course it's against this backdrop of having security and transparency like never before because of what happened in 2020.
Yeah, the era of, and I'm going to age myself, Steve, and I'm not going to pull you into it, my friend, but the era of going into a voting booth and pulling the curtain and pulling levers is long gone. This has become a very, very sophisticated process nationwide, and they're being very careful, extremely careful, and rightfully so, thank goodness, after what the country experienced 4 years ago.
But I'll say, in most cases, I think there's a paper ballot backup. I mean, I saw one of those when I did my early voting. I've never had to do that before, where you put a piece of paper in a machine after you make your electronic vote.
Same here, and the poll official standing there looked at me and he said, "Sir, your vote has been counted." And I believe it.
Peter Mayer with us tonight on Election Night. So is Linda Kenyon, who can get us up to speed on what's been going on, certainly according to plan in terms of how the states are falling here on Election Night.
Definitely, according to plan, there is some result now from the state of New York. This is widely expected, a Democratic state, widely expected to be in the win column for Kamala Harris. And that is, in fact, CBS News exit polling shows that New York is in the win column for Harris. New York is a jewel in the crown for any presidential contender because it comes with 28 electoral votes, one of the states with the largest number of electoral votes, and so very, very important to win New York. CBS News exit polling also shows that Kamala Harris has won in Rhode Island and in Delaware, as well as Maryland, Massachusetts, the District of Columbia, and in the state of Vermont. Donald Trump has several other states that he has won, many more states than Kamala Harris, according to CBS News exit polling so far. But many of these states do not have the kind of heft in terms of electoral votes. However, several states, a hefty number for Donald Trump: Louisiana, Wyoming, Texas, South Dakota, North Dakota, Arkansas, South Carolina, Missouri, Florida, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and also Alabama, West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky. So that's how the situation is shaping up so far from the presidential side of the aisle.
All right, Linda, and the CBS News projection on the count now in the Electoral College: Donald Trump with 162, Kamala Harris with 62. Of course, the magic number is 270. In some of the battleground states, let's look at them. North Carolina, 59% of the vote is in. Donald Trump with a 4-point edge there. In Michigan, some of the vote is coming in 13%. Kamala Harris has a 9-point edge there. Still too early to look too much into this, but 29% is in Pennsylvania, and it's a real tight race. Kamala Harris with just a bit of an edge as the votes are counted. Live coverage of America Decides from CBS News.
Janney Montgomery Scott works with individuals, families, nonprofits, and businesses across the region, offering comprehensive financial planning, business retirement planning, and investment management. A multi-generational branch with decades of combined experience, our firm provides advice on what matters most to our clients. Call Janney today at 724-438-5563 to schedule a visit to see if we can help you. Janney Montgomery Scott, 43 South Beeson Boulevard in Uniontown. Let us make your goals our goals, too. Janney Montgomery Scott, LLC, member NYSE, FINRA, SIPC. For more info about Janney, please see Janney's relationship summary at janney.com/CRS, which details all material facts about the scope and terms of our relationship with you and any potential conflicts of interest.
Start your holiday season by cultivating an attitude of gratitude with the Uniontown Art Club all through the month of November. All month long, we'll be featuring classes to inspire your creativity, seasonal art to warm your heart, and handmade gifts created by local artists. You'll find pottery, jewelry, paintings, photographs, and more as you make your list and check it twice, making sure everyone gets something nice. As a special treat, we'll be hosting an open house evening market on November 27th from 4 to 8 p.m. Take a break from your Thanksgiving preparations and join us for some fun. For more information and to register for classes, follow us on our website, www.uniontownartclub.org, and our Facebook page, facebook.com/Uniontown Art Club.
Hi, this is George Fonbenko. Join me every Saturday at 10 a.m. for the Sports Line on WMBS, brought to you by two good friends, Aaron Zolbrod and the Health Insurance Store in Connellsville. When you need health insurance, call Aaron 724-603-3403 or online at getyourbestplan.com. And by Tom Vernon and Casey's Sports Cafe, 243 South Mount Vernon Avenue, voted #1 breakfast, lunch spot, and all-around restaurant in the 2023 Best in Fayette contest.
Brian Morozak, Russ Rhodes, and Nick Barczyk along with you with some local election return numbers, and we do have some updated figures here in Fayette County, and we'll start first with the state representative race in the General Assembly, 51st District, and the numbers have swung since our last report, with the Republican incumbent Charity Grimm-Krupa now leading the Democrat George Huck Rattay. Grimm-Krupa with 7,818 votes, 55% of the overall. The Democratic challenger George Huck Rattay, 6,158 votes, almost 44% of the overall. So, Russ, so far we have 14,000 votes cast in that race. The one thing that I'm not seeing on these numbers from Fayette County are the number of precincts that have reported so far in the race. We've actually sent a request out to the Fayette County Election Bureau to try to get that data, and they've not responded back to us yet. But an estimate as far as what the voting turnout was going to be today, 14,000 votes in that race. Where would you say that is as far as the total percentage of the vote in here countywide?
Well, I think we're probably about halfway through. I did have, give me a second, I might find it here. I think I had that someplace.
And of course, you also have to look as well, Russ, the 51st district doesn't encompass the whole county.
Correct.
So those numbers aren't going to be nearly what the county vote total is going to be.
Well, so 4 years ago, between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, there was 61,600 votes cast in Fayette County. So we've got a little bit to go still.
And you also look at the 52nd district race. Of course, Ryan Warner running unopposed, but he picked up 8,374 votes. There were 376 write-in votes in that race, so that's another 8,750 votes. And you look at the 51st, you look at the 52nd, that's generally most of the county.
It is. So there's still a lot of precincts out. Most of the mail-ins are in and counted, and we're looking at those numbers. There's still some outstanding. How many precincts are outstanding? I honestly don't know. Without taking a lot of time and digging into what's available to us right now, we don't know what's still outstanding.
And overall, in the county, we have 25,875 ballots cast, and they're showing a voter turnout in so far of 31%. But, of course, that's going to climb as well. And with this latest figure, all of the races in the county, as expected, trending red.
Yes, they have all gone red now. Donald Trump in the county has a 4,000 vote lead there for Senator. McCormick, he's got a 2,500 vote lead. Attorney General Dave Sunday has a 3,000 vote lead over Eugene DePasquale. Auditor General Tim DeFore has a 3,500 vote lead over Malcolm Kenyatta for Auditor General. State Treasurer Stacey Garrity, he's up by 3,400 over Aaron McClellan. And in the 14th District, Guy Reschenthaler, he's up by 3,300 over Chris Zydos.
And you're looking statewide now, Russ. We have 32% of the vote in the state of Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris leading former President Donald Trump by about right now, just over 100,000 votes. Harris just over 1 million votes, and Trump sitting around 937,000. So about 52% of the overall for Harris, 46% of the overall for Trump. In that U.S. Senate race between the Democrat Bob Casey and Republican Dave McCormick, a similar trend with Casey holding about 165,000 vote lead over McCormick. 52% of the overall for Casey, 45% of the overall for McCormick. Eugene DePasquale in the Attorney General's race, about a 4 percentage vote lead over Dave Sunday, the Republican. Same holds true in the Auditor General's race with Malcolm Kenyatta leading Tim DeFore by about 3 percentage points, and Aaron McClellan, the Democrat in the State Treasurer's race, about a 3 percentage vote lead over Stacey Garrity. So we're seeing a lot of folks.
So just the opposite of what Fayette County's going.
Yeah, so you're seeing a lot of the statewide races with very similar numbers. I think a lot of folks went in today, and even though you can't vote a straight ticket anymore, well, they filled out a straight ticket today.
They did. And just to give you an idea of how many votes we're still expecting, going back to 2020, Joe Biden brought in 3,458,000 votes. Donald Trump, 3,377,000 votes. So, we've got another 4 million votes to go still.
And you were explaining to me off there, I thought it was very interesting, the trend in Fayette County. We knew obviously it existed from Democrat to Republican over the last pretty much 24 years.
Right, yeah. Going from, in 1996, Bill Clinton beat Bob Dole by 12,000 votes plus, to now 4 years ago when Donald Trump beat Joe Biden by 20,000 plus.
Yes. And I've even seen that as well. I've lived in the county now going on just over 20 years, and even when I came here, it was all blue.
All blue.
And now, you look at 20 years later, and it's really going all red.
Yeah, State reps were blue. congressional reps were blue. The only thing that was red in Pennsylvania was maybe our state senators and the governor every other term.
And it's certainly hard now in a lot of these county races and row office races as well to win as a Democrat here in the Fayette County.
Yeah, it's when I moved here, you were lucky to see a Republican on the ballot, and now we're starting to see that opposite way. Not seeing we see that in the 52nd, Ryan Warner unopposed.
And we were talking as well. It's been a while since Warner's even been opposed in the 52nd.
Yeah.
So, I know we were mentioning A.J. Bonney was there, and the Deb Kulo probably previously, but it's been a number of years since we've seen some competition up there in the 52nd district as well. Nick, anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, it's certainly still very early, but as you're mentioning, Fayette County now solidly Republican, but we'll see how the state goes. And again, it's early, 31% of the votes are in Pennsylvania.
Correct.
So, still plenty of time to go. Almost 70% still needs to be counted. But you're right, it's expected the Republicans having a good early showing in Fayette County, and we'll see how the rest of the state turns out because, as we've said, Pennsylvania vital for the presidential candidates and also a big-ticket U.S. Senate race here in the state that had a lot of money spent on it. So,
and what's also interesting as well, you look at the other states that polls close around 8 o'clock tonight. Pennsylvania certainly slower reporting their numbers than some of the other states are that had polls close around the same time.
Sure. Yeah. Mail-in ballots couldn't be counted until 8 o'clock tonight. In Pennsylvania, other states, they counted them as they got them, right? So certainly.
But we actually saw, though, here in Fayette County, Russ, the initial numbers we had were mainly mail-in ballots.
They were.
In Fayette pretty much right away.
That's interesting.
So those actually came in quicker. So, again, not sure what the holdup is statewide. But, again, we're only an hour and 50 minutes or so from when the polls actually close.
Well, of course, I understand out in Philadelphia, which is just the Philadelphia County, which, by the way, it's 72 to 12% Democrat in Philadelphia County. I understand they're the problem. They've got outdated equipment and they don't have the personnel to efficiently and quickly count the mail-in ballots.
And again, we'll have local updates anytime we get new numbers from the Fayette County Election Bureau. For Nick Barczyk and Russ Rose, this is Brian Morozak here on our local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS.
Are you a veteran or a veteran's family member? Veterans Day isn't the only way to celebrate military service. PA CareerLink is honoring veterans with a Veterans and Family Community Day on November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. Take advantage of this opportunity to learn about local veterans services and resources including priority hiring and job search assistance through the PA CareerLink. And don't forget, WMBS will be broadcasting live from the Veterans and Family Community Day from 2 to 4 p.m. with Josh Kryzak and Matt Sapienza spinning the fabulous WMBS prize wheel. You won't want to miss it. So drop in for PA CareerLink's Veterans and Family Community Day on November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. at 112 Commonwealth Drive in Lemont Furnace. For more information, call 724-434-5627, extension 3132. We will see you there.
The public has raised over $2 million in the first 4 years of Fayette Gives. And the Community Foundation of Fayette County is hosting another Fayette Gives November 7th from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at FayetteGives.org. Fundraising for over 96 Fayette County charities during this special day of giving. As an added incentive, over $50,000 in cash prizes will be awarded to charities. Your donation will help the chances of your favorite charities winning. Build a stronger Fayette County by supporting local charities at FayetteGives.org.
The best way to follow the black and gold is with the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Touchdown, Steelers!
Rob King brings you the play-by-play along with Craig Wolfley, Max Starks, and Missy Matthews. The only place to hear every game is right here on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Everybody's on their feet here at the stadium.
The Steelers at 6-2 take on the Washington Commanders on the road Sunday, November 10th at 1 o'clock on your Steelers station, 590 and 101.1 WMBS.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24.
Polls have closed in more than half the states, including a host of battlegrounds like Arizona and Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has 81 electoral votes against Donald Trump's 162. CBS's Tony DeCopel is at Trump headquarters in Palm Beach.
The first bubbles of a certain champagne mood in the room here in West Palm Beach. It is still early. They are still prepared for anything, but they're definitely starting to smile.
Of
Correspondent Ed O'Keefe has been looking into the numbers in Pennsylvania following a comedian calling Puerto Rico garbage.
They noticed this morning the turnout in the three most Puerto Rican dominant wards around Philadelphia. 79% of the total had already shown up by lunchtime.
Florida voters rejected an abortion ballot measure, falling short of the supermajority of 60%. It will keep in place the state's ban on most abortions after the first 6 weeks of pregnancy. CBS News Special Report. I'm Matt Piper.
Live coverage of election night, America Decides. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. Let's talk foreign policy if we can for a moment here. It was one of the top 5 issues, but well down the list behind some of the ones we've been discussing, the economy, immigration, and abortion. Jeff McCausland, retired Army colonel and CBS News military analyst, is with us. Certainly, Jeff, if it's not a forefront issue for the American electorate right now, it's certainly going to be an issue for the next president, whether you're talking about Gaza, whether you're talking about Ukraine, or whether you're talking about how to deal with China.
No doubt about it, Steve. If you take Gaza, for example, we've been informed in the last few days that over 43,000 Palestinians have been killed in the fighting in the Gaza Strip. 102,000 have been wounded. And then, of course, in the last few weeks, Israel began an invasion of Lebanon, which is proceeding in a very deliberate fashion. And then finally, after a Israeli missile airstrike against targets in Iran, Iran's leader is now threatening a retaliation, so the possibility of significant escalation. And then in Ukraine, of course, growing concern about the Russians' ability, through a strategy really of attrition, to gain more and more territory. They were the most successful in October in gaining territory in any month since early 2022. And now as well, we have a report of North Korean soldiers, maybe as many as 12,000, moving into the Kursk Oblast in Russia to try to push out Ukrainian forces that invaded that particular area back in August. Another example of possible escalation that whoever wins the presidency will have to deal with.
Now, Jeff, Donald Trump has made it seem like he can make a couple of phone calls on day one and settle things in Ukraine and in the Middle East. I think everybody can agree that's a bit of an overstatement for sure. Let's talk about the Middle East first. Certainly, this issue could be hurting Kamala Harris in some areas, as we've talked about in Michigan. The Biden administration's been walking a fine line in supporting Israel as much as possible, but being critical and trying to tell Israel to be careful about the civilian collateral damage. And this is a situation that I think a lot of people thought might be wrapped up by Election Day, but certainly with Gaza and Hezbollah in Lebanon, it's not anywhere near that, it seems.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Steve. And Ms. Harris has been somewhat critical, more so even than the Biden administration, of the lack of humanitarian assistance provided Israel, particularly in the Gaza Strip. And this minute, UN relief organizations are saying the Gaza Strip in the north, about 400,000 displaced people, is a catastrophe. Also, the United States did send a memorandum telling the Israelis that if they did not dramatically improve humanitarian aid in the Gaza Strip, the United States would reduce military aid, but the deadline for that particular memorandum will only occur a week or so after the election. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not the Biden administration in its last few months will, in fact, enforce that particular memorandum. At the same time, of course, the Israelis seem to be moving ahead, as I said a moment ago, and even today, Mr. Netanyahu announced that he was firing his defense minister, General Gallant, and replacing him with a more conservative member of his coalition, even though we have seen the death of Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas, and some thought an opportunity for a ceasefire. At the moment, at least, it appears Netanyahu is pushing ahead, trying to, if you will, totally destroy his adversaries, believing that possibly Donald Trump will win, and certainly Trump is the candidate Mr. Netanyahu favors.
Talking foreign policy with Jeff McCausland. Jeff, when it comes to the war in Ukraine, it's certainly dragging on. Trump has seemed to, well, let's talk about Harris first. She wants to continue support for Ukraine, much as the Biden administration has, from the sound of it. Trump has seemed to push for a compromise that favors Putin. Essentially, Russia might keep the land it's gained, and that certainly doesn't sit well with Ukraine.
No, the clearest difference in foreign policy, you might say, between Biden and Harris is over the Ukraine. Mr. Trump has said he can end the war in 24 hours, which is almost laughable. But his proposals by his running mate, J.D. Vance, for how the war might be settled look an awful lot like Mr. Putin's, and that is the ceding of about 4 provinces of territory to the Russians, some change in the Ukrainian government, them never being allowed to join NATO. These are all conditions Mr. Putin has suggested, and to some degree Mr. Vance, at least, if not the Vance Trump team, has adopted. And perhaps one could end the war that quickly, but it looked like, frankly, Steve, kind of a surrender. And the damage that would be done to NATO long term, I think, is something we also need to consider. That, of course, I think is Mr. Putin's ultimate goal, and that is trying to weaken, if not destroy, NATO. And the concern longer term, if Mr. Trump is elected, that he might, in fact, pull U.S. forces out of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Jeff McCausland, thanks very much. Joining us now is Amy Dacey, our political analyst from American University, joining us to get a sense of where we stand just before the 10 p.m. hour in the East. The polls have closed in the key states we've been looking at. Amy, results still to come in the Big Seven, if you will. But otherwise, it's been a night that's gone pretty much according to plan without very many surprises.
Yeah, I think so. I think what we're seeing is, obviously the battleground states is too early to call, but I think, what you're seeing is you're kind of heading from east to west here on the map as some of these polling locations have been closing, that you're seeing some of the rural districts, counties coming in first, but a lot to count in some of these metro centers. And so, too early to call in a lot of these places for sure.
I guess we wait and see what happens in these states. What's your quick guess? Do you think we'll get something by tomorrow morning maybe in the presidential race, or will it be longer?
Well, I think, the interesting thing is especially getting some reports out of Pennsylvania, where in Philadelphia, it's upwards of 126%, turnout since, in comparison to 2020. You've got these college students like at Lehigh University in line waiting 6 hours. So, it could take a while to count through these ballots. And then with some of the disruptions in Georgia as well, some of these long lines, it might be taking us a while.
Live coverage continues from CBS News.
This is your local station, WMBS. This Weather Watch is being brought to you by Maloney's Restaurant, Main Street, Uniontown. Maloney's Restaurant, serving authentic Italian cuisine in Uniontown since 1950. Call 724-437-2061 for weekly specials and to place your order. Overnight low is 67. Cloudy with occasional showers on Wednesday, 71. Cloudy on Wednesday night, a few showers, 58. Partly cloudy and 63 on Thursday. Mostly sunny and 64 Friday. Partly cloudy, 64 Saturday. Cloudy with occasional showers on Sunday, 68. This Weather Watch has been brought to you by Maloney's Restaurant. Let Maloney's cater your special occasion. Choose from their banquet menu and ask about their popular banquet room to make your next event special. Call 724-437-2061. This is your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS.
Join us Saturday, November 16th at the State Theater Center for the Arts as Fat Cat Swinger presents The Wonderful World of Swing as seen at Disney Parks. You'll be bouncing in your seats with this high-energy swing band and the Cat's original arrangements of Magic Mouse favorites such as Wish Upon a Star, Be Our Guest, Bella Notte, and more for a night of amazing entertainment. Fat Cat Swinger, Saturday, November 16th at 7 p.m. For tickets, call 724-439-1360 or online at statetheater.info.
WMBS election coverage is being brought to you by Proden & O'Brien, attorneys at law, MB Home Remodeling, West Media Group, They Get Results, the Pennsylvania League of Women Voters, Frontier Clinical Research, Bronze Star Tanning, Ford of Uniontown, Jenny Montgomery Scott, and the T. Berry Law Offices and attorney Vincent T. Berry.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24, America Decides.
And a pleasant good evening. I'm Steve Kaith in CBS News. The race for president's been a close one, and we're watching the returns come in. Trump versus Harris. 7 battleground states are going to be what decides things. At least that's the way we think of it right now. Will we project a winner tonight? Hard to say. Remember, it took several days before the 2020 race went to Joe Biden. Pennsylvania we're watching tonight, along with North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. The polls have just closed in Montana and Utah. We're also keeping a score on the battle for Congress. That might not be clear tonight either. CBS's Linda Kenyon is keeping track of some of the results tonight. Hello, Linda.
Hello, Steve. We have a number of results in the presidential race in so far, and it appears that Donald Trump has won more states than Kamala Harris at this point, but many of those states do not have large electoral vote counts. For former President Donald Trump, Mississippi, Utah, Montana, these are all projected according to CBS News exit polls. Also, Louisiana, Wyoming, Texas, South Dakota, North Dakota, Arkansas, South Carolina, Missouri, Florida, Tennessee, and Oklahoma, as well as Alabama, West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky. Again, many of these states were widely expected to be in the win column for former President Donald Trump. And for Kamala Harris, Vice President, she has won in the state of New York, according to CBS News exit polling. And New York is a very large state in terms of electoral votes. It has 28 electoral votes, so that was a must-win for Kamala Harris. And she also has won, according to exit polling, in Illinois and Rhode Island, as well as in the state of Maryland, Massachusetts, the District of Columbia, Alabama, and in the state of Vermont. Now, as all eyes are still on some of those battleground states, as you mentioned, Steve, Pennsylvania has 19 electoral college votes. Both candidates have campaigned very hard in that state, hoping very much to put that in their win column.
Linda Kenyon, thanks very much. Let's go to one of those battleground states. We're watching North Carolina closely. 66% of the vote is in. It's a tight vote count so far. Donald Trump with a 5.5 point lead. 66% is in. Jim Krasula is in North Carolina. Still too early to call anything there, Jim. What's the situation like right now?
Well, in terms of the political landscape in the Tar Heel state, once again this year, as in the past recent years, or at least elections, we're seeing a sharp divide in terms of the vote coming in, the ballots being counted between urban areas and rural areas. We're talking about Vice President Kamala Harris expected to do well in cities. Raleigh, where I am, Charlotte, the biggest city in the state of North Carolina, biggest city in the Carolinas, that is as well. But Greensboro, Winston-Salem, High Point, Asheville, Wilmington, Fayetteville, the larger metropolitan areas, Harris is expected to do well, and according to what we've seen with 66, 2/3% of the vote, and 66%, she is doing well. Donald Trump, of course, will be doing quite well in the rural areas of the state, especially the mountains, the western North Carolina mountains. And of course, Steve, that's where about 6 weeks ago, a little bit less now, but Hurricane Helene brought that horrific flooding, deadly historic flooding. And there were questions about whether or not that would affect voter turnout or voting even in general. Apparently it did not. In some of the hardest hit areas, they actually erected tents where people voted, and turnout there today was said to be very, very strong. One of the down ticket races being watched closely nationally here, the governor's race. Josh Stein, the current the current state attorney general, Democratic attorney general, easily defeating the first black lieutenant governor of this state, Mark Robinson, the Republican, of course. He's had a history of making very inflammatory statements about black people supporting Democrats, statements about Jews, Muslims, gay and transgender people. And then, of course, in recent weeks, his campaign was rocked by media reports of comments that he allegedly made, Steve, on a pornography website's message board more than a decade ago. Those issues, again, dealing with race, gender, abortion, among other things. Robinson allegedly calling himself a black Nazi, saying that he wished slavery would be reinstated, and some very defamatory comments about Martin Luther King Jr.
Jim Krasula watching things in North Carolina. Our political analyst Amy Dacey is with us from American University, taking stock of things just after 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. in the East, that is. Boy, my clock is all set wrong for my usual hours of the day. Amy, certainly everything is going according to plan in terms of states falling in the red or blue column. We're still waiting for some indications on those big seven.
We definitely are. And I think, things are, like you said, falling in the right place. But I do think it's still early on. But I think what we're definitely looking at is the performance of Biden in a lot of these key counties from last time. I think, as you see Wisconsin come in, she has to do better in Dane County. She has to do better in Milwaukee. Still early, but she's not hitting those Biden numbers yet. So that still remains to be seen. But I think, one of the key indicators, too, is there's some of these districts that are really important that Dems were able to flip in 2020. And so are they still able to keep Burke, in Georgia? Are they still able to, in North Carolina, keep Scotland County? So these are some of the ones I'm looking at as we're kind of going from east to west here on the map.
And our political analyst for the night, Peter Mayer, is with us as well. Peter, the state you're in, Virginia, I think you're in Virginia anyway.
Yes.
Let's see, unless you're on the road. But that state certainly was a Democratic leaner and may fall for Harris as the night goes on. But certainly Democrats there were putting out some notes just a little while ago saying it's a close race. The numbers are close, but they feel very confident.
Yeah, they are confident here, and it's very important. As our colleague was just noting, to really look at some of the key races in the key counties in Virginia, the key districts. The Eugene Vindman race in the 7th Congressional District has him ahead at this point, but no one has made any projections. And that is seen as a broader bellwether, too, as is the 2nd Congressional District. So these are, just bellwethers that bear watching this evening, Steve.
We're taking it all in. 7 battleground states have yet to be decided. Some others, too, out west as the results roll in on election night. Still too close to call. But right now, Donald Trump has the edge in the Electoral College. You're listening to live coverage
What I know about
of
courage,
America Decides.
I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on.
This is your local station, WMBS. This weather update is being brought to you by Autoland Hyundai. Get Hyundai Assurance, America's best warranty, with 10-year, 100,000-mile protection at Autoland Hyundai, East Fayette Street, downtown Uniontown. Overnight low is 67. Cloudy on Wednesday, occasional showers, 71. Cloudy, a few showers Wednesday night, 58. Partly cloudy on Thursday, 63. Mostly sunny and 64 on Friday. Partly cloudy, 64 Saturday. Cloudy with occasional showers on Sunday, 68. This weather update was brought to you by Autoland Hyundai, East Fayette Street in downtown Uniontown. Come experience the quality that lets them offer America's best warranty, the Hyundai Advantage, with 10-year, 100,000-mile protection at Autoland Hyundai. This is your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM. WMBS and online at WMBS590.com.
Politics is a tough business. Getting your message out to voters takes a good strategy. West Media Group and their strategic expertise and creative capabilities have helped to elect many notable Fayette County office holders, including Judges Steve Leskinen, Nancy Vernon, and Linda Cordero, retired State Senator Rich Kasunik, former State Representative Tim Mahoney, District Attorney Rich Bauer, District Judges Wendy Dennis, Dan Shimshock, and Rich Kasunik, County Commissioner Vince Vasidis. West Media Group has also successfully managed several prominent races in neighboring counties. A full-service strategic marketing company and advertising agency, West Media Group can develop a a plan for success for your business or organization, just as they have done for so many candidates for office. For websites and e-marketing programs, to complete strategic advertising plans, call West Media Group at 724-532-3300 or visit them at westmediagroup.com. They get results.
America Decides.
Our live coverage continues from CBS News. I'm Steve Kathan. We're counting up the votes, and we're trying to determine a winner in the presidential race, still to be decided as the night goes on. We're joined now by Tracy Wolf, Senior Coordinating Producer of Climate and Environmental Coverage for CBS News and Stations, talking about climate change. It's an issue, Tracy, that gets talked about a lot. It's not in the top 5 for either of the parties, as we pointed toward Election Day. The economy and immigration and abortion, of course, are forefront in people's minds. Did anybody make a strong case about climate change or make any waves, if you will, whether it was Trump or Harris during the campaign, that made any real difference?
Well, it's interesting you ask that. I think Trump has made many strong statements rejecting the notion of climate change. I think he's made it very clear that he sees it as a myth and doesn't believe it's a concern, not only in reality, nor for his voters. What's interesting with Harris is, in speaking to a lot of these climate groups, there was a lot of apathy towards Joe Biden. And once he did drop out and Harris was moved to the top of the ticket, they were incredibly excited and enthusiastic about her elevation to the top of the ticket. But she was very quiet on the climate conversation. I don't even think it came up until the final night of the Democratic National Convention. I do suspect that she would continue to push forward some of the policies that Biden championed in his term. So I do think that when it comes to climate change, if you have an undecided voter and they're kind of going back and forth between Trump and Harris, it is an issue where there are very stark differences between both candidates. And if you want to support someone who's going to move forward and address the issues of climate change, Harris was a very obvious choice. And if that wasn't important to you and you didn't think it was a big issue, you might probably lean towards Trump.
And Tracy, this certainly is all going on the backdrop of those 2 powerful hurricanes, which, hurricanes happen, but there are indications that certain climate factors may have made them more powerful.
Definitely. Everything that we're seeing with extreme weather, all of the extreme flooding we're seeing, all of this extra precipitation, it's all being exacerbated by climate change because in a warmer atmosphere, the air holds more water. So even when you're going to have these really heavy precipitation events, they're going to actually be dumping more water. And what we saw, like with Helene, is that when those storms come on shore, they end up dumping and having a significant impact far away from the coast and far much more inland. And so I think that's why, really looking at the North Carolina race, CBS News is already able to project that the Democratic nominee for governor there has been projected to win. I think that's a really big deal. And, I think people are paying attention to what on the state level, what leaders are doing or aren't doing when it comes when we're looking at climate action, mitigation, adaptation. And so I think that is a pretty interesting victory for Josh Stein in North Carolina.
We've talked about abortion measures at the state level, but there are some climate ones as well that I'm sure you're paying attention to, most notably the one in Washington, where essentially the measure is to undo a climate policy, right?
Yes, I'm very interested to see what happens here. So the polls are closing in Washington state at 11 p.m. Eastern. So we can't really see where things are leaning. But this was something called Initiative 2117, which, before we get to the initiative, I actually should back up. So in 2021, Governor Jay Inslee basically passed a cap and trade law there called the Climate Commitment Act. And what that was it was setting a cap on greenhouse gas emissions. And the goal of the state was to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. And so to do that, they were establishing a market where they were going to ask companies to buy pollution credits, which would become more expensive and hopefully incentivize companies to reduce their emissions. And all of this money would go to help fight climate change. And so far, the program was implemented in full in 2022. And it's already raised more than $2 billion for clean energy programs such as electric school buses, EV chargers, improving the air quality, helping people buy energy efficient heat pumps, improving public transportation. And so this was really considered a model for other states who were looking at trying to pass similar schemes. But now this initiative 2021 is on the ballot, and it was started by a Republican hedge fund manager who wants to repeal it. He is claiming, and other critics are claiming, that it's really acting like a hidden gas tax, that it's raised the price of gas there, it's raised the cost of living there. So this initiative is to pull it off the charts, say no. And more importantly, it's actually trying to tell the state that not only are we asking you to repeal this law, we want to prevent you from passing a cap and trade law in the future. So depending on where the public lands on this one, it could be really decisive for the state of Washington. And also it could dampen the appetite for other states to do this, depending on what the public appeal is. But this has been a very, very well fought battle. People on both sides of this issue, for and against, they've raised a combined total of $30 million over advertising and public and trying to, educate people about this issue. But I'm, like I said, curious to see where this one lands. The latest polling found that 46% of voters in Washington state want to keep the Climate Commitment Act, meaning they would vote no on repealing it. So we'll have to see what happens later this evening.
Tracy Wolf, thanks. Very informative stuff. Appreciate it very much. Let's turn to our political analyst, Amy Dacey, as we get sort of toward the nitty-gritty with some of these vote counts. 71% of the vote count is in North Carolina. Looking quickly at Michigan, we're still at around 19%, 51% in Pennsylvania, so we're starting to get there.
Yeah, it's getting closer. I think what you see is the processing of some of these, early counties, the rural counties that are easier to do vote tallies. But there's some interesting things happening. Certainly in North Carolina, there's been some indication that Mecklenburg, which is a really large Democratic stronghold, had a hard time uploading their early votes. So there's a lot of processing going on in some of these places. But I do think that what you're seeing is, as we get deeper into the night, it is when some of these pockets, some of these big metro areas are coming back. So, you look at places like, a Pennsylvania, a Wisconsin, a Georgia, you're still looking for some of those metro areas where, she has to perform at Biden levels, but certainly there's room for Vice President Harris to make up some of these margins and see a kind of more of that blue wave coming in through these metro centers.
And I guess in Georgia, you would think the big metro center vote still has to come in. We have 81% in so far in a tight race.
Yeah, that's true. That's usually the last to come in. And so there's still some opportunities there. In Douglas County as well, she's doing 6 points better than Biden. So there are some, indications that that's still in play for sure.
And the vote count in Georgia, 81% is in. Donald Trump has about a 4-point edge over Kamala Harris. And as we said, still many more votes to come in from some of the major metropolitan areas. You're listening to live coverage from CBS News.
Someday you'll want to update your kitchen, your bathroom, or anywhere else around the house. When that day comes, remember MB Home Remodeling. Locally owned and operated with more than 3 decades experience, MB Home Remodeling offers quality, award-winning work on custom kitchens, bathrooms, tile, woodwork, windows, doors, and more. MB Home Remodeling, 724-970-3498, mb-homeremodeling.com. Check out the 5-star reviews on Facebook, and thanks for voting MB Home Remodeling the best in Fayette. The attorneys at Proden and O'Brien have been a staple in Fayette County since 2000, with almost a quarter-century of community involvement and experience in the courtroom. When you need legal assistance, with the personalized attention from attorneys who care, look no further than Proden and O'Brien. They're ready to handle your individual legal needs. From family law matters to estate issues, call them today at 724-437-3484. They are Proden and O'Brien.
Does your car sound like it's saying, "Trade me in, trade me in," every time you start it up? Well, go to Ford of Uniontown and trade it in. That's right, your Uniontown Ford dealer is ready to assist you with a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV purchase. Ford of Uniontown has all the deals, all the inventory, and they are ready to deal. It has never been a better time to buy a Ford. Service is their top priority. No matter where you purchased your Ford car or truck, Ford of Uniontown will be happy to service it for you. They offer Ford-trained technicians, Ford-certified parts and service, 1-year, 12,000-mile parts warranties, and new state-of-the-art service equipment. Call or stop in today to see the hometown service of Ford of Uniontown, Route 40 West across from Applebee's. So listen to your car the next time you hear it say, "Trade me in! Trade me in!" Ford of Uniontown, Route 40 at the top of the hill.
CBS News Special Report. Campaign 24.
Still too
America
close.
decides.
Still too close to project a winner in battleground states like Pennsylvania and Georgia, but Josh McCoon is chairman of the state's Republican Party, feeling optimistic.
The road to the White House runs through Georgia, and winning Georgia makes it very likely that he'll be the next president of the United States.
CBS's Nicole Killian with more from the Harris campaign.
They acknowledge and note that there are still a lot of outstanding votes out there, particularly in Democratic strongholds right here around Metro Atlanta.
CBS News projects Democrat Josh Stein will be North Carolina's next governor, beating Republican Mark Robinson.
We chose hope over hate, competence over chaos, decency over division.
Voters defeated an abortion rights measure in Florida, but approved it in Maryland and New York. CBS News Special Report. I'm Matt Piper.
It's live coverage from CBS News of America Decides. I'm Steve Kaith in CBS News. We're just past 10 p.m. in the East. Peter Mayer is with us, our longtime White House correspondent, covering another election that is very close. This is going down to the wire. The 7 battleground states are still in
CBS
play.
News Special Report. Campaign 24.
Well, Trump's best route to the presidency hinges on victories in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. Kamala Harris's best path, again, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, as we've been saying throughout the evening, Steve. If the outcome is unclear in those states, the focus will head west, and that could mean, frankly, a very long wait. The polls in the 2 western swing states, Arizona and Nevada, are now closed, but both states rely heavily on mail ballots, and that could take even more time. Keep in mind that in recent elections, all of those blue wall states, again, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, have usually gone the same way, coalesced, but we don't know if that's going to be the case this year, Steve.
And we see in Michigan right now, Peter, 46% of the vote is in. It's a razor-thin margin. The Senate race, where Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat, is trying to hang on, is a little bit a wider edge, about a 3-point edge for her there. But this is going back and forth a little bit, and those 3 key states you say are very important for especially Harris in the scenario you paint.
Right, and while we're at it, Steve, let's look at the broad vote counting story. As much as all of us would like to see that old model of victory and concession statements tonight or early tomorrow, counting the votes will go beyond this election night, barring a surprise. Determining the outcome of the presidential race could also be on hold for a while, even in states that usually have quick vote counts. If this race is as close as the polls say, and as you just pointed out, in some cases that is the way it's playing out, this could take days before a winner could be decided. And don't forget that election results are never official until the final certification. In 2020, in the depths of the pandemic, a record number of people voted by mail. Many states were methodically and slowly processing the large numbers of mailed-in ballots for the first time ever that they had to contend with that. They had to get a handle on that volume, Steve. While mail voting has decreased in many states and others have found ways to speed the count, these types of ballots are still more time-consuming to count. Just think of how long it takes for you to open all the junk mail, or at least I do, every day, and multiply that by millions, not to say that the ballots are junk mail, but just how time-consuming it is to open an envelope, take it out, unfold the ballot, put it in a machine to have it counted. By the way, Democrats have been more likely to cast mail ballots, and variations in timing for counting them can really add to so-called mirages in the results.
All right, Peter, let's go to one of those battleground states, Georgia. WSB radio reporter Veronica Waters is with us. The Atlanta area, of course, is crucial, and the vote count being watched very closely in Georgia. What's the story there, Veronica?
Well, the story here is that all of Georgia's incumbent House lawmakers appear to be headed back to Congress, but the presidential race shows ex-President Trump with about a 5-point lead over Vice President Harris, with much of the metro Atlanta precincts and counties still coming in on the vote tonight. Now, we are wondering whether or not this will be a repeat of 2020, which, as people say, was a red mirage followed by a blue shift, as it appeared that the former president was making big headway because so many of the rural counties in Georgia, which lean heavily red, were much smaller and came in much earlier. And we're trying to see if that's going to happen tonight or if he will be able to hang on to this 5-point lead. Right now, I'm covering the election from the Fulton County Elections Hub, which is a massive new facility that the county put into effect after all of that ridicule that they received over the lagging results and the suspicion that was lobbed at the county in 2020. Now they have said that they have run a very smooth election, one they could think was the best in the United States of America. Everything went smoothly today, except for 32 bomb threats, which were called in to some of the precincts around the Fulton County area. Now, the Fulton County Police Chief says 27 of those were cleared very quickly. Nothing was found at any of them, including the 5 which did stop voting for a while and had to keep the polls open late so that people could make up those votes. Fulton County, which of course is in Atlanta, the capital city, is now saying that they have surpassed their early vote tally with more than 417,000 early voters. Absentee ballots were in about 26,000 of those as of Monday night, still upwards of maybe 14,000 that could still be outstanding. And then, of course, they had nearly 93,000 people today on Election Day casting ballots. So they're very happy about the numbers and how things have been run, except for the bomb threats. They say it was picture perfect. We're just waiting to see those results come in. And they are starting to show up on this massive Jumbotron screen that they have here in the public viewing area. They believe that they could have everything tallied by midnight, Steve.
All right, Veronica, thanks very much. Let's check in on the Harris campaign. Aaron Navarro has been covering it all along for CBS News. Aaron, I'm wondering what the mood is right now.
A lot of cautiousness and patience is what they are preaching. And even just talking to other Democratic officials, they say that it's still too early. They want to see how things turn out, especially in the blue wall, where at least as of, now, it's still pretty much a 50-50 race between Trump and Harris in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. But definitely going in, some cautious optimism as I was talking to Democrats throughout the day that has transformed a bit now.
All right, so cautious optimism from the Democrats. We've heard from Wendy Gillette that there's optimism in Mar-a-Lago. Something's got to give. Someone's going to win. Just a question of when we'll know the result. Tonight, tomorrow, maybe later. You're listening to live coverage from CBS News.
Thank you for making your voice heard and for making a difference in this election by casting your votes. The League of Women Voters of Pennsylvania will continue to be your trusted source of information beyond November 5th as we work to make sure every eligible voter can vote and that their vote is counted as we prepare for the next election cycle this spring. Visit PAWV.org to learn more about how to get involved with nonpartisan efforts to empower voters and defend democracy.
Diagnosed with asthma? If you are 18 or older, you may qualify for an eco-friendly asthma treatment study with Frontier Clinical Research. This study focuses on improving sustainability and equity in asthma care while ensuring essential treatments. By participating, you will receive study-related medical care at no cost and compensated for your time and travel. Call our Scottdale site today at 724-220-5281 to see if you qualify with Frontier Clinical Research.
Winter's just around the corner, but that doesn't mean you need to lose that summertime tan. Well, Bronze Star in Uniontown has got you covered. Visit the 2024 winner of Best in Fayette for tanning services and keep your skin glowing. Bronze Star at 18 Bouquet Street is open 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. weekdays and from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturdays. Winter hours beginning later this month are 11 to 6 on weekdays and 11 to 3 on Saturdays. Call 724-557-6644 and book your visit today.
The T-Berry Law Office and attorney Vincent M. T-Berry specialize in criminal defense, wills and estates, family law, and personal injury. The T-Berry Law Office is located at 84 East Main Street, across the street from the Fayette County Courthouse in Uniontown. When you need to consult an attorney, make your first call to attorney Vincent M. T-Berry and the T-Berry Law Office. It'll be the only call you need to make. Phone 724-430-0300 or visit their website at tberrylawoffice.com. The T-Berry Law Office. Small town, big results. Brian Morozak, Russ Rhodes, and Nick Barczyk back inside our WMBS studios with election coverage 2024. And Russ, we do have some updated numbers in Fayette County. And right now in the state representative race in the 51st District, Charity Grimm-Krupa, the Republican incumbent, a healthy lead over the Democratic challenger, George Huck Rattay. Charity Grimm-Krupa, 16,505 votes, 64% of the overall. George Huck Rattay with 35% of the overall, 9,029 votes. And we're also starting to see, Russ, statewide, all of the races actually trending Republican right now.
They are. So they're matching Fayette County. Let me get back to that page here real quick because I've lost that. Get back here, guys. Come on. Where'd you go?
I do have those PA numbers, and at last check for President Donald Trump, 50.7% of the overall in Pennsylvania, enjoying right now about an 85,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris, who has 48.39% of the overall. And right now, all the other major races statewide, U.S. Senate race, Dave McCormick, about a half percentage point lead over Bob Casey, only vote difference there by about 20,000 votes. Dave Sunday, the Republican for Attorney General, right now about a 200,000 vote lead over Eugene DePasquale. That lead a little bit larger in the Attorney General's race. Tim DeFore right now about a 6 percentage vote lead over Malcolm Kenyatta. So the Republican DeFore leading by about 200,000 votes in the Auditor General's race. And in the State Treasurer's race, Stacey Garrity now has opened up a healthy lead over Aaron McClelland as well by about 200,000 votes.
Yeah, and so it's still early. There's a lot of votes out, but things right now, looks like it's trending Trump. And it's one of those things. We've been hearing it over and over and over again. Whoever takes Pennsylvania is going to sit behind the Resolute desk come January 20th.
And right now, 56% of the vote in statewide in Pennsylvania. The latest numbers actually have increased Donald Trump's lead by about 3 percentage points now over Kamala Harris, and the lead right now about 120,000 votes. Trump 51.1% of the overall, Harris 48% of the overall in Pennsylvania. Again, that's with 56% of the vote in statewide. And again, you look at the counties, Allegheny County right now trending Harris, Erie County trending Harris, southeastern Pennsylvania trending Harris, and actually Cambria County, for whatever reason, still trending Harris. But you mentioned, Russ, only about 22% of the vote in Cambria County right now.
Correct. Yeah, but here we are, and Erie, that's kind of changed. I kind of question those numbers because I saw my flipped around the other way. But will remain to be seen. But some of the other counties, so Lackawanna County, where Joe Biden is from, and you might think it would trend in that area for Harris. Well, she's got that vote right now at 51% to 48% for Trump, but Democrats hold a sizable lead in that county. So, Trump, it appears to be making inroads in those traditional blue counties to lessen that impact of what they end up voting.
And also within the last half hour, Republican Representative incumbent Guy Reschenthaler has been declared the winner, winning re-election to the U.S. House seat representing Pennsylvania's 14th congressional district. He was running for a fourth term in the Republican-leaning district in southwestern Pennsylvania. Reschenthaler, of course, the former state lawmaker and U.S. Navy lawyer, first elected back in 2018. The Associated Press declared Reschenthaler the winner just after 10 o'clock tonight.
And that's pretty much as expected as well going in, Russ.
Yeah. Yeah, there was, again, this area, and not just Fayette County, but southwestern Pennsylvania, with the exception of Allegheny County, although Republicans have made some inroads there, is solidly red. And that is something that you would expect to, take place. I think nationally, too, we're kind of seeing that trend going nationally, too. Georgia, Trump is up by 3 points. North Carolina, he's up by 3 points. 2.5 points. Virginia is actually, he's being very competitive in Virginia now that Harris has finally taken that lead there. With almost 70% of the vote in.
And also another big story locally here out of Fayette County that's come out tonight. The Pennsylvania Court of Common Pleas has ordered a Fayette County election judge not to hand count ballots. The director of the Fayette County Bureau of Elections asked the court to step in after the judge of elections in Fayette County's 77th precinct, Vincent Manetta, said he planned to remove ballots from the ballot box and hand count the votes in the presidential election. The election judge was planning to do that once the polls close. What do you make of that story, Russ?
I think I think the judge made the right call in stopping that. I mean, we have election laws. Not that Harrisburg always follows them, but we should at least follow them on the local levels.
And, of course, the hand count is not permitted. The court order said if Manetta failed to comply, the court would order an officer of the Fayette County Sheriff's Department to escort a poll worker and election material from the Washington Township precinct to the Fayette County Election Bureau promptly. And the Sheriff's Department can also escort any other Fayette County precinct which attempts to do the same thing.
Well, and think about this, too. This judge of elections, he says, hey, I want to, he's going against fraud.
Yeah.
Right? That's his big thing. Well, the more people that handle the ballots, the more likely fraud can happen. So here it is. He says he wants to prevent fraud, but he's contributing to the possibility if he had handled them.
And, Nick, the other thing we talked about earlier on today, which I can't say it surprised me, but we saw up in Allegheny County, a judge of elections almost an hour late showing up this morning, causing a big-time backup. And how do you have a duty as a judge of elections and not show up on time?
Yeah, that's certainly ridiculous and certainly hurts the credibility of elections. And people are already skeptical about elections and the way things are done. And to have that happen in a populous county like Allegheny, it certainly sets a bad precedent.
Yeah.
And you hate to see that.
And I'm also interested to see locally, Kendall Sisler, of course, does the talk show with us on Friday, decided to work as a poll worker this year.
Oh, that's great.
So I'm interested on Friday to see her opinion.
Her take on all this.
I think it's part of the reason she went to go and do that.
Yeah, and the vast majority, I mean,
most of the time it runs smoothly.
Yeah, the bad apples get all the limelight, like in any job, like when there's a police officer.
But like I said, I was in and out in 10 minutes today.
Exactly.
I had no issues. Everything works smoothly.
It's generally a very easy process, but again, one bad apple spoils the bunch. But yeah, most of the poll workers do great work, and you only hear about the bad ones generally. So,
and again, we'll have updates locally anytime we get new numbers here from Fayette County.
Yeah. Well, hey, some of that more blue wall that you hear about. So Trump is up by a point in Wisconsin.
Okay.
How much of that vote is
and we've got almost 55% of the vote in Wisconsin.
And again, we'll get back to CBS coverage here in just a moment. This is WMBS 590 AM, 101.1 FM in Uniontown, Pennsylvania.
Janney Montgomery Scott works with individuals, families, nonprofits, and businesses across the region, offering comprehensive financial planning, business retirement planning, and investment management. A multi-generational branch with decades of combined experience, our firm provides advice on what matters most to our clients. Call Janney today at 724-438-5563 to schedule a visit to see if we can help you. Janney Montgomery Scott, 43 South Beeson Boulevard in Uniontown. Let us make your goals our goals, too. Janney Montgomery Scott, LLC, member NYSE, FINRA, SIPC. For more info about Janney, please see Janney's relationship summary at janney.com/CRS, which details all material facts about the scope and terms for our relationship with you and any potential conflict.
Hi, everybody. This is Matt Sapienza, WMBS's Morning Man, here to remind you of the letters for this week's Name It and Claim It scrambled word game. We have 12 letters in this week's puzzle, 12, and they are as follows. Try and see if you can unscramble these into a proper word. S as in Sam, G as in Greg, R as in Randy, T as in Ted, E as in Ernie, O as in Orville, E as in Ernest, T as in torrential, S as in shine, N as in new, H as in Hampshire, and E as in earth. Those letters make up one word. You must use all the letters in your answer. No proper names, please. You want to get in on this week's contest? I'm sure you do. So here's what you got to do to enter. Just send in your answer along with your name, address, and phone number to Name It and Claim It, WMBS Radio 44 South Mount Vernon Avenue, Uniontown, Pennsylvania 15401. Or if you really feel like it, you could drop your answer off personally here at the WMBS broadcast house at that very same address. But either way, make sure you get your cards in by 4 p.m. this Thursday, November 7th. Our prize this week, a $25 gift card from Makita Auction Company and Estate Sales. What's the gift card for? Well, that's for us to know and for you to find out. So enter in while you still can. John Sonny Makita, the auctioneer, by the way. Enter as many times as you like. No purchase is necessary because it's all from us, your local station, WMBS, and because you could very well be the winner in this week's Name It and Claim It Scrambled Word Game.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24, America Decides.
Live coverage from CBS News. I'm Steve Kathan, joined again by Larry Sabato, the director of the University of Virginia's Center for Politics. Larry, you're watching the votes come in as everybody else is. The 7 battleground states are yet to be decided. What are your takeaways right now?
Well, my takeaways are that Donald Trump is now the favorite to get another term in the White House. It's not certain, but he is favored. There's no way around it. For Vice President Harris to win, she absolutely, without question, needs a sweep of the blue wall. She has to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Theoretically, if she won Georgia and North Carolina, she'd have another pathway in, but I don't think that's going to happen. There's a better chance in North Carolina than Georgia, but it just doesn't seem likely, and she's not going to win Arizona either. So this has been incredible, really. It's 2016 all over again.
Seems to be, and we'll mention now that CBS News projects that Kansas goes to Donald Trump. No surprise there. The fleeting hope that maybe that last poll in Iowa would lead to a Democratic steal did not turn out to be. And as you said a few hours ago, it seems like that was an outlier, and Iowa went solidly for Trump.
Yes, the poll, of course, suggested that Harris would beat Trump in Iowa by 3 points. In fact, Donald Trump has won Iowa by 12 percentage points. Now, that isn't just an outlier. That's in orbit around Mars.
Yeah, you need to check who's doing your polling. As the night goes on, what should we look for, Larry? You certainly mentioned the 3 key states that Harris needs to sort of pull this out. And as the vote tally is going, she's certainly in the running there. And not out of the running in Georgia, I would say, or North Carolina. So what do we look for in the next couple of hours other than an outright call that might give us an indication of which way this is going?
Well, what we need, obviously, are more votes from the blue wall, and yes, more votes from North Carolina and Georgia. And I think those are tough. The New York Times, as you know, have that needle. Yeah. And it goes back and forth depending on who's ahead. And they've been pretty steady now at about 70% chance that Trump will win for some time. And others that I know that do similar projects have put it somewhere between 65% plus. Now, what should we look for in terms of a possible upset? Just for morale purposes, she needs to win Michigan. That's her strongest of the 3 blue wall states. If she could get a call in Michigan, then it would keep her followers, her supporters, tied to the TV screens and also praying heavily. You know, sometimes that could help. I think she needs it.
But Pennsylvania could be the one that takes the longest time, right, to settle?
Yes. They might surprise us. They've made some improvements since 2020, but it probably will take through the night and into tomorrow, maybe longer than that, but I'm hopeful that we'll have it tomorrow.
Larry Sabato, thanks. Let's go to Pennsylvania. On that note, Jim Melwert of KYW in Philadelphia is with us. Jim, as Larry Sabato mentioned there, you might need to stay up a while, and we all might, because Pennsylvania might take a while for the vote to get tallied up.
Yeah, it definitely won't be 2020 when results in Pennsylvania, the unofficial results weren't done until Saturday. We definitely won't have that again. However, as Larry mentioned, probably well into tomorrow. Looking at the map right now, Donald Trump has about a 3-point, just shy of a 3-point lead in Pennsylvania with 60% of votes counted. But looking at the map, the 5 counties, southeastern PA, Philadelphia, and its 4 suburban counties, a significant amount of votes still to come in that area. Is heavily Democratic. It's the larger counties, and because of Pennsylvania law, those counties cannot start opening the envelopes that the mail-in ballots come in until 7 a.m. on election day. And one county that I talked to said it's going to take them about 6 hours just to open, sort, and get those ballots ready to feed in. So they weren't feeding them in till 1 o'clock this afternoon. So that's really what hangs up the count in Pennsylvania. Those larger southeastern PA counties. For example, Philadelphia is 56% of votes counted. Montgomery County, just outside Philadelphia, which is the 3rd largest county, is only 38%. Chester County, another Democratic-leaning county, only has 11% because it was one of the counties that we've heard across the country where a bomb threat was called in, unfounded, and they were able to go back to work, but certainly slowed things down. So I would say that Donald Trump is in good shape, being up 3% at this point. The mail-in ballots traditionally in Pennsylvania have favored Democrats. However, this year there was much more of a push from Republicans. So I don't know if some of these models are taking into account that more Republicans did vote by mail this year. And with the outstanding, significant number of outstanding votes in southeastern PA, snapshot in time, certainly leaning toward Trump, but there's still a long way to go, and we'll be watching this well into the morning, if not after the sun comes up and when we're eating lunch, perhaps.
So Jim, I know you cover the suburbs extensively, and if you figure Harris does well in the big cities and Donald Trump carries the rural areas in the central part of Pennsylvania, it does come down to which way those suburban voters go, and they can be fickle. They go one way or the other. The women sometimes go one way, the men go the other. And this is one of those campaigns where there could be a real dividing line.
Yeah, and you look at polling, everything is within the margin of error. This is a complete toss-up, and everything's been turned on its head. Traditionally, if you have good turnout in southeastern PA, that means that used to mean that the Democrats who didn't often come out for the non-presidential elections came out, and you could almost chalk it up as a win for Democrats. However, that's completely flipped on its head. The example that I keep making is the unions. You're hearing as much as 50% of the trades and the unions could be supporting Donald Trump, even though he said he wants to get rid of unions. So he's such a unique candidate. He can say things that would cancel out a typical candidate, but then say other things that will connect with a voter, and he'll get their support. So it's so everything's just kind of flipped on its head, and all we really can do is wait till we see. You think that Kamala Harris would need between 60 and 65% in Philadelphia, which is obviously the largest city in Pennsylvania. And right now she's sitting at about 56%. So those numbers certainly need to improve. But we don't know what wards in Philadelphia have reported. And there are Republican wards in Philadelphia that may have come in, they may not have come in. So at this point, it's hard to say.
Live coverage continues from CBS News.
Are you a veteran or a veteran's family member? Veterans Day isn't the only way to celebrate military service. PA CareerLink is honoring veterans with a Veterans and Family Community Day on November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. Take advantage of this opportunity to learn about local veterans services and resources including priority hiring and job search assistance through the PA CareerLink. And don't forget, WMBS will be broadcasting live from the Veterans and Family Community Day from 2 to 4 p.m. with with Josh Kryzak and Matt Sapienza spinning the fabulous WMBS prize wheel. You won't want to miss it. So drop in for PA CareerLink's Veterans and Family Community Day on November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. at 112 Commonwealth Drive in Lemont Furnace. For more information, call 724-434-5627, extension 3132. We will see you there.
The public has raised over $2 million in the first 4 years of Fayette Gives. And the Community Foundation of Fayette County is hosting another Fayette Gives November 7th from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at FayetteGives.org. Fundraising for over 96 Fayette County charities during this special day of giving. As an added incentive, over $50,000 in cash prizes will be awarded to charities. Your donation will help the chances of your favorite charities winning. Build a stronger Fayette County by supporting local charities at FayetteGives.org.
The best way to follow the black and gold is with the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network. Touchdown, Steelers! Rob King brings you the play-by-play along with Craig Wolfley, Max Starks, and Missy Matthews. The only place to hear every game is right here on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Everybody's on their feet here at the stadium.
The Steelers at 6-2 take on the Washington Commanders on the road Sunday, November 10th at 1 o'clock on your Steelers station, 590 and 101.1 WMBS.
Brian Morozak, Russ Rhodes, and Nick Barczyk inside the WMBS studios. And on the WMBS Newsmakers line, we have our own Kendall, who was working today as a poll worker. We mentioned Kendall in our last local segment. And Kendall, how are you tonight?
I'm good. I'm really tired, though. I am so tired. You just wouldn't even believe what a day we put in at the polls. And it was honestly the greatest experience. Thanks for having me on to share. Briefly, of course, I'll update you guys on Friday when I'm in the studio with Bill, but it was honestly the most smooth experience I could have ever had. I obviously didn't vote in the primary because I'm currently a registered independent, so I wasn't familiar with the iPad way to check in. And so that process was so smooth. It was, honestly, it couldn't have been any better. And, you know, obviously coming into this experience, there's a part of me that was optimistic and a part of me that was a little bit leery just because of all the drama that surrounded the past few years with some of the, narrative about the Election Bureau. But what I noticed so much with, in particular, I was working in Fairchance, there were so many first-time voters, and not young voters, but a ton of first-time senior citizen voters, and people, in the 50s and 60s and 70s range. Women in particular, I noticed. Obviously, Fairchance came out very strong for the Republicans, but I don't know, I found that to be interesting. But yeah, overall it was great. The poll workers were great. The judge of the elections was great. We had very, very few issues. The only issues I would say that we had were not even issues, but some people thought they were registered to vote, but they were inactive voters, so they had to go and fill out a form, whatever they did with the judge, and then they came over and they voted. But yeah, it was great, and I'm so happy that I did it.
Well, talk about what kind of gave you the idea to decide to work as a poll worker this year.
So, it was all, it started out with the fact that whenever, I forget, how many elections ago was that, 2 years ago, when Hillbilly John was challenging the Election Bureau, and there was all this hype, and I kind of felt
that was
like...
last year, Kendall, just last year.
Was that only last year?
Yeah.
Okay, and I really felt, and I still do feel strongly, that the county should have been more transparent in their public relations approach to that whole situation. I know that it was an iffy situation when it comes to the ability of the commissioners at the time to comment because of the fact that they were all three running, but still, I thought they could have done a much better job. And because we weren't getting the transparency that I would have liked to have just as a citizen, I thought, I want to see what this is like for myself. Going into it, I was, and I think I even shared this with you, Brian, in the very beginning part of my doing the volunteering. I don't say volunteering because you do get paid a little bit of money, but I thought that the organization leading up to it with the classes to train wasn't that great. But once I got in that training, I couldn't believe how great it was. And then once I did it today, it was amazing. And something else I will say, that going through the training to learn about the process, to work the polls, I truly feel that if everybody in Pennsylvania, and I'm speaking obviously specifically about the state of Pennsylvania, I think if everybody took that class, it was, 2 hours, I think they would have a lot more confidence in the election process.
Yeah, better understanding.
Right.
Totally, because, look, I'm not saying there can't be fraud, right, because nothing is perfect. But it's really hard, and I know that because my particular job today was working the iPad. I would say I was definitely the youngest one of the bunch, and it was also a really great experience for me because I worked the polls with my grandmother.
That would be nice too. Nice experience as well.
It was so nice. But so I worked the iPad, and it's so hard. I mean, if you were not registered, if you didn't live there. There were several cases where people were at the wrong polling place, so we just printed out where they needed to go. We handed it to them. There were people who weren't registered at all. Lots of people who were inactive voters, which there's a process which to restore that for them. There were several people who had received mail-in ballots but had to vote provisionally because they didn't bring their ballot in. Other people who surrendered their ballot at the polls. Like I said, I'm not saying it's impossible to vote illegally in Pennsylvania, but knowing the integrity, and another nice thing I will share is that I said toward the end, I was like, I kind of feel like we're on jury duty right now because not one of us ever led on to where we stood politically, and I really loved that. The poll workers. Yeah, it was really nice. And so, yeah, it was it was kind of like the most patriotic thing I've ever done other than voting, I would say, because it's an important day and it's a historic day. No matter what happens, this is a really historic election on either side. Whether we end up with former President Trump for a second term with one term in between, or we end up with Vice President Harris, who will be the first female president. It just felt really good not to care who anyone I was working with was there for, but we were all just there for the good of the country.
And I will say that we have been getting much smoother numbers in this time than we did during the last election cycle as well, which certainly shows the improvement from the Fayette County Elections Bureau. My only complaint is, Russ, they're still not showing us the percentage of the precincts reporting. Other than that, we're getting the numbers on a much more regular basis right now.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's nice to know that we've got pretty much all the mail-in ballots, if not all.
Correct.
Those counted. So, by the end of the night, when all things are said and done, we should have a pretty good idea of what the vote totals are in Fayette County until, they got to go through the recount and the, verifying and, approving. But we should have a pretty good idea what Fayette County totals will be by the end of the night.
And Ken, we have about a minute left. Anything else you'd like to leave us with?
Yeah, there is. I'm sure you guys are feeling the same way as I am at this time of the night on an election night. I know a municipal will definitely feel it even more for a municipal election, but I'm really missing Phil so badly tonight. I just think the vibe and the energy that he gave, it's just not the same, and it'll take a while to kind of find our, get our own little thing going without Phil, but it'll never be the same without him, and I was thinking about him as I was watching you guys, but thank you so much. It actually
seems kind of empty in here. I mean, we just have Russ, Nick, and myself tonight on a presidential election. Obviously, George usually comes in with us as well, and he's running for state rep in the 51st. He couldn't make it in. You were working in the polls as well, so not available. So we miss all you guys tonight, certainly.
No, but you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
You're doing a great job, but I know we all miss Phil, and I'll keep listening to you guys, and I'm sure we'll have lots to talk about in the coming days.
Absolutely. Take care, Kendall. We'll see you on the
Kendall. Thank you.
Again, that's Kendall checking in.
Thanks,
she was a poll worker today out in Fairchance. And again, we'll continue to update you anytime we get new numbers in here locally in Fayette County. And CBS coverage will continue here at the top of the hours. We're approaching 11 o'clock. You're listening to election coverage here on your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS Uniontown. Brian Morozak going with Russ Rhodes and Nick Barczyk here in the studios tonight.
This is your local station, WMBS. This Weather Watch is being brought to you by Maloney's Restaurant, Main Street, Uniontown. Maloney's Restaurant, serving authentic Italian cuisine in Uniontown since 1950. Call 724 437-2061 for weekly specials and to place your order. Overnight low is 67, cloudy with occasional showers on Wednesday, 71, cloudy on Wednesday night, a few showers, 58, partly cloudy and 63 on Thursday, mostly sunny and 64 Friday, partly cloudy, 64 Saturday, cloudy with occasional showers on Sunday, 68. This weather watch has been brought to you by Maloney's Restaurant. Let Maloney's cater your special occasion. Choose from their banquet menu and ask about their popular banquet room to make your next event special. Call 724-437-2061. This is your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS.
Are you considering an upgrade for your home and looking for a trustworthy remodeling company? Clean Construction specializes in roofing, remodeling, additions, kitchens and baths, windows, doors, garage doors, and more. Licensed and insured, our team members aren't just contractors, they're craftsmen dedicated to giving your home project attention to detail and quality results. And Clean Construction offers complete construction management for major remodeling jobs. Call Clean Construction today at 412-639-7109 to schedule an appointment for a free in-home estimate.
WMBS election coverage is being brought to you by Proden and O'Brien, attorneys at law, MB Home Remodeling, West Media Group, they get results, the Pennsylvania League of Women Voters, Frontier Clinical Research, Bronze Star Tanning, Ford of Uniontown, Jenny Montgomery Scott, and the T. Berry Law Offices and attorney Vincent T. Berry.
Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
CBS News Special Report. Campaign 24. America Decides.
8th and CBS News. Thanks for joining us. It's 11 p.m. in the East, 8 p.m. in the West. The polls have just closed in California, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. Of interest most will be the vote tally in some House races in the Golden State. They could help determine control of the next House of Representatives. Major story is the presidential race, where there's still a lot to be decided. Let's check in with CBS's Linda Kenyon, who's keeping score. Hi, Linda.
Hi there, Steve. We do have, of course, as you say, the polls closing this hour. California, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. CBS News is projecting, and this is based on projections and also vote counts so far, that California is going to go for Kamala Harris. That is not a surprise. California is known as a true blue state, and Kamala Harris is no doubt savoring a victory in the state of California, which has 54 electoral college votes. It's a very large jewel in the crown. Idaho has gone for Donald Trump. Idaho has 4 electoral college votes. And other than that, we have a whole bunch of other information about polls that have closed and vote counts and projections together. We have Donald Trump getting the victory in Kansas, Iowa, and Ohio, also Mississippi, Utah, and Montana. In addition to that, we see Donald Trump with the victory. Again, this is both exit polls and vote counts and projections. This is Louisiana for Donald Trump, Wyoming, Texas, South Dakota, North Dakota, Arkansas, South Carolina, Missouri, Florida, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and also Alabama, West Virginia, Indiana, Kentucky, and Vermont. Kamala Harris has, again, as we say, the state of California, as well as the state of Colorado, Illinois, New York, and Rhode Island, as well as Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts, and the District of Columbia, as well as Vermont. Again, these states were breaking in much the way that was anticipated and in much the way so far as they broke in the year 2020.
All right, Linda, thanks. Let's bring in our political analyst, Amy Dacey. Amy, what's crucial right now is what's undecided, the states that are in play, the big 7. We've got the blue wall of Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and out west it's Arizona and it's Nevada. Still too close to call in some of those states. I'm wondering, as you look at some of the vote tallies, what we should pay attention to in the next hour ahead.
Yeah, listen, I think it's still, and I think the Harris campaign is still looking toward that blue wall. That's still the clearest path to get to those 270 electoral votes. In Pennsylvania, they outperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia. They overperformed in the early vote expectations. So I don't, think that election day results from Philadelphia are in yet. But they've overperformed where they had turnout expectations. So I still looking, outside of Philadelphia, there's limited data and turnout, but as we get closer in the coming hours, I think Philadelphia is really the crux here. Michigan, they're waiting on significant amount of votes to come in. City of Detroit won't be reported until roughly midnight. So I think I'm really looking to see, what comes in from the city of Detroit to help shoulder up, Michigan, which I think is definitely a must win. And then in Wisconsin, there's a significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee County. She's got to get the vote margin up in Dane, but we're seeing, there's signs of strong performance in some of these counties. Again, there's partial data. I think in Wisconsin, you might not even know till, the early hours of 3 to 5 a.m. But again, looking to see Dane and Milwaukee and where, if she can increase her vote totals in those counties.
Amy Dacey, thanks. CBS's Peter Mayer is with us, our former White House correspondent who's covered elections for years for us. And Peter, we await some of the results in the 7 battleground states. Some other interesting points in Congress. We've seen the effort to oust Ted Cruz, again by the Democrats, has failed. CBS News projects that he will win in Texas. Also, that Iowa poll that seemed to think that maybe Iowa was in play turned out not to be a thing. CBS News projects that Iowa goes to Trump. So a few Democratic disappointments along the way, at least so far tonight.
That's true, and we did hear Larry Sabato, highly respected political observer and longtime analyst at the University of Virginia, hinting that he believes that Donald Trump is going to win this thing. As we use that perspective, and again, it's not an official projection by CBS News, but just Larry's thoughts, there were only 107 days between Vice President Harris entering the presidential race and this election day. Donald Trump had basically been at it for, he announced his 2024 presidential run shortly after the 2022 midterm elections. So as of this day, this election day, he will have been a candidate in this election cycle for well over 721 days to be exact. If he wins, if, I underscore that in all caps, he would become the oldest president ever to be sworn into office, beating Joe Biden's date by being 78 at the time of the 2021 inauguration by several months, and he'd also be the first convicted felon to be elected president. Steve?
Peter Mayer, thanks very much. Let's take a spin down to Florida. That's where we find Wendy Gillette. She is at Trump headquarters, and wonder what the mood is there now. Hello, Wendy.
Hey, Steve, looking pretty good here in terms of the mood. Trump said this morning in normal times he would be speaking here around 10 or 11 o'clock. By normal, he meant in years when projections were in earlier and the race was clearer. A short time ago, I asked a Trump campaign official if there's any indication when he might come over here from Mar-a-Lago, where he's watching the incoming results with friends and allies. She said no. I was told by another official earlier tonight there would be a lockdown of movement an hour before Trump arrives, but that has not happened at this point. Campaign officials tell CBS News they're loving that Virginia is close. They watch the exit polls with glee. And just in terms of who's with Trump at Mar-a-Lago, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Elon Musk, actor Christopher Walken, and former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani are here at the Palm Beach Convention Center. And as it gets later, there are a couple hundred supporters outside the main room, sitting on the floor, any available surface. They've been standing for hours at this point, charging their phones and resigned to a long night. Steve?
All right, Wendy, a long night indeed. A lot more still to come as we count the votes. Live coverage of America Decides from CBS News.
This is your local station, WMBS. This weather update is being brought to you by Autoland Hyundai. Get Hyundai Assurance, America's best warranty with 10-year, 100,000-mile protection at Autoland Hyundai, East Fayette Street, downtown Uniontown. Overnight low is 67. Cloudy on Wednesday, occasional showers 71. Cloudy, a few showers Wednesday night, 58. Partly cloudy on Thursday, 63. Mostly sunny and 64 on Friday. Partly cloudy, 64 Saturday. Cloudy with occasional showers on Sunday, 68. This weather update was brought to you by Autoland Hyundai, East Fayette Street in downtown Uniontown. Come experience the quality that lets them offer America's best warranty, the Hyundai Advantage, with 10-year, 100,000-mile protection at Autoland Hyundai. This is your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS, and online at WMBS590.com.
Politics is a tough business. Getting your message out to voters takes a good strategy. West Media Group and their strategic expertise and creative capabilities have helped to elect many notable Fayette County office holders, including Judges Steve Leskinen, Nancy Vernon, and Linda Cordero, retired State Senator Rich Kasunik, former State Representative Tim Mahoney, District Attorney Rich Bauer, District Judges Wendy Dennis, Dan Shimshak, and Rich Kasunik, County Commissioner Vince Vasidis. West Media Group has also successfully managed several prominent races in neighboring counties. A full-service strategic marketing company and advertising agency, West Media Group can develop a plan for success for your business or organization, just as they have done for so many candidates for office. For websites and e-marketing programs, to complete strategic advertising plans, call West Media Group at 724-532-3300 or visit them at westmediagroup.com. They get results.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24, America Decides.
I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. As the results come in, certainly the stress level might be going up. For voters, there was a lot of anxiety heading into Election Day, and there might be beyond that as well. Psychologist and author Eileen Kennedy Moore joins us. Certainly, this has been a stressful time for a lot of people. This election, with its divergent figures, has split up families. So what have you told people in the weeks and months leading up to this how to deal with this sort of thing?
Well, you're absolutely right. It has been so stressful. And tonight, particularly for Democrats, seems very, very difficult and not very hopeful. So I think we need to understand a couple of things. One is that worrying takes a lot of effort, so it feels productive, but it's not. And it just kind of revs us up. So what we want to do instead is focus on what we can do. We can take care of ourselves. We can take care of our families. We can take action to care for our communities. Right now, it's too late to do anything about the polls or the canvassing or anything, but we have to focus on tomorrow morning is another day, and we're just going to have to find ways to move forward. We can focus on our deepest values and try to find ways to take action that support those values. But the other thing that we have to keep in mind is that whatever our party, half the nation was voting in a different direction. Half the nation wanted someone else. So as Americans, we really have to work hard to understand what their needs or wishes or wants or hopes are. And since it's half the nation, we really can't say, well, those people are dumb or crazy or whatever. We have to try to understand so that we can move forward together.
Here's what our exit poll said, Eileen, about this sort of thing. 94% of voters would be concerned or scared if the person they didn't vote for won. And 70% of Harris voters would feel scared if there's another Trump term. That certainly tells you that feelings are on edge.
Absolutely. And for both sides, it has felt very existential. Like if the other person wins, the world is going to end. The world is not going to end. There are going to be some very difficult situations, particularly from a Democratic perspective. What about Ukraine? What about women's rights and women's health care? What about immigrants? There are so many big issues that seem very, very dire. But we just have to think about, what can I control? What can I do? I can support groups that care about the causes that I care about. And in another 4 years, there will be another election. And let's just think about what we can learn from this and how we can move forward together as a nation.
And in a few weeks, it's Thanksgiving, when I guess people get together, and we'll see how they deal with that.
Right. It's going to be hard because this is such a deeply divisive thing. The politics have become so deeply divisive, and people will say, oh, yeah, you can marry somebody if you have a different race or religion or orientation, but somebody of a different political party? No way. So that seems like a harder thing to bridge than some other differences. But I think within families, it's not the politics that connect us. It's the people, it's the shared experiences, and that's what we need to be focusing on. We need to work really hard not to be putting down the other views and really trying to understand them, and work on compassion, whether you're the winner or the loser in this party's elections. We just want to figure out ways to move forward, and what can we do?
Psychologist Eileen Kennedy Moore, thanks very much. We'll hope to do all that and get beyond this, no matter who wins, I guess would be the
I think the
takeaway.
divisiveness has been so hard on everyone. Yes.
It certainly has. It certainly has, and we've seen it in the run-up to this, and probably will in the weeks after. Thank you for joining us very much. Amy Dacey is back with us, our political analyst. We can report that CBS News reports that Georgia is leaning Republican. It's not been a called race yet, but it is leaning Republican. 89% of the vote is in Donald Trump with a more than 2-point edge there. Amy, so the blue wall is what you've talked about, which does not include Georgia. Obviously, Kamala Harris would like it to include Georgia. It may not, but still, Michigan is in play. Pennsylvania is in play. Wisconsin is. North Carolina, too.
Yes, I mean, there's still states out there, and then again, she didn't need to win Georgia, to get to the 270 she needed. And of course, people were looking and hoping as we went from east to west, she'd pick up one of these states, either North Carolina, Georgia, which could still be, a possibility. But in Georgia, there's just seems to be running out a lot less of votes available to her in that. I think the interesting thing to also kind of watch in some of these states is, interestingly enough, in Wisconsin and in Michigan, there are third-party candidates as well as Georgia that were on the ballot. And so trying to figure out if that is having an impact, can have an impact as we move forward in these blue states when these margins are going to be so slim is something I'm keeping an eye on as well.
And in the Senate, Democrats were hoping this would be the time they'd be able to pick off Republican Ted Cruz. That did not happen. And in Wisconsin, where the vote is very close, the Senate race is even closer, with Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat, hoping to hang on to her seat, but facing a very strong challenge and in a bit of danger.
Yes, I think, in the Senate, there was certainly hopes on some of these states, knowing that the incumbents wouldn't be able to keep everything. But there's also, Ohio looks like it's not going to be in our favor, as Democrats' favor as well. So I think, looking at some of these Senate races, Texas was, more of the long shot. But if Wisconsin and Ohio are put on the table, the margins in the Senate might be even more strikingly different than when they expected.
And if Pennsylvania is called late, let's say tomorrow, and it could be that each candidate needs that. I mean, it could come down to that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's why some of these states that are definitely coming in, later in the evening and not expecting, that's why we're not going to know, especially with the importance of, the blue wall and some of these outstanding Senate races, where we're going to be until the early hours of the morning or, tomorrow.
All right, Amy Dacey, as we move into the night, votes are still being counted. The 7 battleground states are still in play in the presidential race. And we'll have the results and the projections for them as soon as we can. You're listening to live coverage of America Decides from CBS News.
Someday you'll want to update your kitchen, your bathroom, or anywhere else around the house. When that day comes, remember MB Home Remodeling. Locally owned and operated with more than 3 decades experience, MB Home Remodeling offers quality, award-winning work on custom kitchens, bathrooms, tile, woodwork, windows, doors, and more. MB Home Remodeling, 724-970-3498, mb-homeremodeling.com. Check out the 5-star reviews on Facebook, and thanks for voting MB Home Remodeling the best in Fayette.
The attorneys at Proden and O'Brien have been a staple in Fayette County since 2000, with almost a quarter-century of community involvement and experience in the courtroom. When you need legal assistance, with the personalized attention from attorneys who care, look no further than Proden and O'Brien. They're ready to handle your individual legal needs. From family law matters to estate issues, call them today at 724-437-3484. They are Proden and O'Brien.
Does your car sound like it's saying, "Trade me in! Trade me in!" every time you start it up? Well, go to Ford of Uniontown and trade it in. That's right, your Uniontown Ford dealer is ready to assist you with a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV purchase. Ford of Uniontown has all the deals, all the inventory, and they are ready to deal. It has never been a better time to buy a Ford. Service is their top priority. No matter where you purchased your Ford car or truck, Ford of Uniontown will be happy to service it for you. They offer Ford-trained technicians, Ford-certified parts and service, 1-year, 12,000-mile parts warranties, and new state-of-the-art service equipment. Call or stop in today to see the hometown service of Ford of Uniontown, Route 40 West across from Applebee's. So listen to your car the next time you hear it say, "Trade me in! Trade me in!" Ford of Uniontown, Route 40 at the top of the hill.
Brian Morozak, Nick Barczyk, and Russ Rhodes with general election local results. And Russ, we almost got the full boat in here in Fayette County. In fact, if you look at the State House race in the 51st District, now over 97% of the vote in, with Republican incumbent Charity Grimm-Krupa declared winner with 19,311 votes, 65% of the overall. The Democratic challenger, George Huck Rattay, 10,132 votes, 34% of the overall.
Right, and if there's any doubt in anybody's mind about Fayette County having turned red,
yeah, just look at these numbers.
This should get rid of all that doubt right now.
And every single race locally, I think, is red.
It is. I mean, Donald Trump wins this county by 22,764. Dave McCormick, 18,986. And the other state races are very similar to those numbers.
Right now, voter turnout at 73.92%. That might creep up just a little bit here with the final batch of numbers coming in, but pretty good participation here countywide.
Absolutely. It's that's something to crow about, I think, really, in this day and age. And it also shows, too, that just how excited people were about this election.
I agree.
Whether you were excited because of Kamala Harris replacing Joe Biden, whether you were excited over the possibility of Donald Trump going back and reversing all of the, as Trump said in his campaigns, they broke it, he's going to fix it. There was a lot of excitement in this election, no matter which way you look at it.
And still a lot of close races statewide as well. We have about 70% of the overall voted in Pennsylvania. We mentioned the presidential race with Donald Trump, the Republican right now, with 50.9% of the overall vote. Kamala Harris with 48.16. The vote total difference right now statewide about 140,000 for Trump over Harris. Right now, Republicans leading, but by slight margins in all races statewide. The U.S. Senate race has Dave McCormick with 49.28% of the overall. Bob Casey, the Democrat, with 48.2% of the overall. Vote difference in that race, just about 50,000 votes. McCormick leads Casey by. In the Attorney General's race, Dave Sunday, the Republican, a little bit of a healthier lead over Eugene DePasquale, the Democrat. The vote difference there percentage-wise, 51% for Sunday, the Republican. DePasquale, 46%, and about a 300,000 vote difference in that race. Tim DeFore, the Republican for Attorney General, leading Malcolm Kenyatta, very similar to what we saw in the Attorney General's race. The vote total lead by about 250,000 in that race, and about a 6 percentage point lead for DeFore over Kenyatta. State Treasurer's race, Stacey Garrity, the Republican, 52% of the overall. Aaron McClellan, the Democrat, with 45.3%, and the vote total there about 250,000. So similar trends statewide, but still a lot of votes out there. Again, 30% of the votes still have to come in statewide.
Yeah, it's I'm looking right now at the House races in the state, and of course, we have 17 districts, and right now Democrats are in the lead in 10 of them. So right now, I forget what the numbers are right now. I think it's pretty much split in the state as far as our representation.
Yes. And also earlier today, Republican representative, the incumbent Guy Reschenthaler, won re-election to the U.S. House seat, representing Pennsylvania's district on Tuesday. Reschenthaler running for a fourth term, winning again tonight. Of course, he's a former state lawmaker and U.S. Navy lawyer, first elected in 2018. He was declared winner by the Associated Press just over an hour ago. So Reschenthaler back in as a U.S. House representative in 2024. Nick, anything else you'd like to add?
Well, certainly, yeah, it's breaking well for Trump and the Republicans right now, but again, still time to go. Let's see in Pennsylvania, 76% reporting is what I'm reading. So,
okay, so getting some newer numbers in here, and let's get these updates here as well. And yeah, I do see 76% in now, and Donald Trump now 51.2% of the overall, over 2,744,266 votes. Kamala Harris 47.9% of the overall vote, 2,567,022. So again, the vote total difference there about 180,000 for Trump over Harris in the state of Pennsylvania. At last check right now, and they have declared North Carolina to Donald Trump. That just declared. Just came in. So Trump the winner in North Carolina, now giving him unofficially 230 electoral votes. And again, you still have the races out there in Georgia, which right now Trump leads by about 136,000 votes with 90% of the overall in. And CBS, I guess, getting close to declaring Georgia for Trump. It's certainly leaning heavy in his direction. That has 16 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, again, with 76% of the vote in there, 19 electoral votes. Trump's still a healthy lead, but still you have 24% of the votes in. And Russ, we saw what happened 4 years ago.
Sure, we did. And just kind of looking forward, North Carolina, you said, just got called for Trump. If Georgia gets called, which we expect that shortly. Arizona, although it's very close right now, it's the rural areas that are still we're waiting for.
It's a 3,000 vote lead for Trump in Arizona.
So I still expect Trump to take that. Nevada, really, we don't have any numbers on that, but if that comes in. Coming back to the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, he only needs to win one of those. And he's the 47th president of the United States.
Yeah, so things certainly trending in Trump's direction, but again, we don't know how long these last vote numbers are going to come in. Again, Nick, we're going to have coverage through CBS at least until 5 a.m. And
yes, we are.
Get a declared winner by that point. We saw last time around, we actually didn't have Biden the declared winner over Trump until 4 days after Election Day. The way things are trending here, I have a feeling we're going to get a declared winner a little bit sooner than that.
Yeah, I would think so. The states have gotten better at counting these votes. Last year with the mail-in balloting took a while. And yeah, I mean, I think we'll have a winner before Saturday. Hopefully we want that to be the case. And yeah, we'll be here the next few hours, so keep it tuned.
So the New York Times, and I mentioned this earlier today, how their tech workers went on strike, but they're getting by on their webpage. New York Times right now has Trump listed with as an 89% chance of victory.
Wow.
And their final numbers, they're estimating Trump at 302 electoral votes to 236 for Harris.
Will be interesting to see what plays out. Again, the night's not done yet. Anything could happen. And again, we'll have coverage throughout the course of the evening. If we get any more local numbers in, we'll continue to update you on the local numbers as well throughout the course of the evening. For Nick Barczyk and Russ Rhodes, this is Brian Morozak on your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS.
Thank you for making your voice heard and for making a difference in this election by casting your votes. The League of Women Voters of Pennsylvania will continue to be your trusted source of information beyond November 5th as we work to make sure every eligible voter can vote and that their vote is counted as we prepare for the next election cycle this spring. Visit pawv.org to learn more about how to get involved with nonpartisan efforts to empower voters and defend democracy.
Diagnosed with asthma? If you are 18 or older, you may qualify for an eco-friendly asthma treatment study with Frontier Clinical Research. This study focuses on improving sustainability and equity in asthma care while ensuring essential treatments. By participating, you will receive study-related medical care at no cost and compensated for your time and travel. Call our Scottdale site today at 724-220-5281 to see if you qualify with Frontier Clinical Research.
Winter's just around the corner, but that doesn't mean you need to lose that summertime tan. Well, Bronze Star in Uniontown has got you covered. Visit the 2024 winner of Best in Fayette for tanning services and keep your skin glowing. Bronze Star at 18 Bouquet Street is open 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. weekdays and from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturdays. Winter hours beginning later this month are 11 to 6 on weekdays and 11 to 3 on Saturdays. Call 724-557-6644 and book your visit today.
The T-Berry Law Office and attorney Vincent M. T-Berry specialize in criminal defense, wills and estates, family law, and personal injury. The T-Berry Law Office is located at 84 East Main Street, across the street from the Fayette County Courthouse in Uniontown. When you need to consult an attorney, make your first call to attorney Vincent M. T-Berry and the T-Berry Law Office. It'll be the only call you need to make. Phone 724-430-0300 or visit their website at tberrylawoffice.com. The T-Berry Law Office. Small town, big results.
You're listening to live coverage of Election Night. America Decides. One of the battleground states, North Carolina. There's word some people are still in line voting at UNC Charlotte at this hour. It's 11:30 in the East. And that race in North Carolina now leans Republican, according to CBS News. Georgia does too. Most significant developments in the 7 battleground states. How much was spent on this election? A lot. $16 billion in spending, the most spent ever. It's going to surpass 2022's record-smashing total of just over $15 billion. Money spent up and down the ballot to try to ensure victory in this important election. Our live coverage continues from CBS News.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24.
CBS News projects Vice President Harris will win California and Oregon, with Washington State leaning toward Harris. Former President Donald Trump is projected to win in Idaho and Iowa. So far, that gives Trump 211 electoral votes and Harris 145. In Michigan,
I voted for Donald Trump, and I really disagree with all of his policies, and my convictions align with his beliefs.
You know, this is very crucial. You know what I'm saying? I made sure I was up at 5:30. I said I had to go do this because Trump, we came too far to go backwards.
CBS News projects Republican Ted Cruz will keep his U.S. Senate seat in Texas after defeating Democrat Colin Allred.
This isn't just about politics. It's about preserving a way of life that has made Texas the last best hope for freedom for mankind.
CBS News Special Report, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
It's live coverage of Election Night. America Decides from CBS News. I'm Steve Kathan. It's 11:30 in the East, and we don't have a decision in any of the 7 battleground states. Right now, Georgia and North Carolina lean Republican. Let's bring in CBS News White House correspondent Peter Mayer for many years, joining us now as a political analyst. He's been a part of so many elections through the years. Peter, we're getting toward the point where some races might be called in battleground states, and at least in the two I mentioned, not looking good for Kamala Harris, but she still is performing decently enough in the blue wall states, although Wisconsin is very, very tight.
Well, these are the decision points, Steve, that are going to be the determining factor in this. If she has a hope to win, she's going to have to win all three of those blue wall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. We're entering sort of an election night twilight zone right now, the vagaries of vote counting. When mail-in ballots are counted, the provisionals and so many others could make for a bit of uncertainty here. Millions and millions of early votes were cast. The entire U.S. election landscape has changed because of so much early voting.
It certainly has. I mean, I guess if the numbers are right, about half the people voted early who were going to end up voting in the campaign. We'll certainly see what the overall turnout level is. Everybody thinks as we see a lot of these numbers on election night, overall turnout's going to smash a record, and it always seems it kind of falls short or is about where it's always been.
Right. Once upon a time, everybody who wanted to vote showed up on Election Day with mail-ins and the early in-person voting. All of that has changed. And so has Donald Trump on this issue. He, for years, has denigrated the idea of early voting, but then this time around, when he saw the benefits of it, he changed his tune. Although in recent days he's gone back to raising all kinds of questions about the need for paper ballots, only paper ballots. 4 years ago, almost every election authority in the country took action to expand access, to make voting easier and safer during the early months of the pandemic. And now an estimated 70% of the more than 150 million votes cast in that election were cast before Election Day.
Peter, thanks. CBS's Linda Kenyon is with us, too. She's been keeping track of where the states fall in the red and blue columns. Some recent calls have been made. Linda, get us up to speed with what's happened recently.
Well, the recent projections, and also we couple that with the actual vote counts, and we see that the state of Washington and the state of Oregon have gone to Kamala Harris. And for Washington, that means 12 electoral college votes. For Oregon, that means 8 electoral college votes. We also see that Connecticut just came in. That is for Kamala Harris. And for Donald Trump, the state of Idaho is the projected winner for Donald Trump, and Idaho has 4 electoral college votes. California has gone to Kamala Harris. That is not a surprise. That is known as a true blue state. That came with a major jewel in the crown in terms of electoral college votes at 54. So those are the most recent findings that we have. We also know that if Harris is going to win this election, then it's probably going to mean that the pathway will be through Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Michigan has 15 electoral college votes, Pennsylvania 19, and Wisconsin has 10. So that could turn the tide, and of course we're not really sure how that's going to play out, especially when you're thinking about Pennsylvania, which we do expect those results to come in rather late.
Linda, thanks very much. Amy Dacey, our political analyst, is with us, too. Worth mentioning that the vote was close in Virginia, but now CBS News says that leans Democratic toward Kamala Harris. Same thing for New Mexico. So those 2 states, which were projected to go blue, apparently will, although they're just leaning right now. They have not been officially called. So, Amy, we're getting toward, midnight here in the East, and it's very close in the states that matter most.
Yes, again, that blue wall that we keep talking about. I do know that there's some votes obviously waiting to be counted. There's apparently a next batch of uncounted mail-ins that should come in around midnight. And then again, in Philadelphia, Detroit, and Milwaukee suburbs, it seems she's outperforming the Biden numbers, Kamala Harris is. So there's still these pockets that remain to be seen. The interesting thing, I think, for a lot of this, too, is to just see some of these vote blocks that, we're seeing different, whether it's college educated voters. The youth vote is again breaking down by gender. We're seeing young women voting for Harris, younger men voting for Trump. So some of these vote blocks are also mirroring some of these national trends that we were talking about ahead of time with the gender gap with youth voters. And again, seeing that come out of some of these districts that still have large university centers could make a difference in these waning hours as well.
Live coverage continues.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom.
Janney Montgomery Scott works with individuals, families, nonprofits, and businesses across the region, offering comprehensive financial planning, business retirement planning, and investment management. A multi-generational branch with decades of combined experience, our firm provides advice on what matters most to our clients. Call Janney today at 724-438-5563 to schedule a visit to see if we can help you. Janney Montgomery Scott, 43 South Beeson Boulevard in Uniontown. Let us make your goals our goals, too. Janney Montgomery Scott, LLC, member NYSE, FINRA, SIPC. For more info about Janney, please see Janney's relationship summary at janney.com/CRS, which details all material facts about the scope and terms of our relationship with you and any potential conflicts of interest.
Start your holiday season by cultivating an attitude of gratitude with the Uniontown Art Club all through the month of November. All month long, we'll be featuring classes to inspire your creativity, seasonal art to warm your heart, and handmade gifts created by local artists. You'll find pottery, jewelry, paintings, photographs, and more as you make your list and check it twice, making sure everyone gets something nice. As a special treat, we'll be hosting an open house evening market on November 27th from 4 to 8 p.m. Take a break from your Thanksgiving preparations and join us for some fun. For more information and to register for classes, follow us on our website, www.uniontownartclub.org, and our Facebook page, facebook.com/Uniontown Art Club.
Hi, this is George Fonbenko. Join me every Saturday at 10 a.m. for the Sports Line on WMBS, brought to you by two good friends, Aaron Zolbrod and the Health Insurance Store in Connellsville. When you need health insurance, call Aaron 724-603-3403 or online at getyourbestplan.com. And by Tom Vernon and Casey Sports Cafe, 243 South Mount Vernon Avenue, voted #1 breakfast, lunch spot, and all-around restaurant in the 2023 Best in Fayette.
CBS News Special Report. Campaign 24. America Decides.
I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. Joining us now is Merrick Masters, professor of business at Wayne State University in Michigan, the key battleground state of Michigan. But he's here to talk about labor with us, certainly a key part of this campaign. Endorsements were sought by both candidates. Kamala Harris got the endorsement of most labor groups. The Teamsters passed on both. I'm curious as to what you think. Organized labor certainly backing the Democrats, but I would think a lot of the rank and file may have gone their own way in this election.
Well, I think that's the case, and that's not surprising. Significantly over time, a large number of workers have differed from their leadership. And that is to say, at any given election, you can probably expect about a third of the rank and file to vote against the Democratic preferences of their leadership. It may be higher in certain unions than others at certain times, depending on who's the candidate and the closeness of the race. But in this election, I think the question is, was labor able to get out the vote of a sufficient number with a high enough margin over and above what the electorate as a whole would have been in the case of Michigan, which is obviously very close, Pennsylvania very close, and Wisconsin very close.
Now, there's more to labor than just the upper Midwest. Nevada, a key state with labor. The Culinary Union mobilized strongly for Harris. We'll see if that's enough out there. It may not be, but it's another state where the union activity is strong, at least in trying to get out the vote.
Well, in the 7 battleground states, the highest rates of unionization are in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada. They all have unionization rates above 12%. In several of the other states, you have unionization rates below 5%, and in Wisconsin, it's about 7.5%. It's a far cry from what it used to be in previous elections. If you go back to 1960, for example, the labor movement as a share of the electorate in that year was about 24%. In the year 2024, if you use the same electorate total population that voted in 2020 as the baseline, you have labor being about 9% of the vote today. And that can be significant, particularly in states where it's higher. But in some states, like in Michigan in the early 1960s, you had close to 50% of the workers in the state being unionized. In 1960, you had 24% of the electorate being unionized. And as I said, this time you have a much smaller percentage. So labor has a much more difficult road trying to win an election in a state based on its own strength.
Especially when you consider, in this instance, if you're a member of a labor union and you vote for Donald Trump, who has been essentially anti-union, it's obviously got to be these other conditions that prompt you to do that, whether it's the economy or the immigration situation that propelled Republicans generally.
Well, I think that's the Democratic Party's message. And I've been listening to a variety of different news sources this evening and the analyses. And if you listen to the mainstream media or the center-left media and then go to the alternative media, it's like a night and day situation. In the alternative media, they're talking about a realignment in American politics with the Republican Party being the party in the future of the working class. And I looked at some exit poll results, which were shocking. I looked at Michigan, for example, 60% of the Hispanics in those exit polls indicated that they voted Republican. That's a sea change. And Hispanics are 19% of the voting age population today. So they are really the largest minority group. And the Democrats have not appealed to the working class as much as they should have on a variety of issues. And I think just three in this election were the economy and immigration, as well as in a state like Michigan, the auto industry in particular, and the EV mandates. And the Democrats were hit hard by the Republicans toward the election as it got nearer on the EV mandate, and I think they were put on the defensive.
Merrick Masters, Wayne State University, thanks very much. Appreciate your insight on all that. Reporter Chris Fox.
Thank you for having me.
Sure thing. Reporter Chris Fox is in Texas. Let's go there for a little insight on a couple of things. Immigration, we'll talk about that. But first, Ted Cruz, the incumbent Republican senator, won pretty easily, it looks like, Chris, over a Democrat who tried to gain some footing, Colin Allred, but just couldn't.
Allred has been behind in the polls somewhere between 2, 3, and 4 points pretty much all summer long, and was never really able to get any closer. The polls closed in Texas at 7 p.m., and by 9, Senator Cruz was on the podium at his watch party declaring a decisive victory. Cruz's campaign success coming from his ability basically to tie Allred to the Biden-Harris policies on border security and immigration. And migrant crime was also one of Cruz's big issues. He campaigned alongside Alexis Nungary, the mother of Jocelyn Nungary, the child who was killed by 2 migrants. Allred did try and separate himself, portraying himself as a somewhat of a moderate, and tried to separate himself from the Biden policies, but was never really able to. Cruz taking the stage basically with a 9-point lead. He's currently sitting on a 10-point lead. I've yet to see anything about a concession speech yet from Allred. His watch party was still kind of scouring and hoping that votes could come up somewhere. Cruz also, as your previous guest just mentioned, attributed a great deal of his success from getting a lot of Hispanic voters to vote Republican in South Texas, referring to it as a conundrum for Democrats going forward. And it kind of sets the stage for kind of a rebuilding of the Democratic Party in Texas between now and 2028.
And I guess, Chris, quickly here, immigration was the key issue there and was all over television in the weeks prior.
Yeah, border security, migrant crime. It was just impossible for Allred to get around. He tried to separate himself from President Biden's policies, but was unable to.
Chris Fox in Texas, thanks for the update there. Texas going big for Donald Trump and going big as well for Ted Cruz. North Carolina, CBS News projects, is in Donald Trump's column. One of the big seven goes to the Republican. That's important for him as we march on toward midnight in the East. The votes are still being counted in most of the other battleground states, in fact, all of them, and will be for some time. Live coverage from CBS News continues.
Are you a veteran or a veteran's family member? Veterans Day isn't the only way to celebrate military service. PA CareerLink is honoring veterans with a Veterans and Family Community Day on November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. Take advantage of this opportunity to learn about local veteran services and resources including priority hiring and job search assistance through the PA CareerLink. And don't forget, WMBS will be broadcasting live from the Veterans and Family Community Day from 2 to 4 p.m. with Josh Kryzak and Matt Sapienza spinning the fabulous WMBS prize wheel. You won't want to miss it. So drop in for PA CareerLink's Veterans and Family Community Day on November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. at 112 Commonwealth Drive in Lemont Furnace. For more information, call 724-434-5627, extension 3132. We will see you there.
The public has raised over $2 million in the first 4 years of Fayette Gives. And the Community Foundation of Fayette County is hosting another Fayette Gives November 7th from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at FayetteGives.org. Fundraising for over 96 Fayette County charities during this special day of giving. As an added incentive, over $50,000 in cash prizes will be awarded to charities. Your donation will help the chances of your favorite charities winning. Build a stronger Fayette County by supporting local charities at FayetteGives.org.
The best way to follow the black and gold is with the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network. Touchdown, Steelers! Rob King brings you the play-by-play along with Craig Wolfley, Max Starks, and Missy Matthews. The only place to hear every game is right here on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Everybody's on their feet here at the stadium.
The Steelers at 6-2 take on the Washington Commanders on the road Sunday, November 10th at 1 o'clock on your Steelers station, 590 and 101.1 WMBS.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24.
CBS News projects Donald Trump wins North Carolina. When it comes to those battleground states, CBS's Nancy Cordes is speaking with Kamala Harris's campaign.
There's not a single state that they are expressing confidence right now that they are going to win. They just keep reassuring their supporters that they still have a chance.
CBS's Lilia Luciano is in Nevada on why no votes have been posted there so far.
Those voters waiting in line, some for hours, at 7 p.m. still have to cast their ballots legally, and the state won't publish results until those votes are in.
Democrat Angela Alsobrooks will become Maryland's first black senator, defeating former Governor Larry Hogan.
To those Marylanders whose support I have yet to earn, I may not have won your vote, but I want you to know that I hear your voice, and I will be your senator too.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Matt Piper.
It's live coverage of election night. America Decides. I'm Steve Kaith in CBS News. Peter Mayer's back joining us now. Let's look, Peter, at Congress, which may not get settled in terms of control for a few days, but the Senate races have been interesting tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a sort of a foregone conclusion for a long time, Steve, that Republicans would regain control of the Senate. And if Donald Trump wins, and again, he has not officially won yet, that could be a sea change in policy on everything from nominations to foreign policy to spending and budget ideas. Trump wants to get rid of the education department. That would be a tall order. But if he has control of the Senate and if Republicans gain control of the House, that too could be a possibility. Speaking of the House, the last time control of the House flipped in a presidential election year was 1952 when Republicans won the House and Dwight Eisenhower was elected to his first term as president. So we shall see how this House outcome is going to work.
And winning North Carolina, CBS News projects Donald Trump has won there, leaning in Georgia. So the blue wall is very important, crucial, it seems, for Kamala Harris. And as we heard Nancy Cordes a little while ago, there's not a lot of optimism that that's a done deal.
Well, that is her last hope, it would seem, Steve, that she would have to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania to win the White House and get those 270 electoral votes. I'm wondering about something of a footnote, and that is the popular vote. The last Republican presidential candidate to win the nationwide popular vote was George W. Bush in 2004. He won the Electoral College and the presidency in 2000 when he lost the popular vote to then Democratic Vice President Al Gore, and an election, of course, was decided by the U.S. Supreme Court.
Let's go to California now. KCBS reporter Doug Sovereign joins us. Not much drama about who would carry California. Kamala Harris did. But there are some congressional races that could determine House control that are in play. Good evening, Doug, and what do you have for us?
Yeah, good evening. That there are. Yeah, just the top line, though, Kamala Harris is at about 58% in California. She's going to finish somewhere close to 60. And, of course, as Peter was talking about the popular vote, Joe Biden had a margin of about 5 million votes here last time. If she comes close to that, that could be enough for her to close the gap with Trump, which is somewhere around 6 million right now. So it may be that she does end up winning the popular vote, or it ends up very close. He might win it narrowly. But there are millions of votes coming in from the western states that will close that gap significantly. So we'll see how that plays out, which way it goes. Then, of course, Adam Schiff, a very high-profile member of the House, has been elected to the U.S. Senate from California. He will succeed the late Dianne Feinstein. LaFonza Butler has been the interim senator, but Schiff now will get the full 6-year term, and you can expect him to have or to seek just as high a profile in the Senate as he had in the House. Of course, he may be a member of the loyal opposition now, and if Donald Trump is president, I think he'll relish that role as a foil to Trump. And then, we've got half a dozen really important House races that are too close to call. It might take a couple of days before we know the numbers, but they may well decide control of the House, because it does look to me like the House is going to be very close. And right now, the Democrats' best hope is to take that House. It would be interesting to flip, because right now the Democrats control the Senate, the Republicans the House. We could see that flip, and then you might get the first black Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries. So those California House races really will be pivotal, but we don't expect to really. They're all close districts, and it'll take a few days to get that count. So we don't expect to know those results tonight.
What about ballot measures in California? They're always interesting to keep tabs on. Proposition 36 is just one of them.
Yeah, we have 10 measures on the state ballot, and Prop 36 is a sort of rollback of more lenient criminal justice measures that the voters approved with a measure called Prop 47 10 years ago. But there's been a backlash, with all the retail crime theft and shoplifting and street crime that people have heard about. This measure would loosen some of those restrictions. It would restore higher penalties for certain crimes. It's passing in a landslide, 73% last time I checked, saying yes to that. It really cuts across party lines, partisan lines, Republicans, Democrats, everyone is voting for this. They're fed up with the crime. California sort of moving back to the middle a bit on that. A couple things that might surprise national listeners. Prop 33, which would allow for greater rent control. It would repeal an old California law that restricted rent control. It's going down to defeat in a major way. And so is a measure that would have raised the minimum wage. And the reasoning behind both of those is that people feel that allowing more rent control might actually disincentivize housing production, and it might not lead to more housing. And so people were convinced of that argument. And on the minimum wage, again, it's an economic argument that they were convinced that, a lot of localities already have higher minimum wages here, but if the state enacted one, it would raise prices, it might raise costs for employers, and they're just not ready to pay that right now.
All right, Doug, thanks very much. Let's bring in Amy Dacey, our political consultant, joining us. She's at American University. Let's look at the toll right now as we head toward midnight in the east. 230 for Donald Trump. He needs to get to 270. Kamala Harris is at 172. North Carolina is in the Republican column. Georgia might be soon. You're looking closely, I know, Amy, at those 3 states that make up the blue wall.
Absolutely. And this is kind of what we're seeing, in some of these key counties, like in Wisconsin and Dane County, she's about 74%. Biden did that with 75. Milwaukee, she's at 66. He was, won that with 69. Then you move over to Michigan, Kent County, she's above with 56. He got that with 51. But all of these, counties, Allegheny, she's about even. Delaware, she's 2 points down. Erie, she's 3 points down. She's got to make the margin up in some of these counties. Now, the argument certainly from the campaign and what we're hearing out of Pennsylvania is there's a lot, there's more votes to count in these areas, but those are some big percentage points to try and make up to make sure that she solidifies the blue wall.
We'll see if she does or if Donald Trump pokes through. Live coverage continues. America Decides from CBS News.
This is your local station, WMBS. This Weather Watch is being brought to you by Maloney's Restaurant, Main Street, Uniontown. Maloney's Restaurant, serving authentic Italian cuisine in Uniontown since 1950. Call 724-437-2061 for weekly specials and to place your order. Overnight low is 67. Cloudy with occasional showers on Wednesday, 71. Cloudy on Wednesday night, a few showers, 58. Partly cloudy and 63 on Thursday. Mostly sunny and 64 Friday. Partly cloudy, 64 Saturday. Cloudy with occasional showers on Sunday, 68. This Weather Watch has been brought to you by Maloney's Restaurant. Let Maloney's cater your special occasion. Choose from their banquet menu and ask about their popular banquet room to make your next event special. Call 724-437-2061. This is your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS.
Join us Saturday, November 16th at the State Theater Center for the Arts as Fat Cat Swinger presents The Wonderful World of Swing as seen at Disney Parks. You'll be bouncing in your seats with this high-energy swing band and the Cat's original arrangements of Magic Mouse favorites such as Wish Upon a Star, Be Our Guest, Bella Notte, and more for a night of amazing entertainment. Fat Cat Swinger, Saturday, November 16th at 7 p.m. For tickets, call 724-439-1360 or online at statetheater.info.
WMBS election coverage is being brought to you by Proden & O'Brien, attorneys at law, MB Home Remodeling, West Media Group, They Get Results, the Pennsylvania League of Women Voters, Frontier Clinical Research, Bronze Star Tanning, Ford of Uniontown, Jenny Montgomery Scott, and the T. Berry Law Offices and attorney Vincent T. Berry.
Coming up on 12 midnight Wednesday on your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS. Brian Morozak along with Russ Rhodes and Nick Barczyk. In the state of Pennsylvania, we have 83% of the vote in statewide. In Fayette County, we have over 97% of the vote in countywide. And here is what we know to start a brand new day on Wednesday. Donald Trump in the state of Pennsylvania leading Kamala Harris. Trump with 51.3% of the overall vote total. Harris with 47.7%. And right now, Russ, Trump's lead over Harris just over 200,000 votes.
Yeah, it's looking good now. Philadelphia County, they've only got 25% of their vote in so far. So
some of those votes are obviously going to go more towards Harris.
Yes. However, he is pulling 21% of that vote so far. So that's a good night for a Republican in Philadelphia County pulling in 21%. So, yeah, it's, the word, I guess, is, well, two words, cautiously optimistic.
Yes.
If you're pulling for Trump on this.
And a lot of the odds makers actually putting over a 90% chance now of Trump defeating Harris.
Correct,
not only in Pennsylvania, but winning another 4-year term for president whenever this is decided, probably within the next couple of hours.
Yeah, well, if Georgia goes to Trump as we expect it's going to do, Alaska, which that's going to be early in the morning, Arizona, possibly Nevada, he only has to win one of the three blue states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin.
And they all favor him right now.
Yeah. Now Michigan's early, Detroit's out. There's not much votes from the Detroit area. So, potentially this could be a landslide for Donald Trump if he somehow can get 2, maybe even 3 of those blue states.
And you mentioned that during your show the last couple of weeks. You saw if there was going to be a landslide win, it would probably be more Trump than Harris, just the way the vote totals were likely going to swing.
Yeah, and let's also talk about something else here. Popular vote
has a chance there as well.
Trump right now is up by 4 million.
And that's with some California votes already in as well.
Absolutely. So, and then add on to this, it's official. Republicans have flipped the Senate. And there's still 7 outstanding seats that have to be called yet. I mean, they're not all going to go Republican, but you're going to get a number
Probably
of
a few more there as well.
Yeah, so the Republicans are going to increase that majority on the Senate. The House, right now, they've got a 50-seat lead, roughly, in races that are called in the House. They need 218 to maintain control of the House. They're at 174.
Also, locally, incumbent Republican Charity Grimm-Krupa won another 2-year term for state representative in the 51st District with over 97% of the vote total reported. Krupa picked up 19,311 votes, 65% of the overall, to Democratic challenger George Hecrate, who picked up 10,132 votes, 34% of the overall. Republican Representative Guy Reschenthaler also won re-election to a U.S. House seat representing Pennsylvania's 14th District as well tonight. So, again, a good night for the Republicans. And looking statewide, again, we mentioned it last check, and I'll get some updated numbers right now. In Pennsylvania, we're now looking at 83% of the vote-in across the state. And most of the other big races statewide at last check favoring the Republicans, even though we have seen some tight margins, Russ, in some of those races.
Yeah. So, in the state here, it's possible that you're going to get a flip in the General Assembly back to Republican. So, I think that all goes into there has been a trend, not just Fayette County we've seen as far as registration numbers, but statewide too, where, Democrats hold a lead, but a couple years ago was a 1 million vote lead. It's down to about 320,000 vote lead for Democrats registration-wise now.
Let's take a look at some of these other races across Pennsylvania. U.S. Senate race between Dave McCormick and Bob Casey. Again, this is with 83% of the vote in statewide. The Republican Dave McCormick holding just about a 90,000 vote lead over Bob Casey. McCormick 49% of the overall to Casey's 47.9% of the overall. Dave Sunday about a 6 percentage point lead over Eugene DePasquale in the Attorney General's race. So another race favoring the Republican there. In fact, Republicans up in all of these races statewide. Auditor General's race, Tim DeFore leading Malcolm Kenyatta. That race by about a 6 percentage point difference. DeFore 51% of the overall, Kenyatta 45%. In the state treasurer's race, Republican Stacey Garrity 52% of the overall to Aaron McClellan's 45% of the overall. So Republicans pretty much looking good everywhere right now, Russ.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, if you're a Republican, you're having a very fine time.
Yes, and I've not seen any of those state races called yet. But again, we just have 83% of the vote totals in. And as you said, a lot of votes still outstanding in the Philadelphia region, which could certainly change that area as well. And we'll see if we get a little swing there before the morning is done with. Again, we'll have CBS coverage going at least until 5 a.m., and we'll break in with any local updates as they become warranted as well throughout the course of the evening. And, Nick, I know you're busy there behind the iPad and behind the phone. Anything sticking out to you right now?
Well, no, just seeing this map, obviously very red in favor of Trump, and as we update the numbers here, electoral-wise, at 230 to 209 in favor of Trump, and the numbers in Pennsylvania looking good for him with 83% in, so that's not a small number. And right now he has 3,016,601 votes to Kamala Harris's 2,798,308. So again, still 19% or make that 17% of the votes still to be counted in Pennsylvania, but right now looking good for the former president there.
And actually sent in, Russ, just got the last update of the night. They made a note of it here for Fayette County. Really no significant changes at all. The vote totals just increasing for both Krupa and Rattay by a fraction.
Okay.
But this is going to be the last update for the county tonight. And right now they're showing almost 100% of the vote in most of the races. In fact, 100% in almost all of these races right now. So we pretty much just after 12 midnight have 100% of the numbers in Fayette County.
And 76.54% voter turnout.
Correct.
Which is fantastic.
That's very good.
Yeah.
And that's with, again, 77 of the 77 precincts in the county, as Russ said, almost a 77% voter turnout. We had 62,891 ballots cast in Fayette County.
Yeah, that's great to see, and certainly you want to see that every election. Not surprising for a presidential election with the stakes so high, and also the U.S. Senate race, but you want to see that every election, even the off year, if you will. But great to see that turnout very high in Fayette.
So the numbers as far as Fayette County is concerned, pretty much official for the night, but we'll still watch some of the statewide races for you as the morning progresses. For Nick Barczyk and Russ Rhodes, again, we'll have CBS coverage going until at least 5 a.m. this morning as we await the final electoral votes to come in, not only statewide, but across the nation, here on your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS. We appreciate you joining us for Election Coverage 2024 here in Fayette County.
This is your local station, WMBS. This weather update is being brought to you by Autoland Hyundai. Get Hyundai Assurance, America's best warranty with 10-year, 100,000-mile protection at Autoland Hyundai, East Fayette Street, downtown Uniontown. Overnight low is 67. Cloudy on Wednesday, occasional showers 71. Cloudy, a few showers Wednesday night, 58. Partly cloudy on Thursday, 63. Mostly sunny and 64 on Friday. Partly cloudy, 64 Saturday. Cloudy with occasional showers on Sunday, 68. This weather update was brought to you by Autoland Hyundai, East Fayette Street in downtown Uniontown. Come experience the quality that lets them offer America's best warranty, the Hyundai Advantage, with 10-year, 100,000-mile protection at Autoland Hyundai. This is your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS, and online at WMBS590.com.
Politics is a tough business. Getting your message out to voters takes a good strategy. West Media Group and their strategic expertise and creative capabilities have helped to elect many notable Fayette County office holders, including Judges Steve Leskinen, Nancy Vernon, and Linda Cordero, retired State Senator Rich Kasunik, former State Representative Tim Mahoney, District Attorney Rich Bauer, District Judges Wendy Dennis, Dan Shimshock, and Rich Kasunik, County Commissioner Vince Vasides. West Media Group has also successfully managed several prominent races in neighboring counties. A full-service strategic marketing company and advertising agency, West Media Group can develop a plan for success for your business or organization, just as they have done for so many candidates for office. For websites and e-marketing programs, to complete strategic advertising plans, call West Media Group at 724-532-3300 or visit them at westmediagroup.com. They get results.
Live coverage from CBS News, America Decides. Let's talk about one of the big issues, immigration, with Mark Jones at Rice University. It was one of the telling issues for the Republican Party. That and the economy were the top two issues among Republican voters, according to our exit polls. Certainly, both those issues, Mark, seem to be paying off tonight if you look at some of the results as they're coming in from the key battleground states.
No, without question, the immigration issue really helped Republicans mobilize their supporters to turn out at what are clearly higher rates than Democrats. What we're also seeing is that, in a state like Texas, Donald Trump is up by 15 points, and that's due in part due to immigration. He only defeated Joe Biden by 5.5 points or 6 points back in 2020. And we're even seeing some of the border counties that are 80% Hispanic and in the past have gone Democratic, either voting a majority for Trump or being pretty much neck and neck. The immigration, at the end of the day, while the Democrats did, I think, adopt some policies during the course of 2024 that ameliorated some of the problem, it didn't eliminate it altogether. And the chickens are coming home to roost right now.
And I guess whether it can be done or not, logistically and otherwise, saying you want to mass deport people is a winning strategy. I mean, going for the extreme measure in terms of how you want to deal with this issue, it resonated, I guess, right?
Well, right. So nuance is often lost on people. And I think, with the case with the mass deportation, we're not going to see a mass deportation. The political, the financial, and the personal family costs would just be far too high. But symbolically, it sent a message to people who care about immigration that Trump was going to adopt a policy that was very different from that of the Biden-Harris administration. And Joe Biden's immigration policy is profoundly unpopular with American voters, just as his economic policy has been. And I think those are two factors that really have sunk Democrats across the country. And if Kamala Harris ends up losing, will be two of the factors that led to her defeat.
I guess, and let's just cancel out for a moment who wins the White House. Doesn't Congress have to come to something on this, as they seem to do in that measure that was supported by the White House and by just about everybody except for Donald Trump, and it got killed? I mean, above and beyond that, Congress has to really do something, do they not? And the shape of that is still to be determined.
Right. The only way that we actually resolve the immigration problem and not essentially take these partial steps and Band-Aid approaches is by the passage of comprehensive immigration reform, which requires agreement and consensus among Democrats in the Senate and the House and between the Congress and the White House. Whether we will get that with Donald Trump and a Senate and House that are going to be pretty evenly divided remains to be seen. I would like to think we would get it because we're not going to be able to resolve the problem without it. But past efforts have failed, and we really would have to go back to the Reagan era to find a really successful comprehensive immigration reform that passed through Congress and was signed by the president.
What about, the first time Donald Trump ran and won, it was all about the wall. Where do we stand with a wall on the southern border right now?
Well, the wall was often a metaphor for the idea that he was just going to make it much tougher for people to cross over. And I think what you're going to find is in the Trump administration, you're going to see a much greater effort to keep people who are seeking asylum on the Mexican side of the border with the Remain in Mexico project, our program. And at the same time, for people who are in the United States, have more deportations and a faster move through the asylum process, which on one hand will remove more people, but the other hand will potentially leave people who actually have legitimate asylum claims lumped in with the group who never have a time to see their day in court.
Mark Jones, Rice University, thanks very much. Let's go back to the presidential race. Amy Dacey, our political analyst, is with us. I'm looking at some of the vote counts in the key blue wall states, as I know you've been looking at. Michigan coming in very slow. 49% is in, and it's a very close battle. Donald Trump with a 5 or 6 point lead, but that's still half of the vote is still yet to count. What are you seeing as you look at some of these numbers in those three very important states?
Well, I think, in Pennsylvania, the question there was an expectation that there'd be more erosion with Trump vote in Lebanon, Lancaster, Cumberland, Dauphin, and they're not seeing that. And then they're seeing outside Pittsburgh, some of these counties, Westmoreland, Washington, that were big GOP, he's got gains of plus 20. So some of these things that you weren't seeing, and Allegheny is almost in, and she's just a fraction, Kamala Harris, of a point behind Biden in this, in the state. So, it's not hitting the marks in some of these places in Pennsylvania, and there wasn't the attrition they thought they'd see in other, places as well. I think that, like you said, there's still plenty of vote left out in Michigan, but she has to make those vote margins up in Kent and Wayne, which are so, incredibly important. And then Wisconsin, I think a lot of eyes are on Dane County. 75% is what Biden won it by in 2020. And so that in Milwaukee at 69%, you have to be hitting those numbers in order to win statewide. Now, I think there's just been another 50,000 votes that were dropped in Pennsylvania that they're counting. So we'll see if that brings up the margin in some of these places like Allegheny and Delaware and Erie that matter. But again, this is vote by vote, a very slim margin still in some of the counties that matter. And as the pathway narrows and narrows with each vote coming in.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, 86% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has it's a little over a 2.5 point edge, but we anticipate Pennsylvania could be something that lags into tomorrow, whereas Michigan and Wisconsin perhaps not. And those are the ones that I think for the immediate next few hours, the Democrats are really going to be wringing their hands.
Yeah, I think this is the ones that they're, certainly looking at. And it was always going to be Pennsylvania would take a little longer. The expectation, especially with changes since 2020 on the ability to count the votes, we'd see Michigan and Wisconsin a little bit earlier. But again, I think with some of these narrow margins, it's going to take a little bit. And then, of course, as you get out, if these West Coast, states become ever more important, Arizona and Nevada will take a little while, as well.
Amy Dacey, thanks. They're still counting the votes in the battleground states. 7 of those states, very important. CBS News projects that Donald Trump has won North Carolina. That's one of them. And projects that Georgia leans Republican. The others still very much in play. And we'll mention also that CBS News projects in California, Nancy Pelosi has been reelected to Congress. Live coverage from CBS News continues.
Someday, you'll want to update your kitchen, your bathroom, or anywhere else around the house. When that day comes, remember MB Home Remodeling. Locally owned and operated with more than 3 decades experience, MB Home Remodeling offers quality, award-winning work on custom kitchens, bathrooms, tile, woodwork, windows, doors, and more. MB Home Remodeling, 724-970-3498, mb-homeremodeling.com. Check out the 5-star reviews on Facebook, and thanks for voting MB Home Remodeling the best in Fayette.
The attorneys at Proden and O'Brien have been a staple in Fayette County since 2000, with almost a quarter-century of community involvement and experience in the courtroom. When you need legal assistance, with the personalized attention from attorneys who care, look no further than Proden and O'Brien. They're ready to handle your individual legal needs. From family law matters to estate issues, call them today at 724-437-3484. They are Proden and O'Brien.
Does your car sound like it's saying, "Trade me in, trade me in," every time you start it up? Well, go to Ford of Uniontown and trade it in. That's right, your Uniontown Ford dealer is ready to assist you with a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV purchase. Ford of Uniontown has all the deals, all the inventory, and they are ready to deal. It has never been a better time to buy a Ford. Service is their top priority. No matter where you purchased your Ford car or truck, Ford of Uniontown will be happy to service it for you. They offer Ford-trained technicians, Ford-certified parts and service, 1-year, 12,000-mile parts warranties, and new state-of-the-art service equipment. Call or stop in today to see the hometown service of Ford of Uniontown, Route 40 West across from Applebee's. So listen to your car the next time you hear it say, "Trade me in, trade me in." Ford of Uniontown, Route 40 at the top of the hill.
It's live coverage of Election Night. America Decides. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. The Electoral College tally right now, 230 for Donald Trump, 189 for Kamala Harris. 270 is the magic number. Key states won so far in those 7 battleground states. Donald Trump, CBS News projects, has won North Carolina, and Georgia is leaning Republican. The others are still in play. CBS's Wendy Gillette is in Florida. She is at Trump headquarters right now, where I'm sure the mood is pretty light.
There is a lot of positivity and optimism here. A little while ago, the campaign showed a graphic on the big screen of North Carolina projected for Trump. The crowd went wild, cheering and celebrating. Many supporters are intently watching news coverage and waiting for the results in more swing states. Here's what some of them told me within the last hour.
From the early voting numbers, we knew that we were in a good position. And then tonight, with the different swing states coming through, it's supporting the data that we saw from last week.
Pretty cautiously optimistic right now. It's, looks like she's underperforming in a lot of areas that Joe Biden did really well in 2020. And, you're seeing some groups coming out in big numbers for Trump and those states that he needs to win to put it over the top. So we're feeling pretty good right now, just sitting here watching.
We're just excited. We think it's going to be an early night. As soon as it closes with Pennsylvania, we're going to know that we've won. We already can predict where the rest of the Midwest is going. and he's got the numbers. You can see it. He's got the numbers.
The last supporter is Lisa Watson, a black woman from Kansas City. She voted for Trump because of school choice. She says because Kamala Harris and Democrats reject school choice, she rejects the Democratic Party. As for Trump, no word yet from campaign officials on when he might come over here from Mar-a-Lago, where he's been watching the results come in along with friends and allies. Steve?
Now, earlier, Wendy, it seemed there was pressure earlier in the night that was being put out there that his aides were telling him he had to say something by 11 p.m. He kind of had to get out there before people in the East went to bed and say something, declare victory perhaps. But that has not come to pass, and as you say, it looks like we're going to be way into the night before we hear from anybody.
Yeah, that's right. Earlier this morning after he voted, he said, in normal times I would give a speech at 10 or 11 o'clock. And right, those allies had said, yeah, go out in prime time and speak to the crowd. But I think he's holding back, looking at these results that have been coming in. They look very positive, and perhaps he's waiting for more definitive results before he addresses the crowd.
Wendy, I'm also curious, the Trump campaign has had its ups and downs, and they've had to fill in some of the gaps when he said some things. It's not been easy. They had the situation at Madison Square Garden with the comedian who told the joke that wasn't a joke and offended a lot of people. I'm wondering, the campaign has to be thrilled with the results so far, especially among Hispanic men and even Hispanic women. The Hispanic vote overall has really been strong for Trump.
Yeah, they're extremely positive and feeling great. And Roger Stone was actually just outside the room here and was speaking to some members of the media, and he said that whole issue that happened at Madison Square Garden was not important in the whole scheme of things. And he was complimenting the people who ran the campaign. He said they ran an amazing campaign that'll go down in one of the best campaigns in history. And so the campaign officials here are just pretty elated at this point.
Wendy Gillette, thanks very much. CBS's Nydia Cavazos joins us now, covering the Harris campaign for many, many months. I'm wondering, Nydia, how are things there at Harris headquarters?
I can tell you that we've been at Howard University for the past couple of hours, and we've definitely seen a change in mood here. Initially started off by seeing a lot of her supporters waving flags. They were dancing to music, and as the night went on, and projections began to come in during the night, we definitely saw this. It's more of a somber mood now, out with their supporters who are waiting to see if Vice President Harris will come and address. Initially, there was information we had received that she was going to speak at 11 p.m. in the evening, and that seemed to have changed along the night. And so as of now, it's a matter of waiting. But this is what we're hearing from people who are here. They're clinging on to hope, and as one of them said, we're waiting for Vice President Harris, and we have a lot of hope.
Yeah, the disappointment has to be palpable. North Carolina has gone for Trump, according to CBS News projections. Georgia might very well follow. That blue wall we've been talking about all night, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, is what she needs and has to have at this point in the game, I would think. So the pressure is on for those states to come in, and the vote count has been slow.
That's correct. And we've been knowing and hearing from Harris senior campaign officials that Harris's most straightforward path to victory lied in the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And this was something that they would tout over and over during campaign calls that were on the record. They would say that they were feeling good about these states. They were hoping for a strong turnout. And as of last night, campaign officials were also telling us that today had to be a near perfect day in terms of turnout. And this is why we would see Vice President Harris campaigning in a lot of the bigger cities across these states with the focus on strengthening her base and making sure that they were going to come out and turn out today. But as we've been seeing in the crowd today, the crowd is, they're seeing these giant screens here, and as they continue to see the projections and the number of votes counted as it increases, we do sense the disappointment. And it is very palpable and it is very clear from the scene here at Howard University.
And Nydia, it seemed even Republicans would admit the Democrats had a stronger ground game. They had better organization and more pumped in that direction to help them out, and it may not have worked.
There was a very large and extensive ground game operation for the Harris campaign in terms of the number of offices across these battleground states, the number of volunteers, the grassroots organizations that were also assisting the Harris campaign, the door knocking, especially that went on during this past weekend, with Pennsylvania alone having more than between staffers and volunteers, they knocked on close to 5 million doors in the span of Harris's campaign, which we know was approximately 107 days old. So we know that it was a very, very extensive ground game. They had the operation, but it seems that based on what we're sensing, the projections, that it's not necessarily what Democrats were hoping for.
Live coverage continues.
Thank you for making your voice heard and for making a difference in this election by casting your vote. The League of Women Voters of Pennsylvania will continue to be your trusted source of information beyond November 5th as we work to make sure every eligible voter can vote and that their vote is counted as we prepare for the next election cycle this spring. Visit PAWV.org to learn more about how to get involved with nonpartisan efforts to empower voters and defend democracy.
Diagnosed with asthma? If you are 18 or older, you may qualify for an eco-friendly asthma treatment study with Frontier Clinical Research. This study focuses on improving sustainability and equity in asthma care while ensuring essential treatments. By participating, you will receive study-related medical care at no cost and compensated for your time and travel. Call our Scottdale site today at 724-220-5281 to see if you qualify with Frontier Clinical Research.
Winter's just around the corner, but that doesn't mean you need to lose that summertime tan. Well, Bronze Star in Uniontown has got you covered. Visit the 2024 winner of Best in Fayette for tanning services and keep your skin glowing. Bronze Star at 18 Bouquet Street is open 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. weekdays and from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturdays. Winter hours beginning later this month are 11 to 6 on weekdays and 11 to 3 on Saturdays. Call 724-557-6644 and book your visit today.
The T-Berry Law Office and attorney Vincent M. T-Berry specialize in criminal defense, wills and estates, family law, and personal injury. The T-Berry Law Office is located at 84 East Main Street, across the street from the Fayette County Courthouse in Uniontown. When you need to consult an attorney, make your first call to attorney Vincent M. T-Berry and the T-Berry Law Office. It'll be the only call you need to make. Phone 724-430-0300 or visit their website at tberrylawoffice.com. The T-Berry Law Office. Small town, big results.
It's live coverage of election night. America decides. The headlines right now, the Electoral College tally stands at 230 for Trump, 189 for Harris. The magic number is 270. Whether we get there tonight remains to be seen. Key states won. Well, there are 7 up for grabs. CBS News projects that Donald Trump has won North Carolina. That's one of them. Another, Georgia leans Republican. There's still no real clear decision in the other 5. The battle for Congress might not be settled tonight. California and New York are the key states to determine control of the House. Republicans have picked up 2 Senate seats. One was Joe Manchin's in West Virginia. He was a Democrat turned independent. Live coverage continues from CBS News.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24.
CBS News characterizes U.S. Senate control as leaning Republican, and the presidential contest in Wisconsin is leaning towards former President Donald Trump. Trump so far has 230 electoral votes and Vice President Kamala Harris 189. 270 votes are needed to win. CBS's Tony DeCopel at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida.
The young staffers are now looking for apartments in Washington, D.C. and talking openly about what jobs they want in the new administration. So they are measuring the drapes, so to speak.
CBS's Nancy Cordes at Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C.
There's not a single state that they are expressing confidence right now that they are going to win. They just keep reassuring their supporters that they still have a chance. And this is not the position that many of their supporters thought they'd be in at this point in the night.
CBS News Special Report, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
It's live coverage of election night. America Decides. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. Joining us is Peter Mayer, our longtime White House correspondent, who is now a political analyst for us, and sizing up tonight's results. And they're still coming in, but Peter, Amy Dacey is with us right now. Amy Dacey, our political analyst from American University. And Amy, the headline that just sort of hit was Wisconsin is now leaning Republican. And that's one state in that blue wall we've talked about all night that Kamala Harris cannot afford to lose.
No, I mean, it's the trifecta of these three states that will really, matter to make that definite number of 270. Again, Dane County, Milwaukee County being the most important of those. So I think I'm being told there's still outstanding, numbers. There's hope coming out of the, camps that Wisconsin's still in play. But that would be, just not a part of the magic to make sure that she still has enough electoral votes to get to that 270 if she wasn't able to do that.
So let's sort of do the math real quick. If Kamala Harris was to lose there, I mean, the pathway has to be a Western sweep, right? If that even exists, I'm trying to add up the electoral votes.
Yeah, I'll look at it as well. I mean, with Arizona, you have 11 electoral votes. With Nevada, you have 6. So certainly, Wisconsin being 10, there's a possibility there. But I think, that's, again, something we're not going to know for a while. And Michigan was really the hope in getting through kind of the Midwest and picking up those 3 states. The Arizona and Nevada path always seemed, to the campaign, I think a little less likely than that blue wall. So I think, trying to get through and get Wisconsin on board would be really important.
And the Nevada vote will still a bit of a pause in getting anything there. Arizona, it's still very much a toss-up, very close vote, 49.9% to 49.2%. Trump with a bit of an edge with 52% of it in. So I guess, is it too much too soon to start soul-searching in terms of what went wrong here for Kamala Harris?
Well, I mean, I think there was some questions, generally for both of these campaigns either way as we kind of look at what's happened in the last 100 days. I think there was big questions, and the post-analysis for whatever result we get tonight, we'll really have to look at, this is the first election with Trump on the ticket post-Dobbs. Did that have the effect? Going again and looking at the ground game, did that really matter in some of these key districts? The shifting electorate, the electorate in the Sun Belt, and if that will help her, as we go out west, or if not, just was she able to separate herself from Biden enough to really kind of make the case about the economy and some of these other issues that they, cared about? Where did the Haley voters go? I think that's a big question, too, that people will look at. And Harris betting on courting Republicans and peeling them off, did that help in some of these states that, she has seen some success going forward? Those were the big questions, regardless of how those electoral votes came down. But I think those will be the ones people will be looking at to get some direction of what happened here in 2024.
All right, Amy, thanks. Let's get caught up with CBS's Linda Kenyon now about we've talked about some of the key states, but the results overall tonight. Linda, you've been keeping a tally as we've been going along. Some recent highlights here. What have you got?
Yeah, most recently we have some results from the state of Virginia, which appears to be going to Harris, which has 13 electoral college votes. Hawaii, also Harris, with 4 electoral votes. Nebraska to former President Donald Trump with 2 votes. North Carolina, Also, we've spoken about that one earlier. That is Donald Trump. North Carolina is a big win for Trump. It has 16 electoral college votes. And Connecticut has gone for Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, those are the most recent vote tallies right now. If we look at the total votes for electoral college so far, and reminding everyone it takes 270 to win, Harris has, according to CBS News projections and vote counts, 189 electoral college votes, and Trump is leading with 230. So, yes, it is true that Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin still appear to be the clearest path forward to a victory for the Democrats, although with Wisconsin leaning Republican, those hopes are starting to feel like it's 2016 all over again for Kamala Harris, for the Democrats in particular, as it appears that Donald Trump, until all the votes are in, of course, but it appears Donald Trump is ahead in this race.
Linda Kenyon, thanks. We've still got more votes to count, more to do. It's not decided yet. The presidential race is still very much in play. Donald Trump, though, has an edge, it seems. His supporters are encouraged as we head toward 1 a.m. in the East. Live coverage continues from CBS News.
Janney Montgomery Scott works with individuals, families, nonprofits, and businesses across the region, offering comprehensive financial planning, business retirement planning, and investment management. A multi-generational branch with decades of combined experience, our firm provides advice on what matters most to our clients. Call Janney today at 724-438-5563 to schedule a visit to see if we can help you. Janney Montgomery Scott, 43 South Beeson Boulevard in Uniontown. Let us make your goals our goals, too. Janney Montgomery Scott, LLC, member NYSE, FINRA, SIPC. For more info about Janney, please see Janney's relationship summary at janney.com/CRS, which details all material facts about the scope and terms of our relationship with you and any potential conflicts.
Hi, everybody. This is Matt Sapienza, WMBS's Morning Man, here to remind you of the letters for this week's Name It and Claim It scrambled word game. We have 12 letters in this week's puzzle, 12, and they are as follows. Try and see if you can unscramble these into a proper word. S as in Sam, G as in Greg, R as in Randy, T as in Ted, E as in Ernie, O as in Orville, E as in Ernest, T as in torrential, S as in shine, N as in new, H as in Hampshire, and E as in earth. Those letters make up one word. You must use all the letters in your answer. No proper names, please. You want to get in on this week's contest? I'm sure you do. So here's what you got to do to enter. Just send in your answer along with your name, address, and phone number to Name It and Claim It, WMBS Radio 44, South Mount Vernon Avenue, Uniontown, Pennsylvania 15401. Or if you really feel like it, you could drop your answer off personally here at the WMBS Broadcast House at that very same address. But either way, make sure you get your cards in by 4 p.m. this Thursday, November 7th. Our prize this week, a $25 gift card from Makita Auction Company and Estate Sales. What's the gift card for? Well, that's for us to know and for you to find out. So enter in while you still can. John Sonny Makita, the auctioneer, by the way. Enter as many times as you like. No purchase is necessary because it's all from us, your local station, WMBS, and because you could very well be the winner in this week's Name It and Claim It scrambled word game.
12:40 on a Wednesday morning. Brian Morozak along with Nick Barczyk and Russ Rhodes with election 2024 coverage here on WMBS. We have 86% of the vote in statewide in Pennsylvania, the presidential race in the state between Republican Donald Trump and Democrat Kamala Harris has Trump with 50.9% of the overall votes, 3,150,148 votes for Trump. Harris with 48.1% of the overall, 2,974,746 votes for Harris. Trump's lead there over Harris, Russ, about 175,000 votes.
Yeah, and it's, as you mentioned before, the rest of the races, they're kind of trending the same way.
Yeah,
across
and a lot of close ones, including, I think the closest of these state races is going to be the U.S. Senate race between Republican Dave McCormick and Democrat Bob Casey. Right now, McCormick with 2,798,848 votes, about a 45,000 vote lead over Casey, who has 2,753,100 votes. The percentage total there, 49.13 for McCormick, Casey 48.33. And you look at the other races, obviously Trump up about 2.5 percentage points over Harris. In the Attorney General's race, the Republican Dave Sunday, almost a 5 percentage point lead over Eugene DePasquale, 51 to 46%. In the Auditor General's race, Tim DeFore, the Republican, a 51 to 46% lead over Democrat challenger Malcolm Kenyatta. State Treasurer's race, pretty much the same. Republican Stacey Garrity, 52% of the overall votes. Democrat Aaron McClelland with 45% of the overall. So you have Republicans in the lead in all of the races, and the tightest, obviously, of those is the McCormick-Casey race for U.S. Senate.
Yeah, and we expected that race to be very close. A lot of money spent in that race, I think record amounts. And Bob Casey, has been around a long time, four-term incumbent. So
going for his fourth.
Well, so he's been there a long time. His father, obviously, the former governor of Pennsylvania. But Dave McCormick's been around and ran previously for a statewide office in the state and lost. So.
And here in Fayette County for that race, you had McCormick getting almost 65% of the overall to Casey's 33%. So trending just like the other Fayette County races did with the Republican over the Democrat. We saw incumbent Republican Charity Grim Krupa winning another 2-year term for state rep in the 51st district over
decidedly, I might add.
Yes, over George Huck Rattay. Grim Krupa 65% of the overall, Rattay 34% of the overall. Ryan Warner ran unopposed in the 52nd district, and then Republican Representative Guy Reschenthaler won re-election to the U.S. House seat representing Pennsylvania's 14th district on Tuesday. The 41-year-old Reschenthaler was running for his fourth term in his Republican-leaning southwestern Pennsylvania district. He defeated Democrat Chris DeZadios. And Reschenthaler, of course, a former state lawmaker and U.S. Navy officer first elected in 2018.
We got to wonder, too, once everything's all said and done, if the Republicans hold on to Congress and maybe, who knows, increase their majority down in Washington. Guy Reschenthaler, he's already the, I forget the exact title, but he's basically the second majority whip.
Okay.
So he's in a position of, one of the officers, if you will, down in Washington. You got to wonder now that he has won and won fairly decisively, whether does he, one, hold on to that position as assistant whip, or with the reshuffling, does he get a new position in leadership?
Now let's see how that all trends out here over the next couple of weeks and into 2025 as well. And again, you look at the presidential race across the country right now. And again, CBS has been keeping you up to date, and they'll have updates going at least until 5 a.m. this morning. Donald Trump, 230 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, 210 electoral votes. And a couple of races getting very close to getting called right now. You look down in Georgia where the numbers have been slow coming in. You have 93% of the vote in the Peach State right now, and Donald Trump 50.8% of the overall votes. Kamala Harris 48.5% of the overall votes. Trump's lead in that race still about 120,000 votes over Harris, again with 93% of the vote in.
Yeah, and absolutely Nevada may not be called for another few days.
Yeah, we don't even have any numbers. We don't even have any numbers at all in Nevada. In Arizona, you have 51% of the vote in. Trump has only a 13,000 vote lead there. Pennsylvania now up to 87%, and Trump now leads by about 170,000 votes in Pennsylvania with 87% of the votes in. So if you get PA for Trump, that would give him, on my unofficial count there, 249.
Yes.
And you add in Georgia, would be 265.
He'd be right there. She'd have to win Wisconsin and Michigan have a chance.
Yeah, and you still have Alaska, which will come in just after 1 a.m., which will go to Trump. And you have 3 electoral votes going there, and Trump a heavy favor. We don't know what's going to happen with Nevada. Arizona, Trump with a slight lead. Harris looking good in New Mexico right now. And then everything up in the northern corridor there with the former blue wall. Michigan right now, only 30% of the vote in Michigan. Again, don't know what's going on there. Trump leading.
Michigan, I've got 56% of the vote in.
I get a refresh on that.
57, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trump with 1,000,000.
I got it. I do have it updated now.
42.
Yeah,
so
52 to 46
it just refreshed again. So 200,000 vote lead for Trump in Michigan right now.
And right now in Wisconsin, 83% of the vote in there, and Trump again leading over Harris by just over 100,000 votes. Georgia's still sitting at 93%, Pennsylvania at 87%. Again, both heavily favoring Trump in those two races, but again, they have not been declared yet. And if he gets, again, those two declarations, he's really sitting pretty as far as the presidency goes.
And the New York Times has him at a 93% chance of victory now.
Okay, and I was looking at some other data as well from Polymarket, and right now the latest Polymarket has Trump at 96.8% as far as his chance of winning.
The popular vote, Trump is holding strong at over 4 million.
Correct. Has
lead on
over
that.
90% chance of winning the popular vote as well.
Republican hasn't done that in 20 years.
Yeah, and again, you look at all the history here as well. Grover Cleveland, the last president to win non-consecutive terms, that happened about 125 years ago.
You covered that election, right?
Yeah, I covered
Brian and Russ?
Yeah, we were on the call.
Early days of the radio. I think Jim Morgan was here as well.
Yes, that's when. Well, that wasn't Jim. He was kind of on the treadmill, powering the station.
Yes, he was, absolutely, yes. Well, somebody had to do it.
Pre-Teddy Roosevelt days.
That's right. Pre-Teddy, yeah. Teddy and Taft. Those were the days, man.
Again,
you can tell it's 12:47 in the morning.
You can tell it's getting late here. I think Doug Saltzman's getting ready for his check-in with you at, 4:40 this morning.
He's taking a nap right now, watching a few more Barney Millers. He'll be with us at 4:40 a.m.
Yes, should be a lot of fun there. And again, CBS coverage going at least until 5, and we get local news. We'll pass it along for Nick Barczyk and Russ Rhodes. This is Brian Morozak on your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM WMBS. We appreciate you joining us for election coverage all night and morning long.
Are you a veteran or a veteran's family member? Veterans Day isn't the only way to celebrate military service. PA CareerLink is honoring veterans with a Veterans and Family Community Day on November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. Take advantage of this opportunity to learn about local veteran services and resources including priority hiring and job search assistance through the PA CareerLink. And don't forget, WMBS will be broadcasting live from the Veterans and Family Community Day from 2 to 4 p.m. with Josh Kryzak and Matt Sapienza spinning the fabulous WMBS prize wheel. You won't want to miss it. So drop in for PA CareerLink's Veterans and Family Community Day on November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. at 112 Commonwealth Drive in Lemont Furnace. For more information, call 724-434-5627, extension 3132. We will see you there.
The public has raised over $2 million in the first 4 years of Fayette Gives. And the Community Foundation of Fayette County is hosting another Fayette Gives November 7th from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at FayetteGives.org. Fundraising for over 96 Fayette County charities during this special day of giving. As an added incentive, over $50,000 in cash prizes will be awarded to charities. Your donation will help the chances of your favorite charities winning. Build a stronger Fayette County by supporting local charities at FayetteGives.org.
A couple of local races called on Tuesday nights here on WMBS. Incumbent Republican charity Grim Krupa won another 2-year term for state representative in the 51st District, with almost 100% of the votes in Fayette County. Krupa picked up 19,666 votes, 65% of the overall, to Democratic challenger George Huck Rattay, who picked up 10,226 votes, 34% of the overall. Republican incumbent Ryan Warner ran unopposed in the 52nd District. This is Brian Morozak on WMBS.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24.
Donald Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina, capturing 2 of the 7 battleground states, while votes in the others are still being counted. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns is at Trump headquarters in Florida.
I can't underscore enough how immigration has been centerpiece and the closing argument to Trump's campaign this time around and for nearly a decade.
But Congressman Jim Clyburn says it's not over yet.
Well, there's still a path. You'll see how it comes out. The fact of the matter is that the blue wall is still there.
At Harris campaign headquarters, co-chair of the campaign, Cedric Richmond, moments ago.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted.
He says Harris will not speak tonight. CBS News Special Report, I'm Matt Piper.
Live coverage continues. America Decides. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. We're following the election results. Let's go to Texas. Reporter Chris Fox is there. That's certainly not a state in question in terms of the presidential race. Donald Trump won it easily. Ted Cruz won his Senate race there easily. Let's talk about the immigration issue, which is certainly one of the prevailing ones that has worked for Donald Trump tonight, if, in fact, he is to win, and he's looking good at this hour. Chris, I'm wondering how it's portrayed locally there. Certainly, it's a state that's along the border. It's a key issue there for sure, but it certainly resonated elsewhere around the country. I'm wondering the advertising and how the campaigns dealt with it in Texas. What's your view on how the message was played out over the last few months?
It clearly was the biggest issue in Texas, and it has been dating back to former Governor Rick Perry, kind of started the whole ball rolling. Governor Abbott then taking over, establishing Operation Lone Star, the $12 billion border security effort, and the battles between Abbott and Biden. And it really played out in the Senate race here and the presidential as well. The Senate race, Cruz was able early on in this campaign over the summer to tie Colin Allred, Congressman Colin Allred, civil rights lawyer, former NFL linebacker from the Tennessee Titans. He was able to tie him to the Biden-Harris policies on border security. And if you remember, the governor and the president have crossed swords on several issues having to do with border buoys, concertina wire, the state's attempt to arrest those crossing into Texas illegally. And so this has been the issue in this state. It is always interesting to see when other states talk about how important it is, and that it is bigger than just Texas, because if it is or if it isn't, the rest of the country sure believes that it is.
Certainly so. And, President Biden took some executive action early in the year that seemed to ease the situation, because I think people on both sides, whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, for a while there, it was just a bad situation going worse. His executive action seemed to change things. Did that matter to people in Texas at all, or not so much?
No, because they saw it here as Governor Abbott's Operation Lone Star was what was doing it. And the concertina wire was forcing people to cross the border, not in Texas, but in New Mexico and California. And then the numbers were going up there when they were going down here. So the governor was getting a lot of the credit for those numbers coming down, whereas nationally it was playing as President Biden's actions.
So where do we go from here, I guess, in terms of immigration? What's the anticipation? We know what former President Trump has promised. He's talked about mass deportations. A lot of people on the ground in Texas and Arizona have wondered how you do something like that, but whether or not it's a doable thing, it's the kind of rhetoric that gets people to the polls.
Also, let's remember, not forget at least, Senate Bill 4 in Texas. That's the bill that was signed into law by Governor Abbott that would allow local police to arrest migrants and deport them across the border. And that's currently stuck in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. We still have yet to get a ruling on that, and that's been months now. And it'll be interesting to see as the layout changes, perhaps in Congress and in the White House, what impact that has on the Fifth Circuit ruling about whether states can take up their own immigration laws.
Certainly could change things. Chris Fox, thanks very much. Appreciate it from Austin, Texas, as always. Let's turn to our political analyst, Amy Dacey, American University. A lot of the Harris folks have gone home from headquarters because they've been told Kamala Harris won't say anything tonight. The election is not officially over, but certainly a lot of frowns there because of the way things are going. Donald Trump, CBS News projects, has taken North Carolina. CBS News projects he has also taken Georgia. Wisconsin is leaning his way. So a lot of people have sort of given up the party.
Well, I think that there's still this, every vote needs to be counted in these blue states. And there's still, if people are crunching the numbers, they're looking for every possible vote coming through there. But yeah, I think this is not, what they had wanted to have happen, especially in the early states. The hope was to at least get either one in Georgia or North Carolina, giving some breathing room for the blue wall, and then not, putting all the emphasis on this, these Sunbelt states and in the West, But, the bottom line is they're going to wait till every vote's counted. They will wait till the morning to see what happens. But that's one part of the story. I think the interesting part, Steve, the other part of the story is just in some of these other states where she won, and they were definitely blue states, but trailed behind, Biden's numbers, in Maryland by 6 points, in New York by 5 points, in Virginia by 3 points, Illinois 6. So there's a lot still to decompress, in the states that she even won. But I think fair enough, they'll wait till the morning to see, where some of these last pockets of votes were going to fall, either in the D or the R column.
And it's maybe unfair to ask you this at this point because it's still, we're not done counting the vote yet. But if you have to recalibrate your message going ahead, how do you look at things based on where things are turning out tonight?
Well, I think it's something that, every time there's an election, both parties should just kind of look internally and see what the changes are. I think the big thing is to look at that. Every coalition's different. Her coalition was going to be slightly different, from the Obama coalition, the Biden coalition, and certainly the Clinton coalition. But where did she stand with women, with Black, Hispanic, youth, college educated? And like I said before, like this plan to try and court Republican voters. So I think the messaging, you first have to decompress and look at, that coalition that you were trying to build and where you landed with them and see what's next. But I don't think they're certainly ready to go there. And I think they're waiting to see what these three states will give them by the morning as well.
Amy Dacey, thanks very much. Donald Trump is closing in on 270. He's got 246 in the Electoral College. You're listening to live coverage of America Decides.
This is your local station, WMBS. This Weather Watch is being brought to you by Maloney's Restaurant, Main Street, Uniontown. Maloney's Restaurant, serving authentic Italian cuisine in Uniontown since 1950. Call 724-437-2061 for weekly specials and to place your order. Overnight low is 67. Cloudy with occasional showers on Wednesday, 71. Cloudy on Wednesday night, a few showers, 58. Partly cloudy and 63 on Thursday. Mostly sunny and 64 Friday. Partly cloudy, 64 Saturday. Cloudy with occasional showers on Sunday, 68. This Weather Watch has been brought to you by Maloney's Restaurant. Let Maloney's cater your special occasion. Choose from their banquet menu and ask about their popular banquet room to make your next event special. Call 724-437-2061. This is your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM, WMBS.
Are you considering an upgrade for your home and looking for a trustworthy remodeling company? Clean Construction specializes in roofing, remodeling, additions, kitchens and baths, windows, doors, garage doors, and more. Licensed and insured, our team members aren't just contractors, they're craftsmen dedicated to giving your home project attention to detail and quality results. And Clean Construction offers complete construction management for major remodeling jobs. Call Clean Construction today at 412-639-7109 to schedule an appointment for a free in-home estimate.
WMBS election coverage is being brought to you by Proden and O'Brien, attorneys at law, MB Home Remodeling, West Media Group, They Get Results, the Pennsylvania League of Women Voters, Frontier Clinical Research, Bronze Star Tanning, Ford of Uniontown, Jenny Montgomery Scott, and the T. Berry Law Offices and attorney Vincent T. Berry.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. An announcement a short time ago at Vice President Kamala Harris's headquarters at Howard University. It comes as former President Donald Trump leads Harris in electoral votes so far, 246 to 194, and CBS News projects Trump will win the battleground state of Georgia. Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond tells supporters,
"We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight."
But Richmond says Harris will speak tomorrow. CBS News characterizes U.S. Senate control as leaning Republican. Republican U.S. Senator Marco Rubio of Florida.
You look at Philadelphia, I think the Philadelphia and its suburbs have the highest increase in food costs of anywhere in the country. That's a factor here tonight. That's a factor in this election.
CBS News projects a decisive re-election win for Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson to keep his seat in the U.S. House. Speaker Johnson expresses optimism for the rest of his party.
When Republicans regain control, which we pray tonight that that's what's going to happen, we're going to have the most aggressive first 100 days agenda that anybody's seen in a modern era.
Democrat Congressman James Clyburn of South Carolina tells CBS News.
Well, it's still a path, but it's thorny, and we'll see how it comes out. The fact of the matter is that the blue wall is still there.
CBS News projects that in North Carolina, the state's Democratic Attorney General, Josh Stein, has defeated Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson in the state's gubernatorial race. Stein telling supporters,
"We chose hope over hate, competence over chaos, decency over division. That's who we are as North Carolinians."
Stein is set to become the first Jewish governor in the state's history. A mostly smooth election day nationwide was marred in multiple battleground states by a series of bomb threats. The threats in Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania turned out to be hoaxes, but forced evacuations and some polling places extended hours. The FBI said many of Tuesday's hoax bomb threats appear to originate from Russian email domains. CBS's Bill Whitaker.
The U.S. intelligence community, the FBI, and CISA all say that Russia is the most active threat. And the Department of Justice says that Russia is getting involved in our elections to bolster Donald Trump. They're pumping out fake videos, fake articles, fake social media posts, all of this to spread disinformation so that we will lose belief in our own election system and to stoke divisions among us.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your CBS News special report. Campaign 24, America Decides.
I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. Who can sleep at a time like this? So much still undecided at 1 a.m. in the east, 10 p.m. in the west. The polls have just closed in Alaska, the last state to end voting in the 2024 campaign. The headlines right now, the Electoral College tally, Donald Trump 246, Kamala Harris 189. 270 is the magic number. The U.S. Senate, the GOP, has picked up 2 seats. 51 means control. The House still very much in play. Some of the races that are key to determining control in the House still to be determined. Donald Trump's big wins so far, CBS News projects he wins Georgia, he wins North Carolina. Wisconsin is leaning his way. That's part of the blue wall that Kamala Harris, everyone says, would need to really have a chance tonight. CBS's Michael Toscano joins us from Washington, taking all this in tonight. Certainly it's been a night where Donald Trump has shown surprising strength, perhaps among Hispanic voters, maybe not. The immigration message seems to have gotten through. But what are your takeaways as you look at some of the results up and down the map?
Well, he has really improved on his 2020 margins. That's clear. I mean, in almost every one of these areas, especially in these rural areas, he's outdone what he did in 2020 when he lost, and getting back more to where he did come in 2016. You just mentioned Wisconsin leaning toward him, which is kind of a surprise. I think it's very, very surprising to the Democrats that those working class people did not turn out in the numbers that the Democrats said they need. I think they're very, very disappointed about that. Looking at the numbers, say, around Milwaukee, where you have a lot of union members, working class people, and she has performed well behind what President Biden did in winning re-election and doing so well in that area. And that's got to be very worrisome for the party, not just for this election, but for the future. We see even in some of the blue suburbs here in Washington, D.C., in Northern Virginia, where he's done much better in some of those counties, which are pretty blue, and picking up some of the more working class precincts. So the Democrats have a party with working class voters that used to be the core of their support. And that's something that's not just this election. It's a trend that's been going on for a long time. Looks like it's gotten worse this year, and Donald Trump was able to capitalize on that. As we've heard in some of the other states, Michael, yes, that's indeed true. A lot of the working class folks seem to associate with Donald Trump, and it's a carryover here we're seeing tonight. Absolutely. And where did the abortion issue go? We thought that there might have been a big wave bringing people in supporting Harris over Trump. And that doesn't seem to have materialized. There were a number of ballot issues, and I know in Florida, the ballot initiative to kind of enshrine an abortion right did not hit the 60%. It got a majority, but not the 60% that it needs to become enshrined in the state constitution. So, again, disappointing that some of the core elements that the Democrats were counting on stayed home, maybe.
And Christopher Cruz joins us from Washington as well. Chris, we're looking at the potential here. Depends on the House, of course, but it's certainly not out of the question with the Senate in Republican hands, the White House potentially. You could have all three with the GOP.
And the Supreme Court as well. So it's almost as if we're looking at the British system, the parliamentary system, the winner-takes-all system. That's, I think, what has struck me the most. We were going into this thinking it would be very, very close. We're clear that it's a nation not just divided in general, but divided by class, by race, and by age. And it struck me, and it has always concerned me, I think, that we are perhaps not yet ready for a woman in the presidency, a woman in the White House. And that might have just been a bridge too far, I think, for a lot of voters. One thing that really struck me was that a quarter of Trump voters in some exit polls said one of their major reasons for voting for him was the assassination attempts.
Interesting. And we won't hear from Kamala Harris tonight. Her people have said that she will not speak tonight, probably tomorrow. And by then, we should have a very clear picture of where things are. Right now, just after 1 a.m. in the East, Donald Trump is 246 on the electoral vote count. He needs 270, and we'll see if he gets to that point tonight. Live coverage continues from CBS News.
This is your local station, WMBS. This weather update is being brought to you by Autoland Hyundai. Get Hyundai Assurance, America's best warranty, with 10-year, 100,000-mile protection at Autoland Hyundai, East Fayette Street, downtown Uniontown. Overnight low is 67. Cloudy on Wednesday, occasional showers, 71. Cloudy, a few showers Wednesday night, 58. Partly cloudy on Thursday, 63. Mostly sunny and 64 on Friday. Partly cloudy, 64 Saturday. Cloudy with occasional showers on Sunday, 68. This weather update was brought to you by Autoland Hyundai, East Fayette Street in downtown Uniontown. Come experience the quality that lets them offer America's best warranty, the Hyundai Advantage, with 10-year, 100,000-mile protection at Autoland Hyundai. This is your local station, 590 AM, 101.1 FM. WMBS and online at WMBS590.com.
Politics is a tough business. Getting your message out to voters takes a good strategy. West Media Group and their strategic expertise and creative capabilities have helped to elect many notable Fayette County office holders, including Judges Steve Leskinen, Nancy Vernon, and Linda Cordero, retired State Senator Rich Kasunik, former State Representative Tim Mahoney, District Attorney Rich Bauer, District Judges Wendy Dennis, Dan Shimshock, and Rich Kasunik, County Commissioner Vince Vasidis. West Media Group has also successfully managed several prominent races in neighboring counties. A full-service strategic marketing company and advertising agency, West Media Group can develop a plan for success for your business or organization, just as they have done for so many candidates for office. For websites and e-marketing programs, to complete strategic advertising plans, call West Media Group at 724-532-3300 or visit them at westmediagroup.com. They get results.
America Decides live coverage on election night from CBS News. I'm Steve Kathan. Let's go to Florida. Donald Trump's place is where the party, I'm sure, is going on. Let's check in with CBS's Wendy Gillette, who is there with things looking very good right now for the former president.
Yeah, Steve, a big party. There is elation and celebration inside the ballroom where Trump is expected to speak very soon. I saw high fives, huge smiles, and heard vows to party the night away. About 20 minutes ago, the campaign flashed a graphic on the big screen projecting Trump as the winner in Georgia, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Then there was a video of Trump dancing to the song YMCA, and the thousands of supporters who are here quickly followed suit, dancing and taking pictures and videos. Right now, they're watching more news coverage and waiting for Trump, over the moon about how this night is turning out thus far. Steve?
Yeah. The thinking was he might declare victory early on as a kind of a tactic, whether it was true or not, and then see which way he had to go later, whether it was to challenge the results of an election he saw as rigged or to actually celebrate winning the election. Of course, we never heard from him or saw him. He didn't go out on social media and declare anything. And now he could be poised within a matter of hours of actually, speaking to his people as the president-elect.
Yeah, campaign officials were really optimistic after seeing the exit polls hours ago and really had strong indications that the race would go in their favor. Of course, we are still waiting for many 5 swing states at this point, but they are just elated. They are. I saw one campaign official saying, "Why don't they just call Pennsylvania already? We know we have it," and they're celebrating.
They should celebrate right now because it's looking good in several states. Pennsylvania is one where the vote's 93% in, and he's got a 4-point edge or so over Kamala Harris. Michigan is still a toss-up, but he's got a 7-point edge with 64% of the vote in. Wisconsin is leaning Republican. I mean, if you were to take all 3 in the blue wall, that says something.
Right. Yeah. A sweep, it could be, of all the swing states. So that's definitely more than they expected. But a lot of the supporters here said it was clear from the early voting that the indications were great for the campaign. And then, like I said, the exit polls were really in Trump's favor, they thought.
Wendy Gillette, thanks. In Florida, where the party is going on for former President Trump, who's looking very good at this hour in terms of where he stands. The Electoral College vote, 246. He needs 270. Other side of the coin, we're in Washington with CBS's Nydia Cavazos, who's covered the Harris campaign. And her people were told just a little while ago that she's not going to speak tonight. And I'm sure that was a disappointment to people, and a lot of people headed home.
You're exactly right about that. As we've been talking to some of Harris's supporters who were here for her watch party, and they described feeling disappointed. One of them said, "I feel very aggravated at the fact that she had to wait in line and nobody necessarily was giving them any sort of indication whether the vice president was coming out or not." But one other former student from Howard also told us that she was upset at the fact that she has a job to get to tomorrow and that it was a huge sacrifice for her to be here. This is some of what the things that we're hearing from Harris's supporters. Of course, it is now official that she will not be addressing anyone here at Howard University.
So it's obvious that the results are still not official in any sense whatsoever, Nydia. So sending people home or not speaking is one thing, but the map just doesn't look good right now. I mean, it's looking like if she does speak tomorrow, it's to concede or to admit that the campaign fell short.
We do have to stress that the count is going on and still going on, and so we're waiting for those states to be called. But from what I'm hearing here on the ground, there's a lot of her supporters who, despite the fact that they were disappointed at the fact that they were here for hours and they didn't get to listen to the vice president, they still remain hopeful. And they said, the votes are still being counted, and they're hopeful that tomorrow morning they'll get some other news. But that's just what we're hearing from her supporters on the ground.
Has the campaign itself said much as the night has worn on here to give any sort of guidance about anything in particular with some of these key states?
The campaign has been completely quiet as of a couple of hours. We haven't heard from campaign officials, and last we heard from them, they were keeping track of the data that was coming in. They were keeping us up to date, but as of a few hours ago, we have not heard from campaign officials yet.
I think, Nydia, what has to be a big disappointment is in a lot of key areas that we're seeing the vote count, she underperformed Joe Biden 4 years ago, and that's just something that couldn't happen in a race against Donald Trump, where he seemed to gain ground, certainly with Hispanic voters, it seems like this time around. So a lot of what she and her campaign were hoping for, it seems, did not materialize.
Yes, and so the Harris campaign was relying, coming into Election Day, on strong voter turnout and an overperforming from 2020 in certain cities, including Philadelphia. But that's not exactly what we were seeing tonight when the votes started coming in. And so there were several key demographics also that Harris underperformed if we compare it to Biden's levels of support in 2020, even including among women in Arizona. And so this didn't necessarily go well for the Harris campaign. But of course, we stress that ballots are still being counted and this will continue. And this is similar to what we saw in 2020 when everything was sort of indicating that, Trump was going to take the win. And when the ballots continued to come in and count, of course, this ended up being a victory for President Biden. So this is why we've had a lot of supporters here that we were hearing that they're clinging on to hope despite the data that we've been receiving tonight.
Nydia Cavazos, thanks very much. With the Harris campaign, some of the headlines right now, CBS News projects the Senate will be in GOP control. 2 seats flipped tonight. The House still very much in play, and votes from California will help determine some of that. You're listening to live coverage from CBS News.
Someday you'll want to update your kitchen, your bathroom, or anywhere else around the house. When that day comes, remember MB Home Remodeling. Locally owned and operated with more than 3 decades experience, MB Home Remodeling offers quality, award-winning work on custom kitchens, bathrooms, tile, woodwork, windows, doors, and more. MB Home Remodeling, 724-970-3498, mb-homeremodeling.com. Check out the 5-star reviews on Facebook, and thanks for voting MB Home Remodeling the best in Fayette.
The attorneys at Proden & O'Brien have been a staple in Fayette County since 2000, with almost a quarter-century of community involvement and experience in the courtroom. When you need legal assistance, with the personalized attention from attorneys who care, look no further than Proden & O'Brien. They're ready to handle your individual legal needs. From family law matters to estate issues, call them today at 724-437-3484. They are Proden & O'Brien.
Does your car sound like it's saying, "Trade me in, trade me in," every time you start it up? Well, go to Ford of Uniontown and trade it in. That's right, your Uniontown Ford dealer is ready to assist you with a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV purchase. Ford of Uniontown has all the deals, all the inventory, and they are ready to deal. It has never been a better time to buy a Ford. Service is their top priority. No matter where you purchased your Ford car or truck, Ford of Uniontown will be happy to service it for you. They offer Ford-trained technicians, Ford-certified parts and service, 1-year, 12,000-mile parts warranties, and new state-of-the-art service equipment. Call or stop in today to see the hometown service of Ford of Uniontown, Route 40 West across from Applebee's. So listen to your car the next time you hear it say, "Trade me in, trade me in." Ford of Uniontown, Route 40 at the top of the hill.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24.
We are expecting to hear from Donald Trump soon after he captured 2 battleground states so far. But in Washington, D.C., at Kamala Harris headquarters, co-chair Cedric Richmond.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow.
CBS's John Dickerson looks at some of the votes in the Midwest and in the South.
The older voters are going for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Well, not in Georgia, 59-40. That's a 19-point victory with voters over age 65.
CBS News projects that Republicans have now taken control of the Senate. CBS's Danya Backus.
CBS News projects 2 seats flipping to red. In West Virginia, Republican Jim Justice will replace retiring Democrat Joe Manchin. And in Ohio, incumbent Sherrod Brown lost an expensive battle to his Republican challenger Bernie Moreno.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Matt Piper. Live coverage of America Decides continues from CBS News. I'm Steve Kathan. Let's go to one of those battleground states. It's Nevada. First dive into the vote there. Suddenly 70% of the vote is in. Donald Trump leads it there. Steve Sanchez is a talk show host in Las Vegas at our affiliate KXNT. Steve, good to have you along. I'm wondering what the vote count looks like right now in Nevada, what the situation is in a state that both parties have really been aiming to get.
Well, I appreciate you having me. I think Nevada is going to do what just happened with Pennsylvania, which just was officially called for Donald Trump like 30 seconds ago. So Nevada's well on its way. Trump's leading by 3.5%. There's a lot of energy. I apologize for it being so loud. I'm doing live election coverage here with the Nevada GOP, but you can hear it. You can hear the excitement. It seems to me, and I don't like to, presume, but it seems to me that Nevada may just go towards Donald Trump this time around.
And what do you think were the key elements that helped him in that state in particular? What were the key issues that voters latched onto? Was it immigration and, the economy, the two main things that seem to drive GOP voters, do you think?
I really think so. I'm a registered independent myself, tending to vote more Republican most of the time. And I think the economy, groceries are the second highest in Las Vegas in the country. And immigration, definitely a big issue. People today are voting on their pocketbooks. They're not voting on personality. They're voting on pocketbook and literally how they've been hurt economically. I think this is what's driving not only just Nevada, but I think the country that we're seeing fold in front of our very eyes.
Right, and certainly Nevada is a state that both candidates wanted. I'm wondering if you could take us through the last few weeks of the campaign. They both tried to target it, and it seems Donald Trump's message won out. Harris maybe perhaps fighting an uphill battle there.
Well, look, we've seen some unprecedented things happening with the campaign. Joe Biden leaves the campaign. Harris comes in late, obviously. She had to build the momentum. She had to introduce herself as a standalone, not the number two in the administration, but a standalone, and try to differentiate who she is. And I just think with where things are at economically, that's a hard battle. And when you're in a place like Nevada, where, again, things are expensive, energy costs, insurance premiums, you've got an influx of illegal migrants, you got violence, homelessness, you've got high cost of rents. I think just the good people of Nevada looked at both candidates and said, look, I'm not voting personality, I'm voting pocketbook. I'm certain that is what's leading this whole thing tonight.
Steve Sanchez, KXNT, thanks very much. Nevada is still listed officially as a toss-up. Donald Trump has a 4-point lead in the vote count with 70% of the vote in. Let's shift overseas now to Jerusalem. Linda Gradstein covers Jerusalem and the Middle East for us. Linda, it's looking like Donald Trump has the edge here as we head into the night here in the East. And certainly he is somebody who has been a strong supporter of Israel. And in Israel, he's a very popular figure.
He certainly is. In fact, the polls in Israel showed that about 2/3 of Israelis wanted Donald Trump to win. He's the one who moved the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He recognized the legality of Jewish settlements in the West Bank, of Israel's permanent control of the Golan Heights. He helped create the Abraham Accords, Israel's peace treaties with the United Arab Emirates. And and hopefully Israelis, hope that he will do the same with Saudi Arabia. So they are very pleased. It comes amid quite its own political drama here, which is that the Israeli prime minister fired the defense minister last night. And so there are now big protests. There are about 40 people arrested. So as much as Israelis are watching the elections, right now they're also caught up in their own political drama.
So with that drama in play and a perhaps change in an administration here in this country, what do you think it all means as we look ahead not only in Gaza, but also in Lebanon?
Well, Donald Trump had said that he wanted the war to be over by the time he took office in January. In terms of Lebanon, it seems that Israel was sort of moving towards finishing whatever was going on in Lebanon. It said that it has gotten rid of most of the Hezbollah infrastructure in South Lebanon, and that the only goal of that operation is to allow 60,000 Israelis who were forced to leave their homes when the war broke out on October 7th to return to their homes. There is a UN resolution that calls for Hezbollah to move north of the Litani River. It just wasn't enforced until now. So it looks like Lebanon is winding down. Gaza is a much more complicated situation because Israel has been fighting in Gaza now for 13 months. There is widespread destruction in Gaza, and there are some in Israel who want the hardliners, the more extreme, including some of Netanyahu's coalition partners, want Israel to, throw the Palestinians out of northern Gaza and annex northern Gaza and even rebuild Jewish settlements there. And it's not clear who would govern Gaza if a war ended. The military has been saying now for a couple of months already that basically Israel has achieved what it could achieve militarily in Gaza, and it's now time for some sort of a political solution, but that doesn't seem very close. There are also still 101 hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza.
Linda Gradstein in Jerusalem, thanks so much. Live coverage continuing from CBS News, America Decides.
Thank you for making your voice heard and for making a difference in this election by casting your vote. The League of Women Voters of Pennsylvania will continue to be your trusted source of information beyond November 5th as we work to make sure every eligible voter can vote and that their vote is counted as we prepare for the next election cycle this spring. Visit PAWV.org to learn more about how to get involved with nonpartisan efforts to empower voters and defend democracy.
Diagnosed with asthma? If you are 18 or older, you may qualify for an eco-friendly asthma treatment study with Frontier Clinical Research. This study focuses on improving sustainability and equity in asthma care while ensuring essential treatments. By participating, you will receive study-related medical care at no cost and compensated for your time and travel. Call our Scottsdale site today at 724-220-5281 to see if you qualify with Frontier Clinical Research.
Winter's just around the corner, but that doesn't mean you need to lose that summertime tan. Well, Bronze Star in Uniontown has got you covered. Visit the 2024 winner of Best in Fayette for tanning services and keep your skin glowing. Bronze Star at 18 Bouquet Street is open 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. weekdays and from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturdays. Winter hours beginning later this month are 11 to 6 on weekdays and 11 to 3 on Saturdays. Call 724-557-6644 and book your visit today.
The T-Berry Law Office and attorney Vincent M. T-Berry specialize in criminal defense, wills and estates, family law, and personal injury. The T-Berry Law Office is located at 84 East Main Street, across the street from the Fayette County Courthouse in Uniontown. When you need to consult an attorney, make your first call to attorney Vincent M. T-Berry and the T-Berry Law Office. It'll be the only call you need to make. Phone 724-430-0300 or visit their website at tberrylawoffice.com. The T-Berry Law Office. Small town, big results.
It's live coverage of election night. America Decides. Some of the headlines right now. The Electoral College tally is 246 to 189 for Donald Trump. He needs to get to 270. And one of the headlines just in, CBS News now says Pennsylvania leans Republican. So Donald Trump is looking good in all of the battleground states. He has either been projected as the winner or he has the lead as the vote count goes on. Battle for Congress. The Senate is in GOP hands with 2 seats going over to the Republicans in Ohio and West Virginia. California and New York are the key states to determine control of the House. We may not know that for a little while. The California vote could take a while, and the New York votes are still being settled in a couple of races. Live coverage continuing from CBS News.
CBS News Special Report, Campaign 24.
CBS News projects Republicans take control of the Senate. CBS's Scott McFarland on the significance.
So impactful when it comes to Supreme Court nominations, the cabinet, legislation, border bills. All of this now will go through a Republican Senate, which, by the way, does not have a designated leader yet. Mitch McConnell is stepping back.
CBS News projects former President Donald Trump wins Alaska, with Vice President Harris projected to win New Mexico. The electoral count so far is Trump 246, Harris 194. Instead of Harris showing up on stage at her Howard University headquarters, campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond announces
she will be back here to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
America Decides. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News. Let's look at the results and where we stand. 246 to 194 is the Electoral College tally. 270 is the magic number. Big headline, though, in the last few minutes. Pennsylvania now leans Republican. Michael Toscano joins us for a little analysis on what we've seen, and it's shaping up that it could be a 7-state sweep in those battleground states for Donald Trump. He's been declared the winner, projected to be the winner in 2 of them, leaning in the other 2, and ahead in the vote counts in the final 3.
Mm-hmm. I guess what it shows is that maybe immigration and inflation, which is the stand-in for the economy, topped abortion and democracy. That seems to be what happened, that the people were more motivated to come out who believed that Donald Trump could help solve the immigration problem, the border problem, and that topped reproductive rights. And I also was looking into the CBS exit polls, and something jumped out at me. It was really interesting. It was about double haters. These are people who didn't like either Harris or Trump. There were about 8% of voters didn't like the other one, called double haters. And yet they went for Trump over Harris by pretty big numbers. So I guess they hated him less than her. Could that be it?
It could be. It could be. I mean, there was a time when Joe Biden is still in the race when, you know, there was a sizable majority of Americans who didn't want either of them. And then when Joe Biden stepped out, you thought, well, maybe this means a different calculus and they actually like someone. But maybe that never came to be.
Yeah. And it's, you know, once again, Texas was the football that gets pulled out as Charlie Brown goes to kick it, the Democrats being Charlie Brown, with Ted Cruz handily beating Democratic Congressman Colin Allred in Texas. He was a pretty strong candidate, or at least seemed to be, and did not do well. And Cruz was a little different. He was sort of talking about maybe making deals and being a little more bipartisan. Maybe that pulled in some of the Democrats who might have, or other voters who might have leaned Democrat and voted for Allred. Allred was stressing abortion, I think, leading up to Election Day. And, you know, so once again, Texas did not give the Democrats the surprise they were hoping for.
Didn't happen in Iowa either, where a poll recently, a respected one, showed that Harris had a bit of a lead. It seemed to be an outlier, and certainly was. Iowa was clearly in Trump's column. Christopher Cruz joins us as well to discuss some of the results. And I guess now is the time to go through some of those results, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, and you analyze what went right and what went wrong. And as Michael says, immigration and the economy were the things that really trumped everything else.
It's interesting, Steve, because I was thinking earlier that if you have fame, if you have celebrity, it's a powerful thing in America. And if you can motivate people based on anger and fear, that's a powerful thing in America as well. I think the LGBTQ trans issues resonated with a large segment of America. As you mentioned, the economy, immigration, these issues that Donald Trump was able to motivate people to believe that we were being invaded, that the economy was in shambles. People were prone to believe that, and I think we're seeing that in the vote counts.
And we look at how abortion failed to generate a lot of Democratic votes. At least we think that based on some of the things we're seeing tonight. It's interesting because these abortion measures go in favor of people who support abortion rights in many states. Didn't quite work out in Florida, but in just state by state.
What I know about courage,
it becomes an issue, and it seems like in some cases, and it's anecdotally, there were people who voted for these proposals, but then they would vote for Donald Trump, who very well could push for a national abortion ban.
Interesting ticket splitting. In Maryland, the abortion rights bill, of course, Deep Blue Maryland, 74-26 passed. I would mention something quickly about Maryland, is that Angela Alsobrooks, who is now going to become one of two black women in the United States Senate, did beat former Governor Larry Hogan, but the margin of victory, 52-46 in a deep blue state.
Right, and as we look ahead, the Senate will be in GOP control, 51 at least at this point, Ohio and West Virginia swinging to the Republicans. The House battle, Larry Sabato earlier said, it was going to be close, a one-seat difference perhaps to the Democrats, but given what's going on tonight, that probably won't happen, but we won't know for a while.
That's ultimately the question is, does Donald Trump have a House and a Senate in his favor?
Yeah, it would be something if you had a Republican White House, a Republican House, and a Republican Senate. We'll see if that materializes. Signs pointing in that direction for sure as we head toward 2 a.m. in the East. We haven't heard from either candidate. We won't hear from Kamala Harris. She may speak tomorrow. Donald Trump, we've been told, is going to say something tonight in Florida, but when that will be, we don't know. Live coverage continues from CBS News.
Janney Montgomery Scott works with individuals, families, nonprofits, and businesses across the region, offering comprehensive financial planning, business retirement planning, and investment management. A multi-generational branch with decades of combined experience, our firm provides advice on what matters most to our clients. Call Janney today at 724-438-5563 to schedule a visit to see if we can help you. Janney Montgomery Scott, 43 South Beeson Boulevard in Uniontown. Let us make your goals our goals, too. Janney Montgomery Scott, LLC, member NYSE, FINRA, SIPC. For more info about Janney, please see Janney's relationship summary at janney.com/CRS, which details all material facts about the scope and terms of our relationship with you and any potential conflicts of interest.
Start your holiday season by cultivating an attitude of gratitude with the Uniontown Art Club all through the month of November. All month long, we'll be featuring classes to inspire your creativity, seasonal art to warm your heart, and handmade gifts created by local artists. You'll find pottery, jewelry, paintings, photographs, and more as you make your list and check it twice, making sure everyone gets something nice. As a special treat, we'll be hosting an open house evening market on November 27th from 4 to 8 p.m. Take a break from your Thanksgiving preparations and join us for some fun. For more information and to register for classes, follow us on our website, www.uniontownartclub.org, and our Facebook page, facebook.com/Uniontown Art Club.
A couple of local races called on Tuesday night here on WMBS. Incumbent Republican Charity Grim Krupa won another 2-year term for state representative in the 51st District, with almost 100% of the votes in Fayette County. Krupa picked up 19,666 votes, 65% of the overall, to Democratic challenger George Huck Rattay, who picked up 10,226 votes, 34% of the overall. Republican incumbent Ryan Warner ran unopposed in the 52nd District. This is Brian Morozak on WMBS.
Live coverage from CBS News, America Decides. I'm Steve Kathan, joined now by Bruce Marcus, our reporter in La Crosse, Wisconsin, to talk about the situation in Wisconsin. Right now, CBS News says it leans Republican toward Donald Trump. right now with the vote 90% in. From what I see, he has a 4-point edge. And Bruce, as we've talked throughout the night with various people, including you, it seems that immigration and the economy in some form were the big issues that got people out and got people to vote for Donald Trump.
I would put the economy first, even though technically the economy in Wisconsin isn't bad. The unemployment rate is fairly low. I believe it's 3-4%. But there's a perception among a lot of people, you know, that old line, perception becomes reality. There's a perception that the economy is bad. The cost of living has gone up. I talked to a lot of voters, even some who aren't Republicans, who've said they're paying a lot more for rent, a lot more for groceries than they were 4 years ago. Has that had an impact? Yes. Then there's the emotional issue of immigration. Some illegal immigrants, certainly not all, but some have come here and have committed crimes, including murder. And that's gotten people's attention. I think those are the two big issues. And I don't think Democrats in the state, guys, have had any real answer for it.
Right. It seems like, Kamala Harris tried to make an economic message. I'm not so sure she did. She certainly tried to make it about freedom and about reproductive rights. I don't know how those issues played in Wisconsin. Certainly, you're talking about this blue wall with that state and Michigan and Pennsylvania. Voters in those states, it seems, and we may yet see it again, they sort of go in the same direction. And it seems like they bought into the Trump message. Whatever baggage he has, his message hit hard. And it was around for a long time, and she came on the scene late, quite frankly, and couldn't get the footing.
Again, I've talked to a lot of voters, many of whom are Republicans, but some independents and some Democrats, and they said they were not convinced that Harris had a reasonable economic plan. They were concerned that some of her proposals would make the national debt that much worse. They were concerned about what was perceived, rightly or wrongly, as a very liberal voting record when she was California senator. And it bothered them. They felt that Trump, despite his, let's say, personal baggage, was an assertive leader. He talked about cutting taxes. He talked about doing something about high energy prices, and it resonated with them. Again, the voters I spoke to said that Trump came across as an assertive leader, and Kamala Harris did not. Again, it's not just the issues, it's the message that the candidates conveyed. I think people were generally impressed. Their attitude, again, talking to voters, their attitude seemed to be, we don't like everything about Trump, but he's a leader, and he did some good things when he was in office for 4 years, and we want to get back to that because we don't trust Harris.
Talking to Bruce Marcus in La Crosse, Wisconsin, about the issues that shape the vote in Wisconsin. That state is leaning toward Donald Trump at this hour. Could go his way before the night is out. The Senate race in your state, Bruce, very interesting. Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat, trying to hang on to it. Considered a toss-up right now, and in the vote count with 88% in, is trailing some.
Keep in mind, Tammy Baldwin has won 2 Senate elections. 12 years ago, she beat a popular former governor in Tommy Thompson, and it wasn't that close. And then she won re-election handily. At one time, she was leading Eric Hovde, a businessman, by double digits. He cut away into that lead, and apparently he's going to win. That is a terrible blow for Democrats and a tremendous advantage for Republicans. Guys, I've lived here. I won't tell you how old I am, but I've lived here.
Come on, tell us.
No, I'm afraid, actually.
Okay,
but
yeah.
Anyway, I have lived here for many years, and I can't remember when Wisconsin's 2 U.S. senators were Republicans. I can remember, Bob Caston, and obviously Ron Johnson's a Republican. He's been elected 3 times. He beat Russ Feingold, an incumbent, twice. But I can't remember when both of our senators are Republicans, and it looks like that's going to be the case. And if you're a Democrat, that is a disaster. There's no way you could put a positive face on that if you're a Democrat. It is a tremendous victory for Republicans in this state.
Now, what about the state races? I'm looking at some of those. You're apparently still mixed between Democrats and Republicans, right? Is the way that's going to shake out?
Well, we've got the U.S. House races. Obviously, House races are up every 2 years. Democrats thought they could beat a Republican in western Wisconsin. They apparently did not. It was a competitive race, but they didn't. Democrats thought they had a chance at Brian Stile, a Republican who succeeded Paul Ryan in the southeast part of the state. He's won impressively. Those are another couple of missed opportunities Democrats had, and the incumbents have won handily. In my area, our incumbent, Tom Tiffany, who succeeded Sean Duffy, he's winning with close to 70% of the vote. You look at these House races, and I would consider them certainly a disaster for the Democratic Party. Again, there's no way of putting a positive spin on it. The Democrats still have the governorship. They still have Tony Evers, who was reelected a couple years ago. They still have an attorney general in Josh Kaul. But to me, that's small consolation. And by the way, Democrats thought they were going to pick up at least one legislative house, maybe the assembly. Right now, Republicans control both the Senate and assembly. It appears that's not going to be the case. The Dems might pick up some seats, but probably won't pick up enough. That's another blow.
So they need a message change in Wisconsin, the Democratic Party, it looks like to me, right?
Yes, our Democratic Party is very liberal. Our Republican Party is very conservative, but the Democrats are very liberal. They're hurting when it comes to crime. You guys might remember what happened in Kenosha. There was some rioting there. I believe it was a couple years ago. And our governor, Tony Evers, was suspected of not acting soon enough to bring in the National Guard. There's a perception here of crime problems. There's a perception, well, not a perception, some police officers have been killed in Wisconsin. And this has resonated with some people. It fuels the perception, rightly or wrongly, the Democrats are soft on crime. Democrats want men in women's bathrooms. That's a big issue. I talked to Congressman Tiffany earlier today, and he was saying that is a huge issue. Some of these social issues, they think that some voters think that the Democrats want abortion on demand, even in the 9th month of pregnancy. Those issues are hurting. I'm not saying they're hurting as much as the economic issue.
Live coverage continues from CBS News.
What I know about courage.
Are you a veteran or a veteran's family member? Veterans Day isn't the only way to celebrate military service. PA CareerLink is honoring veterans with a Veterans and Family Community Day on November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. Take advantage of this opportunity to learn about local veterans services and resources including priority hiring and job search assistance through the PA CareerLink. And don't forget, WMBS will be broadcasting live from the Veterans and Family Community Day from 2 to 4 p.m. with Josh Kryzak and Matt Sapienza spinning the fabulous WMBS prize wheel. You won't want to miss it. So drop in for PA CareerLink's Veterans and Family Community Day on November 14th from 2 to 5 p.m. at 112 Commonwealth Drive in Lemont Furnace. For more information, call 724-434-5627, extension 3132. We will see you there.
The public has raised over $2 million in the first 4 years of Fayette Gives. And the Community Foundation of Fayette County is hosting another Fayette Gives November 7th from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at FayetteGives.org. Fundraising for over 96 Fayette County charities during this special day of giving. As an added incentive, over $50,000 in cash prizes will be awarded to charities. Your donation will help the chances of your favorite charities winning. Build a stronger Fayette County by supporting local charities at FayetteGives.org.
The best way to follow the black and gold is with the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Touchdown, Steelers!
Rob King brings you the play-by-play along with Craig Wolfley, Max Starks, and Missy Matthews. The only place to hear every game is right here on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Everybody's on their feet here at the stadium.
The Steelers at 6-2 take on the Washington Commanders on the road Sunday, November 10th at 1 o'clock on your Steelers station, 590 and 101.1 WMBS.
Campaign 24.
The votes are still rolling in, and Donald Trump has 246 electoral votes compared to Kamala Harris's 194. CBS's Tony DeCopel is at Trump headquarters talking to his supporters before he takes the stage.
A couple of the quotes I got from people is, look, Democrats have lost touch with everyday Americans. Beyonce doesn't pay my bills.
Correspondent Weijia Jiang on what the Trump campaign is saying about the race in battleground Pennsylvania.
Trump sources say the so-called silent Harris woman vote does not appear to be panning out. And they believe the Nikki Haley protest vote is not either.
Bernie Moreno will be the first Latino that Ohio has sent to the U.S. Senate thanks to his victory over Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown.
We talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Matt Piper.
Live coverage continues from CBS News. America Decides. I'm Steve Kathan. Thanks for joining us tonight. We're going to go to one of the battleground states, Arizona, where it has not been called yet, still considered a toss-up. Donald Trump leading by less than a point over Kamala Harris. Stephen Kaufman covers Arizona for us. We've talked to him about some of the issues that drove the voting today. Stephen, in most of the other battleground states, the immigration message and the economy message was the winning one, it seems, from the way the results are coming in. It would seem like that's the story in Arizona, too, if it holds up the way it looks.
Most certainly, Steve. The border issue here, a major issue that has been around for several years. And as you say, Trump now leading Kamala Harris in Arizona by about a percentage or so. And in Arizona, though, in particular, Maricopa County, known for its very slow vote count. Maricopa County has a lot of votes to count since it's the second largest voting jurisdiction in the U.S. And as the vote count continues in Phoenix, extra security measures are being taken, and for good reason. You might recall back on election night 2020, as workers counted ballots inside the center, protesters swarmed the building, chanting, "Let us in," to a few sheriff's deputies and security guards at the doors. There were no fences to hold them back. Fast forward to today, Election Day 2024, while Arizona's Secretary of State in charge of certifying statewide results wears a bulletproof vest in case of attack. Concrete barriers have been placed along the sidewalks outside Maricopa County's election center. A chain-link fence with privacy covers wraps the parking lot. Surrounding the building itself is another permanent black steel security fence. And inside the building, Steve, there are locked doors behind locked doors. Finally, staffers are monitoring social media in real time for reports of issues or problems. Drone surveillance will help law enforcement officials to keep eyes on potential threats. And on hand will be trauma kits to treat chest wounds and serious bleeding, Steve.
So, yeah, this was what we saw in some other states as well, Stefan, this sort of stepped-up security. That's the day and age, I guess, we live in. We did see some instances where bomb threats were phoned into various polling places. The FBI said that was Russian email-driven sort of stuff. So a lot of the election disinformation and the threats to our election certainly were taken very seriously. And I guess what we have to take away from it at the end of the night in Arizona and other places is that, for the most part, from what we can tell, things went pretty well today.
Well, you know, Steve, what did pass in Arizona, at least it appears that way, Arizona voters have enshrined abortion rights into the state constitution. The ballot measure protects abortion rights up to the point of fetal viability, which is determined by physicians, but is usually around 22 to 25 weeks of pregnancy. More than 1 in 5 registered voters in Arizona signed petitions to get the measure on the ballot, the group said. Currently, Arizona bans abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy with no exceptions for rape or incest. Now, you might recall this. The vote came after a turbulent back and forth this spring when a state Supreme Court decision said Arizona could enforce a near-total abortion ban passed back in 1864. The decision sparked outrage across the state and leading the state legislature to repeal the 19th century law. Steve?
And even though, Stefan, just quickly, I know Donald Trump is doing well. The race has not been called in Arizona, but it doesn't appear Kari Lake was able to ride on any coattails. That's leaning Democratic in that Senate race.
No, Ruben Gallego right now is leading Kari Lake by about 6%. And again, abortion has been a primary issue of campaign ads in Arizona. And Lake, while running for governor back in 2022, called abortion a sin. However, at a campaign event earlier this year at the University of Arizona in Tucson, she said she had changed her mind, but added that she wants to save as many babies as possible. So I guess that didn't help very much.
Stephen Kaufman in Arizona, thanks very much. Let's shift to Washington. CBS's Christopher Cruz along with us now. The election has not been called officially yet. Donald Trump has not reached 270, but he's closing in on it, and it looks good for him in several states, Chris. And what we're looking at is a potential, and we've talked about this before, of one party controlling the White House, the Senate, and the House. The House is still much to be determined there, but the Senate is comfortably in GOP hands.
I think it's going to be a powerful 4 years for President Trump, or at least a powerful 2 years for President Trump. Steve, something you said earlier in the hour struck me. You talked about Harris coming onto the scene late, that she was essentially an unknown quantity to much of the country. And I think that that's correct. She didn't, because she was chosen essentially by the Democratic Party to replace President Biden, she didn't go through the crucible of the primaries and the long election cycle, and that people, I don't think, really knew her, and they certainly didn't know her policies. I don't think that she was specific enough in her discussions, and it seems to me that her decision to go with joy was the wrong thing, that it didn't beat fear and worry, that it didn't beat concern of Americans about the economy and about immigration. They did not have the confidence in the vice president that she would take the country in the direction that they wanted it to go.
Chris, thanks very much. Our election coverage continuing from CBS News. We're going to stay with it, but the situation right now, 246 to 194, the Electoral College count. Donald Trump is ahead, and he's looking good in states like Pennsylvania, which is leaning Republican, and in Wisconsin, which is leaning Republican. He's also topping some of the other battleground states in what could be a big shift in Washington if this holds up. Live coverage from CBS News, America Decides. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
This is a Radio PA election update. President Trump is in the lead in Pennsylvania, leading with 51% of the vote over Kamala Harris's 47%. In the Senate race, Republican Dave McCormick leads Democrat incumbent Bob Casey. In the race for Attorney General, Republican Dave Sunday leads with 51% of the vote against Democrat Eugene DePasquale. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is in communication with authorities on bomb threats targeting polling places in the state.
State and local law enforcement, along with the FBI, are investigating these threats, and thus far there is no credible threat to the public.
He said the FBI is working with state and local law enforcement to ensure that there's no serious threat to the public. The Government Services Center was evacuated in Chester County after the bomb threat. I'm Russell Brown, and you're up to date with Radio PA.
Join us Saturday, November 16th at the State Theater Center for the Arts as Fat Cat Swinger presents The Wonderful World of Swing as seen at Disney Parks. You'll be bouncing in your seats with this high-energy swing band and the Cat's original arrangements of Magic Mouse favorites such as Wish Upon a Star, Be Our Guest, Bella Notte, and more for a night of amazing entertainment. Fat Cat Swinger, Saturday, November 16th at 7 p.m. For tickets, call 724-439-1360 or online at statetheater.info.
WMBS election coverage is being brought to you by Proden and O'Brien, attorneys at law, MB Home Remodeling, West Media Group, They Get Results, the Pennsylvania League of Women Voters, Frontier Clinical Research, Bronze Star Tanning, Ford of Uniontown, Jenny Montgomery Scott, and the T. Berry Law Offices and attorney Vincent T. Berry.
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. CBS News characterizes Pennsylvania as leaning towards former President Donald Trump,